of his Infinity Edge done, so maybe looking to get quite greedy with his build. And why wouldn't you? Invictus Gaming feel basically no pressure at all in this game.
It's just such a weird scenario from an IG point if you can be greedy when the enemy team has been so creative. Usually it's when these curveballs come in that you have to play reactive and say, all right, I need my power spikes now because I have no idea what this EP team's going to do with an early dragon. Instead, they've been afforded the chance to go for selfish items, Rod of Ages, Avarice Bade, scale up to the late game, which they already had an inherent champion select advantage in. That's kind of the... It feels like EP had a great plan for the first 3 minutes, but they haven't converted that into a 17-minute game win.
Yeah, but actually IG getting a look to start their first dragon of the game as well. Energy Pacemaker all backed, actually, and this is perfect timing for Invictus Gaming.
Yep, they recognize that they're backed. Even though there's this ward down here, there's no one's contested at all. And now that neutral advantage has been equalized, you look at the gold value here, they're just 1,400 gold down, basically in laning in First Blood. And EP, they're on the back foot after spending so many resources on getting an early game advantage.
Everyone from IG just powering up. Even a rookie on this Azir, who's very happy in his farm lane. He's farming up a Storm. He's still 20 CS ahead of Raphael Xerath here. It's amazing. Banshee's Veil actually completed for him very early on.
I mean, the Banshee's Veil will stop one person from CCing him and preventing that engage, but it's still going to be Kakáo's ultimate, you know, that impassable terrain that will be the big bane in Sion's existence.
Kane down the bottom as well. Farming here with Kid, who's actually ahead. Good rocket there as well. We're level 11 now for both those carries. This is Amazing Jane Drizzle in the top lane, zoning Pokemon off this tower, and they'll pick it up with Janna rotating in just to make sure.
Nice rotation here. Obviously no dragon to sacrifice as a trade there. Just getting a free objective always feels good, but Kakao, he's smelling around mid lane for something.
Yeah, he wants something. He's really been visiting this lane quite often. They got the first blood. It's actually the only kill in this game. Things have been very quiet, and again, that seems to favor IG just on this draft. Kakao, though, he's going to continue to get vision in the bottom side here, put more wards down with his Sightstone Jarvan, and that's all IG really need to do. If EP do not act, IG do not have a reason to go in as well.
I mean, IG have had complete vision of the blue side, of the EP red side jungle for what, 10 minutes of this game at least? And it's just afforded Tristana free farm. I mean, Tristana's got her Infinity Edge now, well on the way to the Static Shiv here. I mean, that power trough is becoming an afterthought. It has not been exploited whatsoever.
Yeah, even Rookie, it seems like, with his build, just getting a bit greedy. Finished off a Stinger before any major need to see large rod items. So just so much afforded here to IG by EP. And they're going to steal away the red buff as well.
Now they're even taking these objectives down, although Focus coming in.
He wants it. Kane going to go through and actually doing damage on the Kakao. Cataclysm comes in, and there's a teleport. You saw Kane a little too far forward. Got to be careful. Kakao jukes the bullets, though, and Azir takes out Corki. Amazing J now going to come through. Drizzle actually looking for Kid. He follows him over the wall, but the tidal wave's going to come in over. Rookie now flashes over the back. Drizzle that kicks him forward. Little low there as Pokemon's going to get that next kill onto Lee Sin, and now Kid just going in on Tristana. Rookie gets that next kill, gets the reset for Kid's Triss. Raphael walking forward. Pokemon taking all the damage, and IG win out through 3-0, sorry.
The smooth moves from Kakao stopped it being an early kill trade then, and then the teleports came in. And it's one of those cases where Sion, especially in the jungle, he can't channel that ultimate. It's very hard to control in those small skirmishes. And they got so much more purchase out of Pokemon coming in with the Rod of Ages and the Merc Treads right there, able to do so much disruption. 3 kills is the advantage, and suddenly 4-0 and 2,000 gold is the advantage for Invictus Gaming.
Even Kid with that quick Infinity Edge was able to just get resets after reset after reset after reset and just plow through the team fight with those crits. He's not even that powered up yet. Static Shiv coming up very soon for that Tristana, but that was a reasonably ideal situation for EP with Kane having good items and them positioning around their own jungle, and IG just waltzed through them.
I always look at team comps and I wonder, you know, why did the team pick this, and what are their points of victory? And it's one of those things where if you could go into game and say, all right, I start off with a level 18 Tristana, or level 18 Azir, a big tank wall, let's do this, then you're going to win most games. That's just the reality of those power picks. It's all about exploiting them. And speaking of exploitation, Kid, he's thinking about something fancy.
Yeah, Kid is just come here as well. Kane's like, I don't really want to go near that bush anymore. Staying well and truly on the left side of that lane. Janna roaming off towards the mid. Getting some wards down there. Drizzle and Raphael find a pink ward, take that out for themselves. And EP now looking to get a bit more aggressive. Don't find the blue buff that they were looking for. But seems like EP might be trying to do some grouping now as well.
You can see the intentions of a team by their vision line. The more aggressive vision line, you see Kakao flag and dragging in, just trying to keep people away from the turret. The vision line is always going to tell you what a team's intentions are. And it's only now at 22 minutes that we start to see wards across the river coming out from EP. So an early advantage playing passively against Tristana and Maokai, now turning on the aggression at 22 minutes. Some very mixed shot calling coming in, and it's worth noting, of course, Captain 57, usually the barometer of their early game, not playing in this one.
No, and Drizzle has just played very passive in the early stages of this game, as we do see that Zonya's was also completed by rookies Azir, so he's got a big power up there as well. And just kind of scanning through the inventories, I noticed a fun fact. There is 1 pair of boots too on IG, and there's 0 boots on Kids Tristana.
That's very interesting. He hasn't been pressured. He never needed to pick up boots. He never had to worry about having a very specific value of gold because he's been free to shop whenever he wanted. I'm sure if we could tab over to gold here, we'd see a very nice bevy of gold coming out on Tristana here. Just very, very happy, farming about 1,700 gold she's sitting on. Could go back and pick up, boots too. Finish that static shiv, work towards probably a bloodthirster here as there's not too much armor coming out apart from on Sion. It's just really relaxed time for IG. What a wonderful way to start your series. Picking those late game champions and just racking up those CS values.
EP just never forcing the issue here. We do have a next dragon coming out though, as IG group just 3 members here in the mid. Rookie gonna now start pushing down this tower. One apiece actually in towers. Looks like the mid tower was aggressed on earlier by EP. And they've taken the top tower for themselves. The bottom tower being taken up by Kid. Moving in though, Dragon going to be up, free up a little bit more space in this mid lane. Easy mid tower for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, no Azir turrets so far to throw off the turret score right here. And the gold, it's just going to grow for IG as Tristana probably going to back very soon with a lovely 2,000 plus gold. And Maokai, we talked about that Rod of Ages stacking up. We're only about 2 minutes away from it reaching the 10-minute 10 stack bonus, and that's when he's going to be a real tanky beast in the front line.
Yeah, Rabadon's finished up for Raphael as well, so good power spike there for the Xerath as he finishes his first 2 major items. Bidwater Cutlass also coming out for Kane, so Corky doing nicely. Finished his Sork Shoes there as well, but IG just taking this so casually, and look at the poke damage there onto Drizzle.
I mean, Azir can do so much damage with so much range, but of course Xerath can too, and it's a much more selfish build coming out from Raphael. But the question is, if ever we see Cacao or Pokemon getting on top of him, he has no answer to the gap close. And the Zonya's slightly less damage coming out from Rookie, but just so much more safe.
Yeah, and it's just Pokemon's big Maokai that's leading the charge. He's very comfortable in this champion, by the way. Has played it multiple times over the last weekend. As Rookie does set up a tower. I love this as well, creating a bit of extra vision so they can try and take this next dragon.
It's nice timing because, of course, the dragon's up now. It's an extra kind of thing for EP to consider, but they're still coming around the dragon. Will they contest it?
Gonna go in. Drizzle actually coming to steals it with a Q. And now just trying to get out. Amazing J that's going in onto Cacao. Rookie will move in there as Cacao knocks up Amazing J. But a good tanking there. Tidal Wave does come through. Xerath ultimate does not get completed though as he gets knocked up by Tidal Wave. There's the ult there from Azir coming towards Rookie. Takes out Jana and now Kid is in the mix. Taking out Amazing J there. So jumps onto Kane, takes him out. 1 kill into Azir does come through. Drizzle now though, forced to run away. Does kick Cacao back. Can't quite kill him though. And Kid is cleaning house in this team fight.
Reset City coming out from Kid there, and you saw how aggressively Rookie could position in that team fight, getting in there with the EQ, using his ultimate very effectively. And who's still alive on EP? It's Xerath, who just has so much less damage afforded, having to sit back, was completely zoned by the tanky front line of IG, playing comfortably but cannot put out the damage. And Tristana's just going to keep getting stronger.
Yep, Tier 2 tower gets taken out as well. Cacao going to return home and spend some of his money. Kid and Pokemon will steal away the blue buff there as well. And it's just everything is going well. You kind of said it, Papa. 2 comments being picked here. IG going for rather late game picks here with the Maokai Azir Trist trio. And they could not have asked for a better start to a game.
And the item picks are just going to complement here. Aegis is completed on Jarvan right here. Already a Spectre's Cow Maokai. Maokai's going to be ignoring most of the magic damage we're going to see coming out of Raphael until that Void Staff is finished. So still another big item before he can really even tickle this Maokai over there. And the team, whenever Tristana can feel free to rocket jump in and get that damage off, it's going to look difficult for EP.
Yep, Kitty's going to find a few friends here. Raphael does come in. Good poke actually coming out as Cacao will clear out the ward there. Raptor Sense helping. A little bit Pinkwood in that bush also.
I mean, Xerath has that massive damage potential. He's gone for the selfish build. His poke and his ultimate are hurting, but every team fight he has to be staying so far safe. He can only really use max range Qs and his ultimate to do damage. Once he goes for any of his other spells, he's going to get instantly deleted by Cacao and Pokemon.
Yeah, last whisper being completed now for Kid as well. And he picked up boots too after his eye in Shiv. So much power under this Triss. This is exactly where you want to be. And 27 minutes is a very fast clip for these items.
I mean, it is. And that's just a result of having that Avarice Blade early, not being pressured. 238 CS. He's 40 CS behind Corky. But it doesn't matter.
And that's impressive as well. We saw that Kane was doing very well in the bottom lane, out CSing Kid in the early stages, and Kid has been impressive with his CS numbers most of all to me. Blade of the Ruin King's done for Kane now as well, but IG just have so much pressure on Rookie as well. The star of his team right now, you have to think, and a massive CS lead. There's a 50, 60 plus there.
And the thing about this Corki pick is that, I mean, Corki, he has all the items ready to go when it comes to sieging down a turret and pushing, but if he's just sitting back, taking poke and trying to clear waves, it totally negates the power of the Corki pick here. Corki's just another AD carry. He doesn't have a point of power to really push EP through the rest of this game. He's nice, but he's almost an auxiliary carry here.
Yeah, Pokemon takes out a turret for his team as well. Just pushing in the top lane, going to get them another turret here. I believe that's their 4th of this game. And again, IG just getting vision in this bottom side of the jungle, moving through as a team, now leaving to a 1-4 split push with Pokemon in towards the top lane, and there's just nothing they have to be afraid of. Kid Tristana's level 14 already with 3 damage items, and Rookie's even gone for a second need to see large rod. He
can afford to be greedy pastry time as he's got that Zhonya's. He's able to use his flash aggressively, his ultimate, his EQ, his positioning, can be super aggressive here. Of course, if he eats poke, he's going to find it hard to engage or to influence a team fight. But they can just back away, and so much pressure coming out from Pokemon. That Rod of Ages is complete. The Spirit Visage is in there. This is a super, super tanky Maokai. We've seen Maokais operate on very low resources, actually get DPS down and exploded in team fights earlier in the LPL. That's not going to be the case here.
No, Pokemon on the massive front lane that his team needs here to really put this late game mid and bottom lane AD carry to work. And look at this, the big range here, Giant Shield, not much help, and this turret's going to get melted away by Invictus Gaming. That's 5-2 now, and I think one of those was a Sun turret as well.
And the only true engage EP has is this Scion. The Scion ultimate is wonderful in a lane ganking sense, but he's been he's had to go top and clear waves. The other engage, there's a very fancy Lee Sin engage is always possible, but very hard for them to engage against a team that can hyperscale. Just means if the hyperscaling team wants to fight, they will. If they won't, they'll just keep getting the gold in and buy those items.
And it's pretty scary to give the late game team in the position of power to actually engage fights and choose their battles here, because normally you want to be putting pressure upon pressure, kind of really playing into that power trough that you talked about earlier. But Energy Pacemaker, they had a great, as you said, great 3-5 minutes of the game and just never acted on that next dragon.
It's the importance of saying that EP at 2.5 minutes had free reign over deciding what happened next in the game. IG were completely on the back foot. They were not expecting the early dragons to come out there. And you noticed it in their play. They just said, okay, they farmed, they put down those aggressive wards, and those wards are what really helped them there. When you're behind and can put down aggressive wards and stave off any snowball as a hyperscaling team, it's just such a massive advantage that's not reflected in the overall gold.
And Invictus Gaming still have a massive gold lead as well. 8,000 gold or so ahead for them, and counting as well. They're going to actually find Drizzle here. He's going to get poked out. Look at the damage there that Azir does. Tornado comes through, poke back and forth, but IG are looking to really put the hurt on now.
A Rookie playing very aggressively here. He knows that his poke is hitting massively. that Void stuff can't be too far away. Happy to sit on the Stinger, of course. It's not so much of an advantage coming out when you complete that Nationals too. So just sitting on the Stinger works very well with his kit, and they're just going to start securing this second dragon.
Yeah, dragon up very soon. 5 seconds there on that one. IG going to be primed to take it. They've taken the Scuttle Crab as well. And again, Energy Pacemaker nowhere to be found as IG start their next dragon.
Worth noting, this is not the third dragon for Invictus Gaming, which was given the massive 5% movement speed buff. It's only the second dragon because it was a heroic steal from Drizzle. That, if it was the old dragon, you'd say got them back into the game, but we're just staving off the inevitable here, it kind of feels like.
I mean, it's good to have dragons. A lot of teams last weekend could not take a dragon off of Invictus Gaming in their immaculate objective control, but they're still in trouble here. Tristana is so big in this game, even moving in towards defensive items now as well. Not to mention that Azir here, the other carry for Invictus Gaming, also looking for that late game, has gotten a mountain of CS and 3.5 damage items. It's Energy Pacemaker might have had the tools earlier on, but right now they're at the mercy of Invictus Gaming's team comp.
Yeah, seeing the gold here, very close to the Banshee Veil's Kid. In most situations, I'd expect Kid to go full damage on most champions here, just to pick up more damage. He hasn't really been under threat in team fights. They haven't been able to get on top of him. But just having that really early defensive item, it's almost like a different type of snowball there. It's a snowball defensive item because he knows, looking down, He does enough damage to take out anyone on this EP side. He doesn't need to rush that Bloodthirster. He'll get it later.
Yep, and it's just an embarrassment of riches almost for Invictus Gaming. Baron maybe going to be looked at as well as Pokemon and Amazing J. A bit of a tussle in the top lane here. This Scion's fairly tanky. You got good items here with the Sunfire Cape, Banshee's Veil, and almost a complete Randuin's, but with all the damage that IG's team comp does, it just might not matter. Spotting a green ward now in the Baron as well. They'll clear that up. Pokemon going to go back, does have his teleport, and Invictus Gaming now looking to start up their first Baron of the game.
Yeah, this reworked Scion, I mean, he's excellent for engage. He's very safe in lane. You can blind pick him, and he does very capably in most lanes. But in a team fight here, realistically, he's going to watch his team die while he dies himself slowly.
And a gorgeous line of pink wards as well. It's Amazing J finds a few friends. Kakao will ultimate up. Kitty's looking for the bubble and does find it. And now Scion forced to run away. The tidal wave comes in. Doesn't quite get Drizzle or Shu. Pokemon those over the top. Will get in with the snare. And Amazing J going to go down. Passive, sorry. Will get popped. But they'll kite that out. And IG with a free pick might go for Baron.
And once that front line falls down, you notice EP runs away as fast as possible. They're poking around to try and assert some dominance. But without that Scion, kind of the king of their front line, I mean, their frontliner is only Lee Sin, who's gone basically for one health item with the Sightstone here.
Kakao does get clipped, actually has to be careful. Forced to flash, and the ebb and flow Michaels as well, who'll keep him alive. So maybe they can't start that objective, but Invictus Gaming happy to take this game slowly.
Yeah, Scion does still have teleport available, so can come very quickly when it comes to grouping there. You saw, of course, Scion's one weakness, that, of course, that Jarvan ultimate was able to lock him down, force the flash. Won't have that available for a team fight. And Tristana just keeps farming.
Yeah, and as I was going to say before, we had Amazing J caught up there. A gorgeous line of pink wards from Invictus Gaming, getting so much vision around that Baron. Pokemon now, even towards the bottom half of the map, and a 10,000 gold lead has been finished here for IG.
I mean, it'll be surprising, even though they're a double Sightstone team with the Lee Sin here, for EP to get another ward ahead of the river right now. You have to think it's all on lockdown for Invictus Gaming as they start to set up this Baron.
Yeah, Rookie you saw there as well, just clearing out a pink ward. Azir, I think one of the cute, underrated things is he's just so good at clearing wards.
He's wonderful at clearing wards from range. We see Amazing J's going in very aggressively here.
Just, yeah, fighting Kid here. Kiddies has to be in trouble maybe as well. Rookie actually picks up the kill into Drizzle, so a split fight there is well in favor of IG, and Rookie's walking up saying, maybe you guys don't want to be here. Kane gets massively chunked by Azir as well. And another 5v4 now for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, off screen there, of course, assassinating Lee Sin was Rookie there. Adding his stats a bit more, feeling comfortable. Obviously, we didn't see quite how that fight completely developed, but the result is no smite pressure out for EP. Here comes the Baron.
Yep, and there's Xerath ulti there as well. Going to spot them out. Maybe a bit of pokey, but Invictus Gaming with a lot of Baron damage as the scrying orb does hit in as well. So EP going to go in, they're going to try and fight it. Amazing J going deep as he picks up the Baron though. And now Tidalwave's going to come and zone everyone outside. Shu knocks them back into the pit, but Amazing J is still taking way too much damage. Now Kid going to shred through Jana and gets that kill as well. Kakao slowed down there by Raphael, who's forced to flash. Kid is in the front lines though, going in there. Look at the crits now coming through. Kane goes down, Raphael goes down as well. And that's 4 kills for 1 there.
The perfect ace comes out there, although one member falling down IG. Worth noting that it was without smite, although Drizzle, he's in trouble.
Great hold again there, and Kid is coming to him. But Rookie going to take it for himself. Kakao gets kicked back there, but Drizzle does actually get the kill, but Azir takes him out. It's a tier 2 turret going down as well for IG, and we might just have game.
You have to say Drizzle's been right there picking up something. He picked up the Dragon with a fancy Lee Sin Q earlier, picks up another parting kill as he falls down. IG are just so aggressive. Kakao did not have smite up for that Baron pastry time. That was Rookie DPSing it down. He's very happy to use that chilling smite and then just say, yep, let's rush down Baron, it's fine.
Gonna be thrilled with the changes then, I guess, once we move on to this patch and he gets a couple of charges. You know what? I think he's just gonna keep smiting champions though.
It's just an amazing thing to see. Just such decisive calling, even with, you know, the kind of crapshoot that you have when you don't have smite available right there. That was a very real risk. I mean, Baron did not get free DPS down from 500. It hit about 100 health on our screens. It could have gone to anyone, even the full tank Scion.
Yeah, but Invictus Gaming have secured that for themselves. Dragon back in 35 seconds or so as well. Then Invictus Gaming going to set up for yet another objective, be their 3rd Dragon of the game, and just again, so much power in their hands. Kid's even finished up his Bloodthirster now as well, and the Void Staff is onto Rookie.
And the real reason why I dwell on the smite battle right there is just because right after that, I mean, IG aced them. You look down the items right here. That's what you're going to expect with the comp that IG have picked up here. They're so strong. You know, they're now, what, 15k gold ahead. They can do whatever they want in this game. The fight wasn't super exciting. It was just the fact that he's willing to go for those really aggressive plays, those really aggressive smites. it's why people love Cacao. He wears his heart on his sleeve.
And incredible gold leads we just saw as well. IG solo landers 3,000 to 4,000 gold ahead as Drizzle just gets chunked out by rookies Azir. Amazing J is trying to fight through here, but the Baron creep's going to prove quite annoying. Pokemon going to come through as well. Tristana casually solos the Dragon for the third there of the game by IG. And Energy Pacemaker probably not allowed to leave their base now.
Nope. And Tristana coming in. She even has the Alacrity enchantment on the boots just to have a bit more mobility in fights to pick up those resets. I mean, EP, I don't think even the inner turret, the inhibitor turret, can protect them here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Triss range plus the Azir perk as well. Kid is level 16 is the Cacao going straight in there. Pokemon dives in with a tidal wave coming through as well. Amazing Day gets knocked away there, denied by Azira, and Raphael going to go down there to Maokai. Kid takes out the tower as Amazing Day. He's in trouble, but look at that damage by Rookie. So much coming through. Now Kane in trouble, gets poked up there as well. There's the full ace there for Invictus Gaming, and we are done, Papa Smithy.
It's free resets for Kid. 906 on that Tristana. When you give Tristana a free laning phase and let her show up at team fights with 2-3 damage items, you lose the game.
And an unbelievable display there by Invictus Gaming once again. But honestly, Papa Smithy, I almost feel like that was less about IG playing and more about EP just not playing.
Just to play so decisive in the early game, to take such a big risk. Absolutely. I mean, Cacao on the minimap, he wasn't far away. They just couldn't even expect anything like that. We haven't seen that on this patch. To take such a big risk and then play passively, mixed shot calling coming out from EP.
Yeah, and for me, it's an even bigger extension of that where there's a very clear plan at level 1. We're going to cheese this dragon and take it. It almost felt like that was the only part of the plan they wrote. You know, they had take dragon level 1 here and profit on the other side, and they kind of forgot to fill in the middle bit. And
the middle bit was Tristana, Maokai, racking up gold, racking up scaling items, showing up at a team fight with 3-4 damage or tank items respectively, and winning the game.
Yeah, we do have a replay, I believe, as well of that last game, so we'll jump into that right now as well.
Okay, so we're at a dragon fight right here. IG are in the ascendancy. We'll roll the clip now. They've engaged this dragon here. They have the complete vision advantage. Look, they have the pink wards down. EP are kind of going for a hopeful. It's a really nice snipe by Drizzle to pick up that objective. And then Sion, he goes straight in. But look at all the DPS, single target DPS coming down on Amazing J here. Cacao gets very low on the front line. But Pokemon's doing so much work zoning right here. Kid is able to go in so aggressively. He's free hitting right now, and Raphael is completely zoned from the fight. This Xerath is their one real boon. He's very, very strong, full damage. More damage than Rookie's already passed away right here. But Kid, he keeps going in. He gets the resets. And that was the side of Tristana just kind of dominating the game.
Yeah, I mean, the big carries there for IG. Both Rookie and Kid just going massive with huge scores in that game. A lot of farm, very comfortable lanes for all of them, and it's bad enough when Tristana gets ahead. Azir, I think, is just one of the better big late-game mid laners as well.
He does. He does so much damage, especially when he's not impeded. He was able to go in so aggressively with his kit right there, throw out his ult CC, even using Flash, because he had that Zhonya's early. He was able to have that flexibility of being as kind of an initiator for IG. And we actually saw that in previous games. Even on Fizz, happy to throw in that fish, go in, and Zhonya's. And that's been the flavor of his play, and it worked very well here.
Well, we are going to cut to a quick break now, but we have the second game between Invictus Gaming and Energy Pacemaker coming right up. Don't go anywhere. And we are back with English coverage of the LPL here. We are in our second game almost of week 2 here as Invictus Gaming continue their battle against Energy Pacemaker. I am Julian Patriotem Carr, joined still here on the desk by Christopher Papa Smithy. And what a way to start game 1, but IG just looking so comfortable with that late game comp.
And the last thing I expected after a 3-minute dragon was a walk in the park for IG, but they kind of got it there, didn't they, Pastry Time?
Yeah, just kind of a long stroll on the beach there. IG looked just really comfortable with everything that was going on, and we talked about it. Energy Pacemaker with their sub players here never really did any other pressure. They had a good comp setup for it. It seemed like they had all the tools to do it, but they just never hit the next button.
And it was one of those situations where I kind of expected them to be on the back foot, you know, whenever you have substitutes playing, especially mid-jungle where a lot of the game flow is around the mid-jungle area. You'd expect maybe them to play on the back foot and say maybe Kakao to overpower them. That would have been expected. Instead, we got kind of the opposite, where they went for the most assertive 3-minute move ever and then kind of fell away.
Yeah, so we'll see if Energy Pacemaker can be a little more decisive perhaps in this next game here. IG are up 1-0. They're on the blue side here for this next game. Energy Pacemaker, of course, over on the red side. Azir and Na, the first bans there for IG. And Energy Pacemaker have banned away Rek'Sai and Lissandra.
Despite showing all that power on the Azir pick, they're happy to first ban it here. They're not looking to first pick Azir. He still is vulnerable to the Cassidans and Assassins of the world. Instead, they're going to ban it away and go for something different.
Yep, Sivir the next ban as well there for Invictus Gaming. So deciding they don't want to play against that particular champion. Again, that's a pretty common trend from last weekend in the LPL. And of course, one more ban left here for Energy Pacemaker, and it will be Janna as their final ban.
And you'd have to expect that the Jarvan is going to be picked up here. The most decisive jungler. Kakao played excellently on it in the first game. They're happy to take it first rotation.
Yeah, really quick picks actually. Quick J4 pick there for IG. Thresh and Lee Sin already done there for Energy Pacemaker as well.
It's interesting, I mean, Drizzle's Lee Sin, he didn't really have much of an early game impact, which of course is what we traditionally associate with a strong Lee Sin pick. Maybe that's just one of his comfort champions. Again, you know, he's one of the substitute players here. We know a little bit less about him. The Thresh pickup I like just because a decisive Thresh pickup just means the initiate potentials between Drizzle and Zhu. There's potential there.
Yeah, and I feel like Drizzle looked quite comfortable as we actually have more picks. Morgana Corki looks like it might be the bottom lane now for Invictus Gaming, although we have seen Morgana go other places in China.
Absolutely. The top Morgana is the flavorful thing we've been seeing. Just to go up there and push in all day, maxing that tormented soil, it's probably going to be the support Morgana just because, you know, having the Black Shield available negates some of Thresh's initiation potential. But we never write it off in China when it comes to those Morgana flex picks.
No, it might even be a decent bait if Maokai gets picked up here by EP, but we'll see. It's a very tentative flex pick there for IG, but probably going into support. And looks like EP are going to pick their next 2 champions. It's Ezreal and the Maokai.
And Maokai finally picked away from Pokemon. It's kind of been his signature champion so far when we've seen him in the LPL. He's been picking that up, getting tanky and coming into fights and initiate. He's been picked away here. There's a lot of potential answers. Of course, it could still be the flex pick Morgana top, the flex pick Jarvan top. There's a lot of flavors, but Aurelia's being hovered over here. More traditional solo lanes being mulled over for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, and I think if I have this right, Pokemon's played Rumble as his only other champion and played Maokai every other game. He's played a bevy of Maokai games already. And IG now going to consider their last few picks here. I like what's going on the EP side. We haven't seen that much Ezreal actually in the LPL so far, despite being a champion that's almost the mascot of China in a lot of ways. But Fizz and Aurelia are Invictus Gaming's final 2 picks.
Wei Zhao retires and Ezreal kind of dies off with him. It's very sad. It's signature champion of the 80 carries of China for sure. But the Aurelia Fizz, I mean, you thought that the Azir pick by Rookie was scary. He's looked really clinical on Fizz.
Yeah, it just looks absolutely amazing. Here is Lulu. This is the last pick now for Energy Pacemaker, and I guess that's Lulu mid.
Yeah, it's looking like the Lulu mid here. Going to be able to happily clear waves, but you feel like if Rookie and Kakao ever get on top of Raphael there, the sub-mid laner, the snowball could be scary.
And I already know that you know what I want to say about this Lulu pick here with the rest of this draft. What's the one thing that the comp might be lacking here for EP? It's damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu, there was once a time when those ratios were a little bit higher, when items were a bit stronger, especially Lich Bane. I mean, Lich Bane was nerfed. That was a core tenet of that burst coming out from the mid-game Lulu. Late-game Lulu damage kind of falls away.
Yeah, just not what it used to be. And we almost see these sort of comps with big utility mid laner when a hyper carry maybe wants to get babysitted even more and really do the 4 protect 1 star comps. We haven't really seen that much of at least in this season and the last one as well. That's a very old school style of playing. But Ezreal's not quite the late game carry that you'd expect, and this is a very kind of a wonky composition from EP.
I mean, Kane does sometimes throw in some of those non-meta picks. We saw him on his Draven famously a couple of seasons ago. He's the veteran of that team. He's been with the organization a very, very long time. Maybe they're just looking for him to really carry. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a full DPS Ezreal. You know, maybe Trinity Force into Infinity Edge. Stay away from that blue Ezreal that's been a bit more common. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and again, with Energy Pacemaker, they've done a lot of interesting moves. They've had some picks go away, but you know what? We're going to find out soon, guys. A quick break as we cut away, and we'll be back with Game 2 in a second. Alrighty, we are onto the rift here for Game 2 between Invictus Gaming and Energy Pacemaker. IG on the blue side now, a game up here, and EP over on the right there, red side here. After a bit of a false start from Energy Pacemaker in their first game, we'll see what they can get done here in game number 2.
And I expect IG to really follow the same trends in this game. It's interesting to think about, and I had to do a bit of a double take, but I expect Rookie to play this Fizz just like he played Azir. Get that very early Zhonya's, probably after a Lich Bane, initiate for his team, and then Zhonya's. And having that initiation potential from the mid lane to complement Kakal's bevy of CC from the jungle, going to be a similar flavor here. It's going to be on EP to really throw up a change up here. You look down the lineup, it's only really Ezreal who's going to be building for damage here. So a lot relying on him, but they're going in.
Yeah, EP actually getting aggressive. We'll change things up here at level 1 as Drizzle leading the charge in with Shoes Thresh. We'll maybe try and get some wards down here. No real aggression here on buffs. Just a couple of wards being placed out. But nicely, Energy Pacemaker mixing it up a little at level 1. I guess mixing it up again.
Yeah, mixing it up again. Trying to get that early aggressive vision here. It'll be interesting to see if they opt into a lane swap once again or whether we see standard laning matchups. Of course, the lane swap, I imagine, was largely to do about the early level 1 dragon they did in the first game. We see Raphael just kind of chilling out in mid lane.
Yep, hanging there as Lulu with his Doran's Ring. Rookie there will start in his lane with a Crystalline Flask, and it seems like we'll break it into standard lanes here with both junglers again starting on the same side of the jungle. Kakao seems to like mirroring Drizzle's Lee Sin a bit here. It's blue there for Kakao and red over for Drizzle.
So we'll see if the jungle follow continues, but we still see the top laners are both towards that top lane, so we should see standard lane matchups prevail this time.
Yep, Drizzle, they're going to clear out his Krugs. We'll move in towards his red buff now. Kakao will do the same over on the Grump into blue side. Krugs do get taken out by IG though, so that's going to give them a nice big advantage. Look at Kid, almost level 2 already.
All right, they've only missed one melee creep here, which is pretty much the ideal if you're going to pick up those Krugs at level 1. You see level 2 already picked up on Kid, so he must have taken most of the experience here. Not going to have access to that Dark Binding yet as Kiddies, but already on the back foot is this Ezreal, who really needs to put his carry pants on this game.
Yeah, some nice poke there from Kane. Actually, will do a little bit of damage early on there to Kid. But poke one up in towards the top lane now. Going to farm up, and this is actually, I think, the first time he's ever played Aurelia, so it'll be interesting to see what the change here, especially against Maokai, a champion he's been very well known for so far.
Absolutely. It's probably going to be the standard tanky matchup up top, although the one thing you can say is Maokai's love to build that early catalyst into either Righteous Glory or the Rod of Ages, so they stack that flat health. That's actually one of the best resources to itemize for against Aurelia, just because, of course, she does those true damage on trades. She really does that a lot of damage in an extended fight. Health, the most valuable resource there. Yep.
So as we see down the bottom, Kid off to a nice start here on his Corki. We saw Kane's Corki in the last game looking really nice in that lane. Kane led CS the entire way through that. Well, kind of an odd 2v1 swap around as well. But
he led CS and then didn't really translate it into the mid-game Corki that we're always looking for when we see the Corki pick come out. It was a much more passive play. As we see Raphael, look, he's taking advantage of that melee versus ranged matchup in mid. You just know this matchup's going to warp the moment Kakao gets interested or level 6 is hit on Rookie. Yeah,
but not to take away from the power. Lulu can definitely be quite annoying here, but Rookie will be just fine. He's CSing beautifully under his turret as Kid and Kiddies will now push into the bottom lane and start getting some of that poke and pressure down as well. So things starting off again kind of quietly. No early dragon this time for Energy Pacemaker, and Drizzle going to take away his blue if they're kind of late there on that one.
It's one of those things where you look at the lane matchups and they're fine for EP. They're very competitive. There's no counter matchups coming here or anything like that. It's just, you know, as you were mentioning in the pregame, you think about the team fights. You think about where the damage sources are for each team. Aurelia, I mean, we've seen whether it was Flame or Acorn, a lot of Flandre playing fantastic carry Aurelia's up the top lane there, you know, getting that Trinity Force, then transitioning into the more tanky side. Even Kakao has the option to go damage from the jungle. Probably not going to see it. Probably going to see just a warrior enchantment into tanky, but he could go that route. I mean, Rookie's going to blow people up, whatever happens, and Corki's always damage relevant. But you look down the EP side here, it's really only Ezreal. I mean, Lulu in the mid game will be okay. It'll be respectable damage. She certainly has fantastic laning strength and a poke and wave clear, but not really the single target burst from any of the members of IG here, so it's all about Ezreal.
Yeah, I think maybe even a chance here for Pokemon to step up as well. He's playing more of a carry-style champion, Aurelia, a strong bruiser, so we could see more of him than we have in the previous games as well, as Drizzle going to make his way up towards the top side of the map. Now try and gank out this Aurelia. Amazing J does have great CC, of course, on that Malco, but Aurelia sniffed it out and seems like she'll be safe.
Yeah, the minions are actually pushing onto the back wave here, so it's probably not going to be an opening for Drizzle here. He backs away, and he just hasn't got it going in the early game, apart from that early dragon pickup.
And I feel like when we look at these two team comps, there's a lot of mid-game strength actually on both of them. Now, IG kind of a bit more spread out as far as their threats go here, and EP very all-in-ish on this particular Ezreal as well. But I feel like if we're just gearing up to one big mid-game fight, that with the way IG have been playing, that must favor them at around, 10, 15 minutes, potentially contesting for that first dragon.
I mean, the junglers are the big unknown here just because you've got a lot of pushing coming out of bottom lane. Of course, Ezreal doesn't have any AoE wave clear before 6, so they're going to push in down bot, have the safeness that the Black Shield provides. And Lulu, you'd expect to push in a Rookie in the mid lane, so you have to think it's going to be which of the junglers can capitalize on those pushed lanes and abuse that vision advantage the teams will have in different areas of the map.
Well, we're going to see Drizzle in the mid lane now, hanging out on the left-hand side of the lane. Rookie actually goes in, that going to cue Drizzle to go through. Good smite there, coming in a nice polymorph as well. And now Drizzle will force Rookie to flash, does land the Q, goes immediately in, and that's first blood to Lulu.
And the sub duo come up big there, holding onto the Q for so long was Lee Sin. Hitting that ability, that prompted the flash from Raphael. A nice little early snowball coming up from EP. This time it's a kill, last time it was a dragon. But what can they do from here?
Yeah, really nice. The shoot does get locked up by a Dark Binding there in the bottom lane. Pokemon in towards the top. Nice trade there with Amazing J, getting aggressive on that Malco, but a little low on mana now for Aurelia, so probably has to ease up on some of that. Looks like she's run out of Crystalline Flask charges as well, so might have to go back home and get that charge back up. But a 10 CS lead or so early on for Pokemon. Lane's going nicely for IG as well.
Yeah, you're going to expect a small CS advantage for Corki in the bottom lane just because, again, Ezreal just struggles to get all those last hits with no AoE wave clear whatsoever. He's going to be consistently pushed in here. And Cacao, for once, of a subdued start from that jungler.
Yeah, not nearly as aggressive as we've seen it early on. It's nice to see Drizzle mixing it up from the first game as well and trying to get more aggressive in the early stages. Rookie now going to totter on over. I think he wanted the blue buff, but it's not quite there yet. Cacao is not quite sure. Maybe mistimed that slightly, but Rookie now going to rotate in. Cacao actually looking for the top lane now.
Now, there was actually a very good ward coming down at the Gromp for Invictus Gaming there, so it was spotted out by EP. They're able to back away. Could have been a potential 4-man gank on that Maokai, but the tree is going to saunter home and come back another day.
Yeah, Catalyst done there for Amazing J. Boots as well, so building up towards that Rod of Ages that we saw on Pokemon's Maokai in the last game here. Aurelia going to push that wave in and probably go home herself, and we'll see what she wants to go with, probably going in for an early Trinity Force. Cacao now going to start up his blue buff as well, and Rookie will happily take that away.
And I'm really waiting for the first item purchase coming out of Kane right here. He's backing now, 61 CS, so he has a lot of options. Very clearly now going to be going for that Mana Moon Mirror Mana first, which is what we see on both flavors of Ezreal. Doesn't necessarily pigeonhole him to be the blue Ezreal that we've seen quite commonly in competitive play right now. But it does suggest to me that that lane matchup is going to keep going in Corki's advantage. It's going to be all on IG to really take advantage of the mid-game power spike of Corki that EP struggled to last game.
I mean, even just in the lane, we talk a reasonable amount about AD and their items and how the early lanes can play it, especially with Sivir and a BF Sword. How do you think just Trinity Force versus Manamune plays out as an item matchup?
Well, I mean, the big power trough you get is picking up that tier. That's 720 gold on 0 combat stats. So you're going to have to play back. You see the lane positioning here. I mean, the Observer can't even get Kane in the shot just because he's fighting from 1100 range, but Kitties might be caught.
In trouble. Good flash, so we'll move out. Drizzle's going to come and kick out with a knock-up, but Drizzle does get that burst kill. Now teleport coming in for EP as Amazing J wants to make it happen, but he can't quite get it done. Cacao walks away.
Where was this decisive play last game? Wonderful play from Drizzle there. The flash past the EQ combo to pick up the kill was majestic. The teleport also affords them a red steal here. Drizzle's going to need a bit of help. He's going to get away. Engaging on Dragon, probably not, but they're going in.
Going in, Cacao now in trouble as well. True Shot Barrage will also come in. Key gets out, and there's a kill for Thresh, actually. So Cacao down as well. EP might go for Dragon.
And if this was the first game, you'd say, wow, excellent decisive play, a Dragon into early kills. But they're recreating it all right here and doing it even better. 3 kills on the map. Everyone from IG is scared to go near that Dragon. And look, we thought it was big last game, but a massive lead for EP here.
Yeah, and you may be picking up where they left off 3 minutes into game one here. Energy Pacemaker looking much more decisive here in this game. There's their first dragon of the game. And a bit more of the standard 9 minutes now, 9.5 minutes as well. And IG will find themselves for the first time in this series actually behind.
But whenever a teleport's used, you have to kind of take stock of what they're trading for here. And we look up the top lane. Irelia, 20 CS now is the advantage. Going to get closer and closer to that Trinity Force. Don't believe she has it here yet. Going to pick up the Phage to complement the Sheen. It's going to be a bit of a struggle for Amazing J to stay relevant in this lane. Of course, Maokai does have ranged wave clear. We might see some support coming from Drizzle, who's already made his impact on the lanes. He might be able to relieve some pressure here just to let Amazing J farm up happily and get that Rod of Ages at a good time. Although with that Ruby Crystal, maybe he'll be going down a different path.
Maybe, as we do have Kane and Shu return to their lane now as well. Manamuni has been completed there for Kane Zelzio, so he's mostly happy. Trinity Force on the way for Kid as well. He's got Phage plus Sheen just like Aurelia, and we do talk about it a bit, but as far as mid-game power spikes go, especially with these two compositions facing off against each other, that double Trinity Force power spike when Aurelia and Corki pick that up, it's going to mean a very scary team fight potential for IG.
It's the triple Sheen pastry time, because of course the Lich Bane is being completed on Fizz here. The amount of burst damage is going to be explosive from Invictus Gaming, and that's something they can hang their hats at. They have pretty good CS here. They will hit that power spike maybe 1 or 2 minutes late because of the little skirmishing and fighting they've been doing. But if they can take advantage of that, which is what EP struggled to do so much later, we already said in the late game there's going to be damage issues for EP. They need to continue. Look at Lee Sin here. He's playing a lot like we might expect Loveling, being really aggressive in IG's jungle. And anyone who can claim that they've done that to Kakao is doing something right.
Yeah, it really is here as Drizzle's continuing to stay aggressively in this jungle, possibly looking for a dive onto Rookie's Fizz as well. He's got Playable Trickster plus his flash and his ult up, so I don't think they want to commit too hard to this dive. But they have the options. If they want to go in, they can. Even Shu's coming up as well.
If EP's done one thing this series, it's surprised us space time. But Kakao, he's coming in.
Kakao does want to come through. Great fish there to Raphael, though. And there's the flash of Kakao that will follow him there with the flag and drag. But here's the rest of the members coming in. Now Kid will come in and pop Raphael dead now. Drizzle also low. Tries to smite Rookie, but can't get the kill. Shu now in trouble. As Pokemon's come through there to stun him up with Equilibrium Strike. Flag and drag will knock him in. A good play, but it cannot keep him alive. And Kid going to clean it out. 3-0 IG.
And with all that, in just a moment there, everything is undone from EP. Kane wasn't able to track his lane there. He had to stay in the bottom lane to push it out. Of course, we mentioned that no AoE wave clear, so just slowly pushing out the bottom lane. Meanwhile, a wonderful rotation from Invictus Gaming gets them the kills. And look, we even miss here as an answering kill comes out from Kid. That's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, I mean, the binding hits and the kill happens so quickly. Invictus Gaming's bottom lane going to step things up 4-0 actually now for Kid. If he wasn't scary in the last game on that Trist, he looks terrifying now on Corki.
4 straight kills, being able to push the lane in and have it reset when you come back. The big purchase coming out. We're waiting to see if there's quite enough gold for Lich Bane on Fizz. Might be. No, still got the constituent parts, but we're getting closer and closer to a crazy item power spike coming out from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, we already talked about the triple Sheen action. Invictus Gaming going to approach that very quickly here. And Kid with that 100% kill participation the right way there for the AD carry with all 4 of the kills as Raphael will clean out a tower there in the mid lane. Actually looks like Blue Buff might be still on the way as well. Rookie there diving back here.
You're doing him into service, Space Jam. That's not 100% kill participation. That's 100% kills. Which for an AD carry, especially against a real, true one-threat comp, scary.
Yeah, and Corki, we talk about it as far as aggressive mid-game AD carries go. He may be the best that sees a lot of play on this particular patch. So Kid now finishing up the Trinity Force and his Sorcerer's Shoes rather quickly. He is a big threat, the biggest, in fact, on an IG team full of scary champions.
And rather quickly, we're talking about 123 CS, so 18 CS above his lane opponent there with his 2 mid-game power spike items. I mean, mid-game we're usually talking about, what, 18, 20 minutes? This is a mid-game at 13 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if he just goes straight mid and says, let's take some turrets. Nope, he wants top.
Yeah, he wants to be aggressive here potentially. If this Pokemon going to dive back in on Amazing J, Corki and Kakao are going to be joining up top as well. But Amazing J does trigger the fight or flight reflex. He'll be able to get away there.
EP are consistently getting this enemy red buff here, so that's something for them. At least they're one step ahead of their previous performance and being decisive with the advantages they've granted themselves. But whether it will translate into map pressure and map movement is hard to say. We've got so many members in the top lane here. This tree, he thought he was safe in the forest. He thought he was safe in top lane.
Yeah,
I don't know.
This is an LPL gank there. Kid and Kakao goes in and Pokemon, an easy cleanup there. We talk about it a bit, but when one member ganks, it's usually got with a couple more behind it.
It's just rude based time. You're just having a little tank fight in the top lane. I'm going to just buy my items over here. Suddenly 4 members.
Yep, and Righteous Glory was the pick up there for Amazing J. Doesn't feel like he could be as greedy as Pokemon in their first game here and go for that Rod of Ages. Answering turret though, looks like it's coming out for EP, but IG are onto a tier 2 turret now.
And the scary thing for EP is that the answering turret is going to come down so slowly because they don't have that same DPS here. This Corki with the Trinity Force, he's bursting down this inner turret. Of course, the inner turret has more resistance. It's slower to kill. They pick it up happily, and there's no chance of an answering inner turret for EP.
Yeah, and you talked about mid-game item spikes as well. Corki is almost Rumble-esque in how he finishes such a cost-efficient item build.
He absolutely is. He picks up those items, and he's able to take down structures easily. And take down an inner turret right here. Think about how much dragon control they'll have if they can push those minions up to the inhibitor turret in the top lane for EP.
Well,
they're going to be able to put down those aggressive wards. They might even start to dictate what's happening around red buff as we look over on the minimap here. Even the red buff is going to be contested soon. EP going to struggle to get a dragon.
Oh, dragon is back up here, and Invictus Gaming want to fight. Rookie has his Lich Bane done as well. So there's just so much power here. Energy Pacemaker have started this dragon. It's getting quite low, but they have to be careful. Even if they get it, they might just die. Ezreal's going to pick it up, but Drizzle gets fished there. Now Kid going to come in, look for the damage. Kid is with an aggressive Morgana ultimate, gets kicked out by Lee Sin. Now Kakao coming to Rookie, diving onto Raphael, gets an easy kill, and Invictus Gaming grouped as 4. Kane trying to run away there. He has to be careful, taking so much damage as he flees, and maybe a tower dive going to come through as well.
I mean, you have to be happy if you're an EP fan, though, because they've lost the minimum here. 1 kill for a second dragon is a big advantage for EP. But again, it's not going to translate in the gold score right here. Oh, the snipe was so close. Did he take it?
Yeah, Kane actually sniped his own blue buff, away. So denying that one away from Rookie. Cute little play there.
And the momentary swagger from that. Unfortunately, now he doesn't have the ult for wave clear, and this turret might fall down.
Yeah, Kid's Trinity Force doing work again on this turret. Amazing Day pops his ultimate to try and clear some of that out. The Q there as well from Markai. Good wave clear actually coming out from Energy Pacemaker, and they'll defend that central turret for now, but Invictus Gaming have gone from a light lead to a slightly heavier one now, almost 3,000 gold.
AP moving aggressively here. It's worth knowing this is the Righteous Glory Maokai. It isn't that Rod of Ages Maokai, so he won't have quite the same wave clear coming out from his abilities there. Of course, in a team fight, the health more useful as a defensive resource, but the AP used for wave clear. EP, they're looking aggressive.
Yeah, they're going to try and group up towards this tower, take it very swiftly. There's Pokemon's actually going to dive in there on top of Drizzle. Kitty's now going to run in as well. Pokemon happy to solo everyone. Now 4 members of Energy Pacemaker joining. Kitty's pops his ultimate, it looks like. And that's going to land an out, excuse me. It's Kakao now coming in. Maybe looking for a dive. Does go through. Just dives in. Gets kicked out, though. Forced to flash away as Pokemon is still going in. Gets smited there by EP's jungler. And IG, no fear.
And the lucky thing for EP there is, look, Corki saunters in very late to the fight right there. He is so strong for 17 minutes. Even able to have a bit of life still coming through for those extended fights right there. If Corki was there, it would have been a bloodbath. Again, they keep losing the minimum. And that's the best thing you can say about EP in this situation.
Yeah, I love the bloodthirst that could be coming here for Kid as well. We've already seen that IG have grouped a lot with their Corki to take out turrets, and BT helps so much on that front.
I mean, we've actually seen quite a lot of Trinity Force into Last Whisper pickups on these Corki players, which right now I think is not really the way to maximize your damage. If you're against a true tank like Maokai who's super ahead, it's worth considering just so you're able to shred it down. But with the flat armor penetration from his Gatling gun, going for that BF sword item next, probably the right call.
Well, we could see a quick Blade of the Ruined King as well, which is another very popular Chinese Corki build.
I mean, a bit of self-peel never goes awry.
Drizzle now actually getting aggressive. EP going to group up to steal the blue buff now. It looks like they'll get that successfully going on to, I think Lulu got it, and did. Raphael going to be the beneficiary of that one as Kid continues to CS now. And IG just moving forward. They really want this turret.
A lot of turret damage coming out from Kid, but not enough to finish it up. He doesn't have perfect vision on the enemy jungle here. You see no blue wards on the red side jungle, so they have to back away and fight another day.
Quick Valkyrie there as well as Fizz walking towards that bottom lane. We'll try and clear out some of that CS for himself and maybe get that push going. Kakao is back at full health as well after being in his jungle, building up towards what looks like an early Aegis of the Legion.
It was interesting to see Maokai walk towards top, then notice there was a very large wave pushing. There is a slow push coming up in the top lane here, so not going to go farm out that big wave. Maybe they'll look for a fight.
Fizz does push in the bottom as well, and IG will group back up, it seems like. Baron up in 30 seconds, probably not going to be looked at the 20-minute mark, but will be an available objective very soon here, and Kid getting aggressive. IG basically have this mid-turret whenever they want to group for it, but EP, to their credit, are doing a very good job defending it.
And they have to react to this top lane push here. So we see Aurelia has gone top to take down that big wave. They get the inner turret here. Black Shield so useful there to overextend and get some damage in. But Shu doesn't look like he wants to start.
Yeah, teleport actually coming in from Pokemon. Shu in trouble now. Pokemon going to dive in onto that Thresh. There's the first kills. Aurelia exhausted. Still managed to pick that one up. Now Drizzle going to find Rookie. Kicks him out immediately, but that might have put it closer to the team. Amazing J gets fished up there as well. Knocked up there by Chum the Waters. This Cacao follows in with his CC and gets a kill there for Rookie. Jarvan Low does pop the heal. Oh, for a good snipe there from the Lulu. Actually takes out Cacao. Now Ezreal in a whole host of trouble as Pokemon's going to dive in. But that's a little too deep. There's a next kill for Kane and an even trade at 2-2.
Yeah, the even trades continue, though you have to give it to IG just because they have that late scaling damage right there. A little bit of over-aggression coming out from IG. They're just pushing when they don't need to. They were able to, importantly, DPS down a super tanky Maokai, but not itemizing for magic resist. So, of course, Rookie wrecking him in the mid lane.
And what looked great early on as that fight started for Invictus Gaming goes decently for EP. They'll be happy to take a trade here with a slight deficit, but IG going to continue their light gold lead. Again, about 3,000 gold, 4-3 in turrets with a couple of kills up as well. And Dragon is back up in a minute.
We're waiting for that Muramana transformation to really have Blue Ezreal start to get going in the mid lane here. He has the Iceborne Gauntlet already. Can't be too far away from having enough charges for that Iceborne Gauntlet. Probably around 20 of that Muramana. Probably about 24, 25 minutes. That means his poke will really start to hurt. But, I mean, it's usually the third big damage item that we see from Blue Ezreal to see a real damage spike come out from him.
Yeah, Invictus Gaming doing a nice job sweeping up Vision here as well. Want to set up for around this Dragon. They've got great wards on the right-hand side of the map, so should be a pretty easy Dragon for them to at least begin here. But Energy Pacemaker may be looking to group here and contest 5-5. We get our first big team fight.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that first big team fight. Maokai in the top lane, just slowly pushing out, trying to get that big minion push coming in soon to try and harass this Aurelia here. Pokemon doesn't have teleport up, so any sort of wave push will be very important when Dragon comes out in 10 seconds time. Yep,
so IG going to group up here, looking for an opening. Drizzle, good bit of poke out. Kane now with his Ezreal also. Iceborne Gauntlet running, able to poke fairly aggressively towards this Dragon as wards will be killed back and forth. Good pink ward placement there from IG as well. And Maokai not want to rotate yet. He still has that tele up.
He has the teleport advantage. He's pushing it, which is exactly what EP should do. It's good for them to be understanding their points of power in their comp in this second game and trying to take advantage of them.
Yep, so red minions will crash into the top side turret there for IG. Dragon is alive now if Invictus Gaming want to start, and they have taken the Scuttle Crab, so they'll get it going here. But Amazing J maybe he's going to start things off immediately. True Drop Raj comes in. He's teleporting in as well. The Dragon a little too low, but we're going to have a fight here. Oh, Drizzle! He stole it with the smite, and EP walk away.
Yeah, they're going to try and get out here, but IG are not going to let them go easy.
Amazing J gets knocked up. He's in trouble there. The box, so trying to keep everyone else alive. The Fish takes him out, but he's quite tanky, able to take that one. Drizzle, though, not so lucky as Kid's going to get that kill.
Drizzle made an excellent steal right there, but he did not need to go back into the fight. His kill is basically a free kill for IG. It doesn't make up for the structure steal. EP will take it, but Pokemon's in trouble.
Grabbed up there, Raphael with a free kill himself as Rookie looking to get poked off now. And EP, a man advantage, basically. Actually, it's 4v4 still, but Cacao quite low. That gives Energy Pacemaker enough time to now push themselves towards this tier 2 turret. Big blue wave in the bottom lane, but Energy Pacemaker with the advantage.
Just amuses me how even this game is. Of course, there was a big red wave in the top lane, big blue wave from Fizz pushing out in the bottom lane here. EP are getting a lot of damage on this inner turret. Will they be able to take it down? Yep. That's two neutrals. The big dragon pickup and the inner turret pickup. EP are coming out ahead, if ever so slightly.
Yeah, and that lead's still at about 2,000 gold, but that was a very important third dragon from Energy Pacemaker that Drizzle managed to steal out from under Invictus Gaming. So IG have just not quite played as cohesive as they did with their big late game comp here, struggling to find the picks around these fights, and a costly mistake there from Cacao. Gets a little too greedy with no smiter, maybe.
One thing we've observed, especially in the OMG versus LGD game, is that even if you don't necessarily have any advantages, you can win with 5 dragons.
Yeah, Cacao actually could be in trouble. Does get hooked up there by Shu Cacao. Forced to flash away, but goes down to Kane there. Now True Drop Barrage will go a bit wide there, following in for a couple minions. Never mind, just hits the side of the map.
Very solid camera work there. As we see EP, they're trying to push aggressively here. They're trying to take this Baron Vision and maybe even contest this blue buff.
Yeah, Righteous Glory was popped there to try and chase down another kill there. Drizzle will tap the blue buff with his Q and go in. Looking to give that one over to Raphael. Kiddies has to be careful. Shoes there as well. That's an amazing flay through the wall. Going to try and win out the black shield. Can't do it enough though, and Kiddies gets away.
Yeah, I'm sure he half considered going in on that Q there, but smartly backed away. They got the neutral here once again, and that's been the consistent thing. Even in their losing effort in the first game, Drizzle's been securing those objectives and securing them very well, even with minimal resources. They haven't always had fantastic advanced vision, but they've really been down on the timers. They've really been trying to convert their little advantages in this second game into a win. And coming back to that OMG versus LGD game, OMG finished that game literally because of the 5th dragon.
Oh, good from the waters. They're coming for Fizz, but Shu's going to be okay. Gets bound up there, but my gunner Raphael though in trouble. Maybe forced to pop the ult. Will flash instead. Actually already ulted, so I couldn't use that. And IG with a creative pick there from Rookie looked to get aggressive in the blue side of the map.
So perhaps that's the win condition we didn't discuss when we were looking at these teams here. 5 dragons makes any team do a hell of a lot of damage and really be able to power down those structures if you can add a Baron to it. So there's a lot of potential here. If they can keep this objective control on point, maybe some more heroic steals coming out of Drizzle, Kakao going to have to rein in his smite usage because it's starting to add up.
Yeah, I like the other thing I like as well is that Raphael's build is amazing. Jay actually never mind. Forced to pop his ult, going to go back in. Kid's like, I don't want that at all. And he'll Valkyrie out himself. What I wanted to chat about is the Sheen here for Lulu. This is basically the biggest damage build she can get. Once she hits what I assume is a Lich Bane, she's kind of capped.
It's basically going to be Lich Bane into maybe a Void Staff into just pure AP for that, that scaling on her ultimate and some of the utility scaling she'll have with her MS. The one thing you can say here, it's going to be a turbo Maokai for sure, just because with that Whimsy scaling off 10% of AP, Maokai's going to be able to get into those fights with Righteous Glory especially. He's going to be able to choose the target and lock it down.
And that's, I think, what a lot of EP's success in these last fights have been. Heroic deals aside there from Drizzle, just having a very straightforward way to engage and having a big tank line pretty much for anyone here with the Lulu ultimate. EP have looked decent in these fights at IG. They haven't found the flanks or the picks. They do a lot of damage when they lock down a target, but haven't been able to do that quite yet.
There's a lot of Sivir flavor in their comp, just because if it was Sivir Maokai, you'd say, yep, now Maokai can choose his target and get on top of him with the massive on the hunt movement speed increase. Same sort of story here. Amazing J, he's very, very tanky. The Righteous Glory only amplifies that. He's got the Frozen Heart here just for a bit more area effect, attack speed slow to really take damage away from that Aurelia, who's, of course, scales on attack speed, mostly for a true damage here. EP are making very smart decisions both in their item builds and in their movements here. The big thing for IG is where they can start to get some of these dragons going. Because if they can get the dragons equaled up, maybe take down a Baron, this game will change considerably.
Yeah, only just realized that Invictus Gaming have 0 total dragons in this particular game, which is not usually the way the dragon control goes for this team. Corki as well, maybe recognizing this Maokai has picked up a last whisper before finishing that Blade of the Ruin King. And Kane here does get trapped, has to be careful, knocked up there by Kakao. Kane's flushed out, but that's a good lantern coming out from True. Now Raphael going to kite them out, and IG, no answer.
I mean, kiting them out, this is blue Ezreal page down. You hit one of those Qs and the kiting continues. We used to say that blue Ezreal, back when we casted many a moon ago, was almost a hyper carry in terms of mobility, just because such a low cooldown on that E ability, so much AoE slow and disengage. Getting on top of an Ezreal with a Lulu on his team is just... it's no fun.
I mean, that third dragon is valued for its movement speed. Such an elusive stat in League of Legends. And Blue Ezreal might not pump out all the damage, but if he never dies, he's scaling almost infinitely on the damage charts.
And it almost negates the fact that he's not going to pick up the 5% move speed from the Zeal, right? He has access to that move speed, even going for this different build. So it's not just the fact that his E is going to be on such a short cooldown. He's going to be able to move around the map quickly. He's got that flat movement speed as well.
Yeah, and Dragons coming up again. Invictus Gaming would love to secure their first one, but have been denied so far just from movement by EP or Drizzle's really clutch smiting and Energy Pacemaker. They look confident now moving into this next Dragon fight. Oh, kiddies, you got to be careful. Does get popped there by Drizzle. Tons of damage being dealt out. The two-drop rod's just missing acutely, though. And Raphael in trouble. They're getting dove on by Pokemon, as that's going to be the first kill. And Amazing J trying to zone them out. Kid's getting aggressive onto Drizzle, but Pokemon now is taking too much damage. Kakao will dive in. Rookie will dive back in as well, but Kane, he's kiting. He does go down to Corki, crucially, though. And Amazing J is forced to flash away. Does get hooked there with Pokemon, but they should be able to chase, so get the next kill there as well. And IG with a 3-for-1 team fight.
Yeah, it looked really good for EP there just because of how much damage Amazing J was tanking in the mid, how much He was able to hold and space control there, but they were able to get on top of Kane. He fell down, and that's when the teamfight all fell apart for EP.
Yeah, Raphael not in a position as well to really get in the spot to use his abilities or do the damage. And we talk about it in the draft. Energy Pacemaker do not have that much damage in this team comp, and it really showed there.
Absolutely. They need to get the damage from their sources when they can. And Raphael actually died with his ultimate available there, which just goes to show he's probably looking to ult someone other than himself. Fell away, and that's a one-team fight for IG. If the snowball of objectives starts for IG here, I fear for the EP team comp.
Yeah, and Kid maybe a bit more pep in his step. Does have a BF sword actually, so could still be going for the early BT.
He's got exactly the gold for it in 5 gold, so it's probably going to be the pickup right here.
Corky going to go back. We'll see just how good Papa's knowledge of the item prices is.
Of course, he has built already into the bilge water, so not quite the gold.
No, not yet. Here's Pokemon will come through. Hook there does come in for threat. Kick over the wall. Actually, Kane now going to chase in this. Some good slows. Drizzle will chase over as well with a safeguard. An amazing J is there in time. The Black Shield lasting just long enough there in Aurelia. So hard to lock down. A good defensive fish there by Rookie, and everyone else will get away safely.
I'll try to take down the blue buff here just to have one objective. It's the Baron that's really the big question mark here. They've managed to get some very good aggressive wards down on the IG side. But IG, look at this row of pinks they have around Dragon. They're not interested in suffering any more dragons being stolen away.
Yeah, we complimented them on their pink ward coverage around objectives in Game 1. Continuing it here towards the bottom side of the map, but we do have to consider just how important Baron will be as well. And this is the part of the game where it does start getting looked at by more teams, and we have very interesting choices to make. Which side of the map do you choose to defend? Because you cannot pink everything.
No, you can't pink everything. It's interesting to see that they've mostly committed to the Dragon side, although we see things moving around here. We see the movement starting to be moved. They're realizing here that if the Baron is taken by EP, the amount of wave clear and poke they have around those structures is massive, as we see. A hair's breadth away was Kane from once again reclaiming that blue buff.
Good patience there from Rookie. Secures himself the enemy blue buff. Pokemon also teleported to make sure they secured that. So quite a few resources dedicated to picking up that blue, and EP going to walk over to Baron. That seems like it's the objective they want to go for.
I guess it's the side wave management that will be very important here. No teleports available means these split push minions, the sixth man pressure will be massive on both sides. And whoever can cultivate those lanes the best will have a massive advantage for at least the next, 3-4 minutes of the game?
Yeah, amazing J down the bottom does push out that wave himself. The rest of Energy Pacemaker grouped around the center area of the map, clearing vision out from the Baron. They pick up the Scuttle Crab as well, and they'll just kind of continue back here and try and win the vision war around the left side of the map. And it's interesting, Papa, we're almost splitting vision here. IG seem to want the bottom, and EP really want the top.
Yeah, it's interesting that IG have got some very aggressive wards down around the blue side jungle. They haven't been able to get the Baron vision they want, which of course is the red side jungle of EP. Some very nice defensive wards down for IG around there as well, but they want to try and advance that vision into the EP side of things if they want to try and take this Baron.
Yeah, good ward there from Malkai, getting nice and aggressive towards the back of that blue buff. Kid did run defense on that pink wall, but EP eventually cleaned it out, and they've got plenty of coverage here towards this Baron if they want to start it, but they think they'll have to bait a fight in now for Invictus Gaming. Pokemon as well going to clear out wards, and as the map breaks open more and more, vision becomes so integral. You
will say, though, Pastry Town, it's going to be a slow Baron coming out from EP here. They can't really look to steal it. They must bait it like this, and it'll be interesting to see whether IG put that together.
Oh, Kitties misses his flash there, does pop his ultimate, but no zonies, and Kane gets that kill. Kokka gets hooked there as well by Shu, and now has to use the flag and drag to get away. Drizzle will chase in the back. Pokemon's actually in trouble. They're getting flayed back as well, eating so much damage here from Energy Pacemaker, and that's 2 clean kills there. Oh, never mind. One answer back there for IG, but that's a win for EP.
Yeah, Drizzle's aggressive moves have got them so much traction so far in this game, but him falling here, it relieves what small Baron pressure there already was.
Yeah, and they're going to look to take towers now, I think, with their jungler down. So moving towards the top side of the map, we'll look to take the tier 2 there in the top lane. Malkai throws a sapling out, clears out the last of the wave, and they'll go in here. Amazing J actually going to start to face tank, and they'll take a free turret.
Absolutely, they'll take this turret. Even if they get objectives slowly, even if the minions aren't in their way, they do have a very tanky Malkai to tank those turrets up.
And an interesting choice by EP. I mean, it might be more coincidence than design here, but they seem comfortable playing this into the late game, despite, again, maybe damage being an issue.
I mean, it's those objectives, Patient. It's what's kind of turned League of Legends on its head, is that the 5th dragon, if you're able to pick it up, gives you so many stats and multiplies what you already have so strong that you can even take a 1 or 2 threat comp and be very relevant. But you're just really leaning hard on being able to win a jungle matchup against Cacao. That's not something I would expect many teams would, try and throw the gambit down to try and do that. But EP, so far at least, Kakal's been very well held here.
And I'm impressed at just the difference in play here from Energy Pacemaker from game 1 to game 2. Again, starting game 1 with a great plan and just never really following through. Kind of did the opposite here. Didn't do much for 10 minutes and then I'm just exploded with objectives and aggression everywhere. Oh god, Kakao though does pick up Drizzle. And that's not good news for Energy Pacemaker's objective control.
They did not have any defensive wards whatsoever around Baron. The face checks happened, and deleted was Drizzle. And Drizzle giveth and Drizzle taketh away.
Yeah, and IG, I kind of swapped all their vision over to the top side of the map around this Baron, and they're kind of recognizing that, all right, Energy Pacemaker, you want to fight for Baron? We will fight you for Baron, and Shu will get locked up. And Kid goes immediately with the Black Shield on top, and Rookie blows him up. They're good Johnnies as well. It's amazing. They tries to lock down Fizz. He's forced to flash out, throws the Q back to slow him down. Kane will use the two-shot barrage, but IG pick up a free pick. In fact, 2 free picks with Drizzle down as well.
And both teams went for the same move. They both tried to bait that Baron. Look, it might be even the repeat bait here.
Amazing J now the next target. Rookie chunks him out with a Q. Good knock up there from Lulu, and the extra health might keep him alive. But Kid flashing forward so aggressively, actually takes a lot of damage, gets the Mikhail zone. There's pick after pick. IG going to go on Baron.
Having the confidence of both the Mikhail's Crucible and the Black Shield coming through. Is it going to be a third bait?
They're going to try it again. I don't know. I don't know how many times EP can let this happen to them. Drizzle though will get aggressed on. Slowed down by Kakao. Smite. Kid is running through as well. Kane actually in a decent position to poke them out. Kakao got to be a little careful. He's low on health. Heal pop there. Kakao goes in. Uses the last of his mana for Cataclysm. And some very creative things happening, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, if at first it doesn't succeed, it feels like they went for the same thing 3 times. It actually worked for both teams, but the difference is if IG hits a binding, the amount of damage they have to follow that up is incredible. And EP, look, they're going to sneak this 4th dragon here. The game's suddenly on a timer for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, IG maybe spent a little too much time getting cute around the Baron pick because they lose a 4th straight dragon in this game for nothing there. Kakao got chunked out around the Baron bait. Couldn't really get involved to try and smite it away. Energy Pacemaker doing what I might call the reverse IG from last weekend. 0-4 on Dragons.
And that's the kind of the big question mark people place about IG is what to expect with them going forward. We're starting to see some of the communication issues creep in when they're behind. It doesn't feel like Kakao's had the effect on this game we've expected. And definitely the objective control 1 week to the next, it's night and day.
Yep, Shu actually in trouble though, does get blown up by Kid. Good Dark Binding there from Kiddy's lands, and that's going to make 5v4 around the pit again.
So now I expect the baiting to stop and the Baron to start. IG, they're considering it, but Aurelia's backing. They don't have the right timing or wards down to do it, but you have to think IG are going to answer all this objective pressure with continuing with their pick pressure and picking up a Baron.
Pokemon does have teleport, so he can join it if he really wants to, and Invictus Gaming certainly have Baron damage at this point of the game. 37 minutes in, Pokemon will use his teleport and Energy Pacemaker. Drizzle, if you can get this deal, boy oh boy will you be impressive. Baron very low, they're getting taken out so quickly. Kane will run in, Drizzle looks for it, but Kakao smites it this time.
For once, Kakao has Smite available, and the reason why they hit the go button there is they saw Drizzle was farming at the inner turret in the top lane. That's the cardinal sin there, no Baron vision, and the Smite farming happily in vision there meant that, hey, let's rush down this Baron. They've got so much Baron DPS. You would not see the reverse scenario there just because so little Baron DPS coming down from EP, but they take it very fast. And now they're going to try and push and maybe try and pick up an inhibitor so they can start to have full map vision when it comes to controlling this dragon.
Yeah, and a big lead now for Invictus Gaming. It's opened up to 7,000 gold, just quietly actually, here for Invictus Gaming. Going to pressure in this tier 2 as well. Fizz down the bottom will try and split push out there as well. Invictus Gaming going to knock down turrets with this Baron, you have to think.
Yeah, that Siege minion is doing so much damage from range there by IG. They're doing their rotation. They're going to take out all the outer turrets here. Should be a last outer turret coming down for IG. And then, are they going to look for the dive? We'll have to see.
I mean, we've seen aggression already. Kid feels very safe going in on this Corki with all the protection he has, particularly from Morgana. So, wouldn't be too surprised to see a dive coming through. But for now, Invictus Gaming will back off, spend the gold they just gotten from taking all those turrets out and look to close out this game.
They have a very, very tanky Jarvan coming out here. For all the amount that he's been held, the Warmog's armor is completed here. They can... Jarvan, if he goes in first, which we expect, and tanks the turret, aggro can tank the turret for so long. The Zhonya's is available on Fizz. Irelia always does teamfight relevant damage with that true damage. And it's Kid. Kid is so consistent this season. 8-0-8 after that 9-kill game previously. He's looking strong.
Yeah, 4 damage items plus a Spectre's Cal as well. So he's ready to go. And everyone from Victus Gaming's powered up nicely here. Still got the Baron pressure if they want it. In fact, Pokemon's in the top lane. Going to start that split pressure. Oh my god, those poor minions.
The concern for the minions will just continue pastry time. There's so much damage being built up on IG. They're pushing into mid here. Teleport's not available, so probably not going to be the dive just yet.
Pokemon actually walking over as well. Wants to help his team look for this potential dive in the mid inhibitor turret. And Kid is just chunking out the damage. Even if he gets up to the tower and is able to get a couple of Trinity Force hits on with the Black Shield, he will take it out very swiftly.
It's all on Raphael to clear the waves here, of course. Ezreal could use his ultimate, only has that up every 60 seconds or so. So it's a risky thing to do. They're just trying to keep this Siege minion alive. It's doing so much damage. And hilariously, they're body blocking here to get guaranteed damage on this turret.
It's not even just that. Kitty has a banner of command in his inventory that he's popped. This is the deadliest Baroned up cannon minion.
The banner of command. And they have no answer. They can't get any damage on this, of course. They need to get physical damage. It's magic resistant here. And this is IG. This is the IG we remember from seasons past.
What can you do? Ezreal has most of your physical damage, and he's got skill shot poke.
You can fight, or you can lose your turret.
This cannon minion. Okay, Drizzle did hit it with the skill shot. That actually helps, but it's going to take out the turret.
It's completely magic damage resistant to it. Iceborne Gauntlet Ezreal.
Well, I guess that's one way to counter Blue Ezreal. Invictus Gaming get creative and take out the mid inhibitor. Finally, the little minion that could will go down. But we thought we saw creativity from Energy Pacemaker in the first game. That was gorgeous by IG.
Never to be outdone as IG. That's one thing you can say. And they're going for another inhibitor here. This one they can clear out, but EP are going to be feeling pretty sheepish right about now.
That was brilliant here, and IG will back off. They don't really care. They just got an inhibitor, for basically free, and they'll back up and spend some gold. Dragon coming up soon as well, and that will be the second for IG if they want it.
And this could be a different type of tutorial victory coming out from IG, just because, I mean, once that banner of command, it's back up right now. They can set this all up again. And, I mean, EP don't feel confident about fighting. They don't have that 5th dragon down or anything to be able to throw a spanner into the works. I'd say at 50 seconds, if they can take down the dragon, sure they can have a chance, because you can go all in and try and pick a fight with all the buffs that you get from that. But if you don't, if they're able to equalize here, I mean, IG have an interesting strategy, and I don't see any answer for it from EP.
Well, Baron will wear off eventually as well. It might be close here for Invictus Gaming, so I'm not sure how the Super Cannon minion, unfortunately, does need some help from Baron as well. And IG, yep, the Baron has worn off, it looks like. So have to wait again, but that Dragon's coming up. You've got plenty of control over this map now as well. They can kind of win at their leisure almost at this point.
It's still going to be a very important cannon minion when it's promoted, but you're right. All the buffs on that cannon minion, just ridiculous, able to damage from, what, about 1,500, 2,000 units away.
Super Caitlyn Siege minion there as Drizzle finds Kid. And that Dragon heavily defended now by Invictus Gaming. This will be a hard contest for EP.
Cacao obviously popped an elixir here as he's massive on the map. It dwarfs everyone else on the map here. And yep, they're going to try and take this dragon down, get the exact timing for it, and ensure EP never gets close to that 5th dragon.
Yeah, just get shredded there. And that's the thing with late game dragons. They're very important, but they die so quickly.
And we see some pings around the Baron here, trying to get a bit of Baron control and ensure that they do not see a repeat performance in about 3 minutes' time.
That minion was real deadly, and Invictus Gaming going to continue their aggressive ward pressure here. Push up the bottom lane now as well and try and crack another inhibitor turret. And again, a different sort of tutorial victory, but a victory nonetheless for IG. And a 2-0 it would be as well, unless EP can hold him. To be fair, with Dragon down it might be a bit harder, but they do have chances in this game.
And we see the promoted minions already come through. Not quite the same effect, of course, with Baron not being there. There's a large minion wave pushing in the top wave here for EP, so that will at least slow down any sort of total map press that we're going to see out of IG. But this is an interesting game.
I mean, can I just credit Invictus Gaming for creativity? We've heard about it, we've seen the interaction, it's adorable, but I never thought a team would actually do it. And Invictus Gaming, the nice thing about it, it actually solves a lot of their siege issues.
Well, the one thing I'll say is, who's been the real purveyor of bringing in these new strategies? It's almost always been Zatai. It's been attributed to Zatai. He's been the one with the off-meta picks. He's been the shot caller of the team. IG have tried so many things over the years. Some come off, some don't. Some are very amusing. And this one's actually proved to be clinical, and that's with Zatai sitting on the bench.
Yeah, the spirit of Zatai is still strong, though, with Invictus Gaming. And Energy Pacemaker desperately want to defend against this Baron, but they are in a big hole in terms of gold lead here. 9k up or so for Invictus Gaming as the blue buff goes over to Rookie, I believe, although Corki will be a perfectly fine target for that as well. Energy Pacemaker are going to fight here, but they have to be so careful.
I mean, if you pick a fight with no Void Staff completed on Lulu to, complement her already fairly low damage. It's only Ezreal. It's only Ezreal doing true damage here. They're very tanky, but IG have so many damage sources, that doesn't even matter.
Yeah, Thornmail up for Pokemon's Aurelia will make that even trickier as Kakao will clear out the pink wards. He's very tanky with the Warmogs. Doesn't quite want to clear out that pink ward. It's a little too dangerous.
I mean, the poke over the wall is considerable from EP.
There's the Baron.
He's wearing his Santa hat.
Still festive. Someone didn't tell him to take the decorations down. It's now January.
Yeah.
And Invictus Gaming stay grouped around the Baron. It's up. Energy Pacemaker, if they want to fight, kind of have to go now.
They have their side waves in excellent areas here, so they are free to contest this Baron. I wouldn't be surprised to see IG start that split push. They've got teleport up on Aurelia. It's up to them if they want to arrest these pushes in the side lane, or maybe just try to DPS down the Baron.
Yeah, Fizz was clearing out waves as well, so Invictus Gaming trying to get some of that side wave control back. We're going to force Energy Pacemaker sort of back here, and I guess the thing is, they don't actually need to do any more, Banner of Command Baron stuff. They already have the entity to the base. They just need a kind of a way in here. A couple of picks or even a Baron would help them close this game out.
The Baron buff is the big boon that they need to either prompt the dive or go for the shenanigans once again.
But we'll see what happens here as Invictus Gaming looking to heavily contest this objective. Dragons off the map as well. Invictus Gaming will start it. Drizzle is ready to go. Kakao also has his smite this time. We've managed to check it. And they're going to go in. Drizzle will look for the steal. Rookie actually going to go in. The Drop Rush comes through, but Corky will take it out. And now Drizzle gets eaten alive by that damage. And oh my god, Ezreal gets eaten by Kids Corky as well. Kakao will dive through, walks through the box, tries to get some more damage in as Rookie will also run in. Raphael a little too far away there. Rookie getting poked out, does get away, but Invictus Gaming with the Baron.
Yeah, the damage dealer's gone, Ezreal's dead, and they're going to push in for the victory here, you'd have to think.
Yeah, well, they've got plenty of time to do it. 40 seconds left. Inhib will get retaken now as well. Invictus Gaming only, oh my god.
There's that minion.
Such a beast here.
Usually we see the zoom-ins for the pentakills, but this minion's going to do all the work.
This minion, I mean, he is possibly the hardest working member of Invictus Gaming. He's been infused with the spirit of Zatai. He's sitting there in the cannon.
The hyper carry minion.
You know what? They didn't have a late game carry. They picked a minion instead here. Kitty's doing a good job supporting with that Banner of Command, and IG going to look to close out this game. Amazing J, quite tanky, will tank up Kakao, but he's with that Warmog, tanking up the turrets from the Nexus as well, gets away as Kid, takes out Raphael. Now there's the binding coming through for Shu, and Invictus Gaming going to take it out 2-0, and what a way to finish.
What an exciting game, and it turned on just an item choice right there. That Banner of Command changed the game because they had no answer. They lost their middle turret, and whatever they could do, they realized they couldn't fight. They're like, oh, we'll poke this away. Nope.
I mean, I said it's one way to handle Blue Ezreal, who, as you mentioned, is very magic damage focused. I think still, after all that was fantastic to watch, by the way. Still, after all that, so much control there from Invictus Gaming to get them that game. They had a massive lead towards the end of that game. Again, they just sort of needed to solve their siege problems, and solve them they did.
It's worth noting, though, that EP made them work in that second game. And they scared them, obviously, in the first game with their early dragon. It's nice to see EP show something in both games today after a very average performance in the first week. They'll take some things away right there. And Drizzle did some massive work. He was able to snipe away those dragons. He was able to get some really good invading timings on the enemy red buff. But he also gave away a few kills. But you have to think there's some potential there to work with.
And it might just be a matter of the new lineup. If Energy Pacemaker continue playing with these subs, needs just to get a little bit more experience together, a little bit more time, build back that synergy. And the thing about the LPL format in particular is that even the bottom teams, and that's a team like Energy Pacemaker that has some success but never really breaks through, they still influence the top of the standings if they take games off, because a best of two means that if you only take one game, you only get 1 point.
Now, all these LSBL promotion teams get 44 games to try and refine their strategy. We're only 5 in, and I think we're going to go to a replay here just to see another exciting part of the game. So EP, they're around their blue buff here. This is, of course, going to be a dragon situation here. Drizzle hits a Q, he holds on to it here, but he goes in because he realizes they can get a pick.
Yeah, and this kind of things where Kitty takes a lot of damage, but they actually kind of finish the kill there. The rest of the damage comes through, and look at the dive there from IG.
Absolutely, and Amazing J, he's doing a lot of zone control. He is very, very tanky, but they're just ignoring him. And look at, this is the big critical factor. Rookie gets into the backline, they assassinate this Ezreal, and suddenly after all that hard work, the team comp kind of falls apart. They're able to travel forward, get some kills. They arrested the Dragon Snowball that they have really been punishing IG with, and from there, they just promoted a minion and won.
That was awesome as well with the Banner of Command. I have to definitely credit Kid, though, as well. His team allowed him to play so aggressively on that Corki. The Morgana pick was a stroke of genius in that comp, and every time Kid got near anyone with his short-range Corki, exploded them, doing so much damage and staying consistent as well.
And that's both games, Space Jam. He did wonderfully well on the hyper carry, just transitioned over to that mid-game Corki and kind of showed Kane what he was capable of in the first game there. Really used both champions, their absolute maximums, and maybe he's now able to walk out of the shadow of some of the stronger AD carries in the league and show people that, hey, I know I've always been up there, but maybe I need to be considered in that top 2.
Well, we've seen a lot of creativity today, and we'll see if it continues again today. More LPL action coming right up after this short break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we have a gigantic match for you today. It's going to be OMG taking on Starhorn Royal Club, a rematch of the semi-finals at Worlds.
And it's crazy to think that just 3 short months ago, these teams fought. And so much has changed since then.
Bit of trading, maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, we rewind back 3 months ago. OMG were coming into a semi-final. Clear favorites. They had looked excellent in the quarterfinals. They were moving towards that final. And just like a year before, Starhorn Royal Club, that was their yardstick. They could never get past Starhorn Royal Club when it came to Worlds. The Uzian squad took down that game, went to finals. But here we are 3 months ago, and the identity of that Starhorn Royal Club team has changed dramatically.
Yeah, and it's gone from, instead of Uzian Club meaning that Starhorn Royal Club, it actually means OMG now.
Yeah, I mean, the Protect the Puppy strategy, that's about 2 years that Starhorn Royal Club had looked into perfecting that. You know, first it was Tabe & Co., and then, of course, it became Insec & Co. that really tried to perfect that strategy. You take that hyper carry Uzi away.
Yeah.
I mean, they actually tried to fill that void with Name, of course, during the off-season. That trade happening a little bit too late. Of course, Name not available for at least the first month or so of the season. Now they really have to redefine that play style. Uzi was their shot caller.
Yeah.
Losing your shot caller, losing the member that you built your team around, and then trying to have to forge something new. You know, Insect's actually taking up the shot calling now. A lot is fluid about Starhorn Royal Club, whereas OMG, they looked great in week 1.
Yes, OMG are just looking absolutely incredible. And the fact that they now have an extra carry to go along with, especially Cool in that lineup. I mean, that guy just makes plays across the map. But now having Uzi as well in that bottom lane, a little bit more aggressive. I mean, San maybe was a fantastic player in his own right, but not one of that top echelon. As we are into Champion Select already, ladies and gentlemen, the first ban off the board going to be Annie.
I think San gets a little bit too much criticism because OMG, they played a style where they thought, okay, we've got mid lane carries, we've got top lane carries. We don't need that AD carry to really be the hyper carry like Uzi. But now they've got Uzi as well, and when it works, it's beautiful.
It certainly is, but the ban's relatively intelligent coming through from both teams. Na being taken off the board, Cola not going to be able to play that one. Actually managed to get it twice last week, which is just ridiculous. It's so powerful in these team fights. Lysandra being taken off the board, and Cassidy as well, targeted at Korn, and Korn was fantastic on that champion.
And the support Annie drawing bans is something I would have never thought would happen before the start of the season, but it's been super effective, particularly with Sivir. So taking away that Annie and leaving the Sivir up, it's an interesting adaptation, but the result of all of it, Zero's Jano.
Yeah, Zero is going to be able to be on one of his more comfortable champions. Of course, a sort of Korean mainstay here, and Zero definitely not going to have any trouble picking that one up. Low actually looking at the Thresh maybe for a potential sort of counter pick to that support. And I don't know whether that necessarily works that way. Is Loveling going to be looking at the Jarvan? And I'm surprised they're not locking in Uzi's Sivir. I mean, played it 3 times last week.
Absolutely. I mean, Sivir falling down the priority after being banned in
there it is.
both
Going to be locked
games.
away.
Oh, we spoke too fast. But I mean, it's interesting to see it even getting to the second rotation of picks after being banned in our first series. So much priority put on that Zero Janna, which looked so strong. They're looking about a Vayne here. I mean, I thought they might keep that hyper carry flavor, and it looks like they're going to do it.
Yeah, potentially. Insec might actually be doing a little bit of mana hovering here to his buddy Uzi on the other team now, but we'll see whether they do decide to lock that one in. Korn actually looking at the LeBlanc, and it's going to be the lock-in of Corki here against this Sivir.
It makes a bit more sense. Obviously, we don't know too much about HYY, but we can't expect him to be that same hyper carry like Uze or even Nami, who's of course still in the squad. I do like the Janna first pick here just because it's kind of an answer to the Jarvan that's inevitably going to come out on the first rotation given the strength of Jarvan. But as this draft goes on, LeBlanc also falling to the third rotation there. Interesting to see Korn move away from just the Orianna and Fizz all day. LeBlanc's something new.
Yeah, looking to go for maybe a sort of raise the puppy comp that Starhorn Royal Club were known for. You know, using that Lulu with her shields, with her wild growth on that Sivir, maybe make her a bit more gigantic in these fights. As we do go over to Starhorn, they're hovering over that Lee Sin, sort of the third option here as far as that top echelon of junglers are concerned, considering the fact that Rek'Sai has been taken off the board, but looking at a Rengar as well. An Insect's Rengar is nothing to joke about.
No, Insect's Rengar is very strong, and I love the Aurelia pick here just because you look down OMG's team comp, not going to be a lot of damage from Lulu in the mid, if it is indeed a mid Lulu. I imagined it was going to be a mid Lulu, and they're actually considering Maokai here as well. it's actually quite a low damage comp coming out of OMG. Usually it's the 3 threats, right? It's go and get in your face and Aurelia. It's cool sniping people with Syndra, and then it's Uzi going crazy in team fights on a hyper carry. Much lower damage focus here, but the team fight control, the amount of CC is insane coming out from OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. But is it going to be another story like Energy Pacemaker in our last match that we saw? I mean, they sort of got to that late game and didn't quite have the damage to pull it through.
I mean, the Sivir pick is the big difference here. You're going to have, I mean, that Maokai between the Sivir ultimate and Lulu's Whimsy is going to be able to close the distance like crazy. And the interesting thing there is that Corki really struggles at DPSing down a true tank. Just because he's got that mixed damage, but he doesn't really have that same ability to burst through a big, like a Caitlyn might do in the late game. Like a Vayne. Massive consistent damage. It's more about the poking. So if you can get in their twisted advance on top of a Corki, you know, you're blocking all his AoE damage from the rockets. It's very difficult to burst it down. He's not a tank buster, is Corki. He's going to struggle there. And this Maokai, if he gets going, and going himself is such a wonderful top lane carry. If he can get big, it's going to be a struggle for Corki to put out the damage to be relevant in the team fights.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very scary. We'll see whether they can use it. Of course, the Wild Growth plus Twisted Advance combination is brutal. So much lockdown, and then you've got that AoE knock-up to come through as well. Not to mention leveling on Jarvan. I mean, there's just so much area control and lockdown coming from this team that Uzi might only need to be the damage source.
And look, we'll question the damage. I mean, I think it's a valid concern to say, okay, well, where's the damage coming from? But the CC trains are going to be amazing. And what have OMG always been best at? Controlling vision and getting picks. The amount of picks they can get, unbelievable.
Yeah, but we are getting into the game, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with our first game between Starhorn Royal Club and OMG. Starhorn on our blue side, and OMG picking up the red for our first match in this best of 2. Insec roaming out onto that map, and it looks like Starhorn going for a bit of a defensive start, trying to cover their entrances to the jungle.
Yeah, the fan out is being answered by a very aggressive move from OMG here. Their group, they want to go in. They want to spot the lanes here. They're not interested in any lane swaps. And if they are, they're going to be the ones initiating them.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're knowing exactly what's going on as Starhorn are just pressured out of their blue side jungle. You've got Saplings and Standards coming through first just to scout the way. And Low actually getting a very deep ward here. They want to know exactly where these lanes are going.
And coming back to that OMG mantle of play, they've always been about advancing vision down and getting picks. I mean, Twisted Advance, the Flag and Drag combo from Jarvan, the CC coming out from Core, Lua getting the picks there. Their pick potential is just unbelievable.
And look at what Starhorn have done. That was actually Korn entering the enemy jungle and then backing really, really deep. And they've got some very deep wards through here.
It's good to see that they're adapting to the pressure OMG's putting down. Of course, the disadvantage of having 4 or 5 members invading one area is that it opens up one-man squads from getting really aggressive wards down.
Yeah, correct. OMG looking for this lane swap and maybe even a late invade on this blue buff if they do manage to get through there. Seems to me like Starhorn Royal Club looking to start in that direction as Insec is hanging around that buff. See whether anything can come through here. Doing the cute little strategy where you get to pick yourself up some popcorn chickens by laying down those saplings. And, ooh, starting this Grom's going to be dangerous. Low's coming here. Does have that death sentence. It's going to land here onto Insect first up. And look at the burst damage. Forced to flash straight away. The Ignite ticking down. And so much aggression from OMG straight up. Loveling easily going to be able to take this one. Smites it away.
Taking a Rengar out of his jungle, disrupting his path, just means that level 6 power spike that Rengar will get is going to be significantly delayed in this game. They'll take Rengar blowing his flash. It just means his counter ganking will be weaker, his presence will be weaker, and Loveling's now licking his lips and thinking it's time to get those aggressive wards down and making sure Rengar doesn't get any camps for free.
Yeah, and having a great start on Jarvan as well, who can really impact the map straight away. You even see him doing these level 2 ganks. This could be really terrifying across the map now for Starhorn Royal Club.
So the lane swap has been put into place by OMG. It was expected with that aggressive move forward right here. As we see Insect, he even doesn't have a completed Gromp camp to pick up there. Sorry, he just has to go through. He's going to hit level 2 about 3.5 minutes into this game.
Yeah, going to be very, very sad times here for this Rengar, who does really like to hit that level 6 before he can really get a lot of work done, unless he's in that counter gang situation, as we've mentioned. And Loveling looking well on track here.
So the lane swap's been put into effect by OMG. They're pushing aggressively onto Aurelia here. It'd be interesting to see who gets the better swap of the lane swap situation. We see Janna, but Zero is actually going to go up top and try and help Aurelia through these early levels. I guess he's just thinking that HYY is probably quite free to do whatever he wants in the bot lane here as Maokai. He's just trying to make his presence felt elsewhere.
And what do you think about HYY's decision not to freeze this wave down bottom?
It's kind of been the standard in China. Like, we often see different flavors of lane pushing and lane freezing in Korea, but in China it's been all about pushing, and it kind of makes sense because if you have the vision of the enemy top laner at their turret, anchored under the turret, having to clear waves, it opens up so many aggressive jungle moves, and that's what Loveling's all about.
It certainly is, especially considering his start to this game. And as we're having a glance here at the mid lane, sort of LeBlanc known for being very aggressive and cool on this Lulu, going to be able to do a lot of defensive work with those shields. How do you think that this lane is going to shape up? Do you think that Cool needs to be careful at level 6?
I mean, Cool, as long as he's of the same level as LeBlanc, it's very hard to burst down a Lulu, just because, of course, he does get that burst of extra health with the wild growth. Lulu's basically an answering pick, as we see, of course, going very low in the jungle as Insect. It's very much an answering pick to the aggression that LeBlanc is going to put down. In the past, we've seen the Syndra answer to LeBlanc coming out from Cool, and to great success. In this game, Syndra was banned, so the different flavor is a bit more of a defensive choice coming out from Cool.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can impact this map. Of course, if that LeBlanc does get going, it could be a massive linchpin to this Starhorn Royal Club lineup, and Korn has shown to have his carry pants on in the past, especially in their matchup with M3.
Lovelings continue to expand the advantage, and this is what, as we see, he misplaces the pink that doesn't get it in the brush.
A bit sad.
Very awkward, so that where Kitty will get on the way around his jungle, so Loveling backs away here. Loveling's just going to try and reduce as much pressure from Starhorn Royal Club on Gogoing. This is consistently their strategy, is to ward up aggressively and give Gogoing just the most space possible to get farm on a really tanky champion like Maokai, just so in team fights he shows up ready to fight rather than really underfarmed in a 1v2 situation.
Yeah, and they often rely on Gogoing as well to be that gigantic frontline, and he often does manage to get through. His Insect's having a look down here in this bottom lane, but Gogoing so far back, I mean, I don't think that there's going to be too much to do down here, but the wave has moved up. No, Gogoing's just going to be hanging out. I
mean, Rengar works best in situations of complete communication. You know, when you have fantastic vision, you have lanes who are really talking and communicating, as Samsung White were famously doing with Dandy and Master and the rest of their team. Rengar can be so strong in a counter-ganging capacity before level 6. If that's not the case, if you're behind or you're just really struggling on the map, it's all about that level 6 power spike, of course.
Yeah, and we can see Cool actually laying down a lot of pressure onto Korn here. Has hit that level 6, does of course have the wild growth available if he does want to make himself gigantic. Now Korn has that 6. He's going to use that double distortion in order just to clear out this wave and head back to base. But Cool, I could imagine, is probably going to be able to push this one out.
Yeah, it's the wave clear advantage is the massive thing for Cool in the mid lane. It'll be interesting to see if he itemizes for a Chalice just to have a bit more defensive potential against the LeBlanc all-in. But maybe he'll go aggressive and just go straight for that Morello Nomicon.
We shall see. Low actually going to be starting up this dragon here for OMG. Loveling's come around, has spotted the fact that there is a ward right near there. Starhorn Royal Club's going to know that this one's going down, but they're not moving around to pick this one up.
No, they decided, we see the waves are pushing in the bottom lane here, so Corki and John have made the decision not to go and contest. It was actually a very well-placed ward to be able to avoid the pink, but of course, Loveling's Raptor buff did just spot it.
Yeah, spotted it out, but wasn't around for quite long enough to clear it out because they, of course, wanted to make sure that they secured that dragon because their timing was so exceptionally good. Going to teleport into this top lane, and we're going to have standard lanes from here on out, as Gogoing is going to be able to clean up a lot of these creeps.
I mean, speaking of fortunate timings, what a wonderful time to port into the top lane, just as that massive heat wave of about 2.5 waves of minions came in right there. Gogoing is certainly not being punished. He's already got that catalyst. I mean, will it be the Rod of Ages, the selfish choice, or will it be the mid-game power spike of the Righteous Glory? We'll have to wait and see.
We'll see what he does decide to go with here. So we're having a look down in this bottom lane. See how it does actually manage to pan out now that we've gone back to a standard laning situation. Azuzi does miss that cannon creep, unfortunately.
It's tough life in the bot lane.
Oh, it is hard. It is very, very hard.
Cool in the mid lane is indeed not going for the Athenes here. I mean, Athenes has seen such a drop-off. There was such a lot of effective mana regen taken away from it with all the base mana regen tweaks that came out in the Season 4 changes, and it's quite expensive. So Morello Nomicon for a much earlier power spike, but...
Oh, HYY is going to get caught by the death sentence here. It's a nice boomerang blade to get a lot of extra damage down, but HYY with that Gatling gun, she's going to be able to survive, but that's a lot of poke damage coming through.
I do credit Cool for being so confident even against a high burst champion like LeBlanc.
Oh, actually, there's the Whimsy coming down on the corner. Takes a lot of damage from that Glitter Lance as well. Actually, there goes the passive.
You saw Loveling hanging back there. He was actually waiting for Lu to get into Whimsy range so he'd be able to get guaranteed EQ combo up. It didn't quite work, but that level of communication is always wonderful to see from OMG.
Certainly is, and being an all-Chinese lineup, it does certainly help you out when you do need to make these sort of coordinated plays. So this top lane's just going absolutely fine. In the bottom lane, trying to work on as much of a freeze as Starhorn Royal Club can. They want to play safe now.
And credit to HYY here. We've actually seen this Sivir vs Corki lane matchup a couple of times. And it's been a real struggle for Corki to stay in this lane just because you often go out of mana if you want to use your Phosphorus Bomb to farm. But look at this. He's very comfortable. The CS is actually even after the lane swap. So Corki, he's very relevant in this lane, but we might see an engage bot.
Shall actually. Insect's going to jump in. This takes the Dark Passage to safety, and that's the beauty of Thresh.
Absolutely. No worries whatsoever, and now Insect has a couple of minutes to ponder his next move.
Yeah, we did actually have Thrill of the Hunt pop, so that's not going to be up for the next little while. Insect looking to be impactful if he can as a fight breaks out here in the top lane. Kohler taking the worst of this one as the Vengeful Maelstrom does come out.
Interesting to see Going already starting to inch forward in those trades up top. He's building the most effective stat against Aurelia, that flat health, probably coming out from that Rod of Ages right here. So he's going to be able to extend his advantage as Kohler. He just wants to farm.
Arcane Smash not going to quite land there, but Kohler on that Aurelia is going to have no worries clearing out these creeps under the turret. Takes another Arcane Smash. Kohler's going down so low.
Probably no real kill pressure coming out of Going, especially because Loveland is, going to get ready to hand over this blue buff on the other side of the map. But just, just harassing as much as possible to ensure that if any teleport play is required, going to be very low health is Kohler.
Certainly is. Teleport almost back up again here for Going, who's going down quite low there in the top lane. Kohler having used that Transcendent Blades in order to get himself back up to health.
Still no first blood at 10 minutes here. Kohler using pink very early to start getting the vision advantage around the top lane. Not too much happening.
Kohler actually going really aggressive here. There's the Equilibrium Strike. It's a nice use of the passive by Going to give himself some health back, but he's going to be forced back to base. Might be able to pick up at least some components for either that Righteous Glory or, of course, that Rod of Ages, depending on what he decides to go for.
It was interesting to see Going hold on to his flash. I think that's the sign of a great player, is knowing that he had the counter flash potential and he knew that all of Aurelia's abilities were on cooldown. So she had no true kill pressure there, despite the fact he was down to about that 100, 200 health range. So it's the mark of a great top laner to be able to use your summoner spells so judiciously. Yeah,
he certainly knew exactly when to use it if he needed to, but not actually going for either of the items that we mentioned, just going to head towards those Mercury Shreds.
Which does suggest to me probably going to be the Righteous Glory pickup, unless he was just at a really awkward gold value.
Yeah, potentially. The stage is going to be back into this lane. You can see pink wards are focused towards that top side.
But that jungler, he's snuck in.
He has Loveling coming through. He gets the knock up. So much bouncing going on to Zero here, and that's the Cataclysm down. That's going to spell first blood. It's a beautiful Death Sentence as well, as Kohler's found his way into this one. So's Going, and Kohler's being locked up here on the backside, trying to get some work done, but it's actually Uzi falling down to Insect here, his former teammate. He's going down low himself. HYY gets caught by a Death Sentence. Beautifully played as Cool comes to the party as well.
3 for 2 is the trade right there. An excellent timing on the roam coming out from Cool. Korn tried to make the counter roam, but of course all this wave clear means the wave is never in the right spot to roam as LeBlanc, and they're going to pick up the turret and get a nice little advantage here in the bot lane.
Yeah, 40 seconds until Dragon as well, so both teams going to be aware of that one coming through as this bottom lane turret does fall down. Uzi actually going to be heading towards the top lane here, so not going for that Dragon pressure straight up.
Yeah, a lot of gold coming on to Cool here, picking up 2 kills. 2-0-0 is the score right there. Uzi did fall, but of course he does have that utility focus with that ultimate. He'll get to his big items before too long. And OMG just come out of that with a marked advantage. About 1,000 gold is the advantage at 12 minutes into the game.
Yeah, not to mention the extra 6% on all of those damage stats. Is Loveling going to use that sweeper to clear out this ward here. And again, with vision control around the Dragon on the side of OMG. Their vision has been so good throughout the LPL so far.
Absolutely, and ever since their introduction to the league, that has been their standout point, has been their ability to advance wards and really get those aggressive picks and turn it into decisive wins. Before OMG came onto the scene, a lot of late-game team fighting was the mark of the Chinese LPL. Now it's about picks and picking up objectives.
Yeah, and it looks to me like Insect going to completely give up on this one as Howling Gale does come through. Not going to be able to do anything to this Dragon. And second Dragon going in a reset fashion towards OMG easily here as it's just the blue buff trade over in response by Royal Club.
Absolutely. Awkwardly reset there, but no real loss. And they even pick up a second objective with the mid-terror here. Suddenly, Starhorn Royal Club are very much on the back foot. Yeah,
they're really looking for a win here around the map. And Cola might be that answer with this top lane turret potentially, but there are 3 men strong making their way up, and Cola may need to get the heck out of here.
Does have pink ward vision here, so we'll know that Maokai is coming. Does not have advanced vision on Jarvan, though. So if he overstays...
Oh,
look at Insect. We could see one of those famed 6-person top lane fights.
We shall see whether it does come through. Seems like Cool has decided not to come through here as Cole is waiting around in the brush. Cole going to come through, gets the Equilibrium strike there as well. Vengeful Maelstrom has come out. Gogoing's going to pop that one. But if he walks further forward, Royal Club might have an opportunity here, but no, he's just going to head.
Not a man to be baited is Gogoing. He understands the limits of his champion, the limits of his role. He doesn't see 2 members on the map, and he thinks, I don't really need this kill. I don't really want to die. I'm going to stand over here.
Yeah, he's also Maokai. Doesn't have gigantic burst potential on that particular
decent burst potential. He's got the blasting one, but no ignite to secure any kills, and a lot of alarm bells. The Spidey sense is well and truly on right there for Gogoing.
They were, as he might get spotted out here in the top lane. Thrill the Hunt has been popped. Vengeful Maelstrom may not be enough here as he's taking so much damage. Cute little Howling Gale, and that could potentially be the kill, and it is Cola picking up that one.
The answering movement here is OMG. They have a 3-man squad coming through the mid lane here. Do not want to see an overstay from Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, HYY and Korn still hanging out in that mid lane. They're going to see this. Oh, actually, Loveling just going to get evaporated in the top side. OMG now with a man short. Death Sentence is going to go wide as well as Insect's going to launch himself onto this team. But that was an odd decision, of course. Was in a pretty difficult position as Zero's going to fall down as well.
And that's a 2-for-1 trade effectively there just because Loveling decided, I know my team's coming. I'm going to heroically die and keep them all in position. So it was a heroic sacrifice from Loveling right there. Picks up a kill for Uzi. He'll be happy with that 2-for-1 trade.
Yep, what a wonderful Demacian Prince is that Jarvan 4. Korn's made his way up here as well. Cole are going to try and clear out these creeps with a little bit of extra help.
I mean, OMG's still in that growing pain situation where each player on the team kind of has to re-clarify their role with Uzi being added to the lineup. Uzi's always going to demand resources. That's just the reality of him as a player. So we thought, okay, is it going to be the top lane that's going to sacrifice a bit? And we've seen a bit more sacrificing from going in the top lane.
Oh, Descent's going to land on a Cola here as well as Korn's taking a bit of damage from that Glitter Lance at the same time. OMG just looking to try and get as much down as they can as the Mimic going to get giggled at here by our members of OMG as this tower gets tanked up.
And it's going to tank it up here. Of course, Cole's going to use the ultimate on himself, not expecting any team fights to come in soon. Loveling comes around. 3 turrets to 0. This is the OMG mid-game special.
Yeah, the outer ring already being dealt with as going is just going to clear out these waves with his ultimate. And that mid lane turret's going to be safe as well.
Be interesting to see if we see the power spike coming in on the Rod of Ages coming on to Gogoing. He's back in here. If he has that Rod of Ages, it means that about 27 minutes into the game, that'll be fully stacked up. And that's when the team fight pressure from OMG will start to really come through.
Yeah, it does have that cloth armor as well, so looking to build up some of that armor in order to deal with Insect and HYY. But I like the fact that he picked up the Null Magic Mantle earlier on because there's a lot of magic damage coming out of Starhorn Royal Club.
It's probably going to be, you know, the Merc Treads into the Frozen Heart, the obvious builds here. The Frozen Heart just to shut down some of Aurelia's true damage, and the Merc Treads just to ensure that he can stay and stick in a fight.
Not to mention the fact that Maokai really just loves having a lot of extra cooldown reduction as Thriller Hunt's going to be popped. Lowe's in a lot of trouble. Howling Gale to come through. Korn just pops him.
Cole didn't even have ultimate. He was in position to try and throw and didn't even have it off cooldown, and it wouldn't have made a difference.
Yep, used it to tank the turret in the top lane, but not really going to be picking up any objectives from this one as going to head back up top. Cole is going to be clearing out this pink with his own here.
It feels like we're getting an encapsulation of why OMG is such a strong team in this game, in that there's been equal kills, 5-5 is the kill score, but the amount of objectives is night and day for OMG. 3 turrets and 2 dragons compared to just the kills to show for all their hard work for Starhole and Royal Club.
Yeah, and they're just not making the positional advancements that they want to. And OMG, of course, just know exactly where they need to make their moves.
So they haven't quite got down the trademark OMG aggressive vision just yet. There's been enough skirmishes that actually the pink wards and the defensive wards coming out from Starhole Royal Club have been acceptable. Loveling's kind of been the one to fall down a bit here. He's a bit behind where he'd want to be. He's gone for the Sightstone just to try and arrest some of that vision snowball that Starhole was slowly able to pick up. Going, he's just happily farming up the top.
Yeah, and what do you think about Insect's overly sort of aggressive damage build here on this Rengar?
It's kind of a trademark. It's what we see out of Insect frequently, is the ability to go in there and get a pick. And maybe he's going to be able to surprise this OMG team and burst down a person before Cool's even able to react with that wild growth. In the short term, it could be very effective. I think in the longer term, in the mid to late game, where that damage burst isn't just going to be quite as relevant, it might hurt him that he hasn't gone a bit tankier early.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can make use of these mobility boots as well, of course. Taking a bit of a hit as far as their effectiveness is concerned, but gets you around the map so quickly.
Well, he's gone completely for a pick build here. He is going to do massive damage himself, and if he has any members with him, someone should die.
They should, indeed. And he's stalking down the bottom side. Doesn't quite have Thrill of the Hunt available just yet, as OMG going to take that Scuttle Crab. You can see there's no wards there in that Tri-Brush, but the wave just not quite where Starhorn really wants it.
So Going's grouped here just because he doesn't feel like his team has quite the vision down to be able to go for a teleport play. They're trying to clear vision around and rush this third important dragon right here to get that movement speed bonus. You have to think Starhorn Royal Club's going to contest.
They also really want to deny this from Starhorn Royal Club, but there's Thrill of the Hunt, has been popped, not utilized at all as Howling Gale does come through. This dragon still available. The 50-50s here, but it's going to be taken by Insect. There's a Monsoon to try and get everyone out of here, and Zero forced to flash away as well, but Cola is doing so much work around here as Korn's just going to get evaporated in the middle of this fight. There's the flash by Going, sacrificing himself potentially as it's going to go wide there with the Descent. Cola's going to fall down. HYY is dead as well. Oh, Cola with a cute little flash over the wall. Insect's on top of a ward though. Wants to try and get through. Cola comes in, picks up Going. And Uzi coming around. He's got a lot of damage. Spell Shield's nothing there at that stage as Boomerang Blade does come through. Insect still trying to run away.
Worth knowing through all this that Starhorn Royal Club are trying to retreat through the enemy jungle right here. Insect, he's trying to open it, but he's going to die eventually.
Yeah, and there's the help picks. Being pretty helpful in securing that kill onto Insect as well. So nicely played as far as the kills were concerned, but the really important thing is Starhorn Royal Club got the dragon. And
the crazy thing in that team fight, it was Zero's play right there. Did you see the ultimate he was able to put out right there? We're going to get a replay here. Watch Zero's ultimate right here, as we're going to see the flash engage coming out very strong with Lua. They get it very long. The flash engage comes in, but watch the amount of separation he's able to get. All of OMG threats are separated, and that's why we saw so much burst damage coming out onto Loveling right here. But here's where the re-engage happens. You see Going pushing his limits. He always does it. Flashes in and re-engages right there, and even though it's so low, the fight continues here, and Starhorn Royal Club, it was a wonderful flash from Cola. They opened up so much time. They were always going to take at least one casualty, but only to pay one right there, and to pick up that kill, Starhorn Royal Club absolutely came out ahead right there with the Dragon Steel.
Yeah, looking fantastic, and the gold, really nothing to talk about. 1,500, or 1,500. Of course, I do like to not be able to pronounce my numbers quite as correctly as I otherwise would. Is OMG going to steal away this Crimson Brambleback?
And we have to return to the team comps being picked here. So much gold here is on Cool, who will be able to do respectable damage, especially with this damage snowball, but towards the later game is going to fall off. That's just the reality of that AP Lulu mid lane pick. A lot is relying on Uzi right here. If OMG can't get a consistent amount of dragons and barons out, if they can't control vision, as we can see Loveling trying to advance vision very considerably here, they will face damage problems in the late game. They really want to pick up these objectives, and that's why it's massive that Starhorn Royal Club were able to pick up that third dragon.
Definitely is. Uzi actually looking to try and pick up a Last Whisper as his next item as well, so wanting to maximize his damage against the potential Frozen Heart coming through from Cola. This tower going very low. OMG brute forcing their way to their first inner turret of the game. 4 now to 0. So much map control.
And it's this grouping strategy that actually really works in OMG's advantage right here, because you look down this Starhorn Royal Club team.
Insect maybe caught out.
Yeah, we see the ultimates popped here. Thrill of the Hunt, though, is going to be very difficult to chase down Insect right here. But returning to the team comps here, you look down Starhorn Royal Club's team comp. Very little AoE wave clear coming through here. Of course, LeBlanc famously doesn't quite have a lot of wave clear unless she gets very much in danger. Corki can use his spells but can't instant clear at all. And Aurelia's ultimate will clear over time, but she wants to keep that for other things. So if they're able to stay grouped and pushing with all the poke coming out from OMG, that's where they'll feel the most confident.
Yeah, not to mention the engage potential coming through from OMG. So a siege situation, especially with a Corki, is just not something Starhorn can do in this game.
And that's why we have to keep such close tabs on Zero. It was an amazing ultimate that really kept them in that last team fight. And he'll need to keep his flash and potentially even use it aggressively for them to pick up team fight wins here. Not
to mention that the longer this game goes, the more tanky Cola is going to get and the more of a damage threat that can't be removed.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Frozen Heart pickup on both sides here from the top lane. It's just to kind of work against the comps they're playing. Of course, Lulu sword attacks are powered up through AP on that passive, so it's very relevant to pick up this Frozen Heart. Is completed here. 5-1-1 is Cola, and this is kind of the interesting point of this game where we think, okay, this is a Starhorn Royal Club. It's always been about protecting an AD carry. The AD carry is actually struggling 0-2-4, but very decent CS on HYY. Will it finally be the time for Cola to step up and say, look, I'm also relevant here. I can win a fight off my own back with this farm.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that a lot more of these games for Starhorn Royal Club are going towards the focus of Cola and Korn in these solo lanes because they don't have their star AD carry to rely on, and these guys have to step up. And we have to say, especially in their game against M3, it was working out.
It's one of those things where it's a question, right? We're not sure if they can have that carry focus, if they can actually take gold leads and translate them into game wins.
Oh, Cool taking a lot of damage here as Going's got so deep. It's a nice Monsoon to get him the heck out of there, but Zero's going to get punished for it. Cataclysm out of this fight straight away. It's a 4v5, now a 4v3. As Korn's going to fall down as well. Cola just throwing some Transcendent Blades through the team. And Cool, very, very low on health. OMG just going to take it and back away.
And it looked like a suicidal engage from Going, but the one thing Starhorn Royal Club did not have there was a grouped Cola. So much of the gold on this team comes from this Aurelia. Aurelia is the key to their team fights at this point. She was not able to group until well after the rest of the OMG team had already ripped through the front line.
Yeah, beautifully played by OMG. Get in, get a couple of picks, and get the heck out of there. There's 2-1-8 now for Uzi. Just 100% kill participation on this Sivir, and now has that Last Whisper completed as well. So it's not going to hurt as much that Cola has picked up this Last Whisper because he's going to be, I mean, not Last Whisper, the Frozen Heart, because he's going to be able to cut through a lot of that armor.
What hurts the most for Starhorn Royal Club is actually a very subtle thing here. Going has his teleport available and Cola does not. And as we've noted, Cola is the key to a teamfight victory here. So how do you deal with the potential of side lanes pushing, Going going to be split pushing, only Aurelia can really stand up to him? When these dragons come in, Aurelia's going to have to really be on point.
Yeah, and OMG with such good timing on this dragon as well. They started up but decide not to go through with it as Cola's found Cool here as well. The Wild Growth was forced to be popped. They're going to re-engage onto this dragon and easily pick it up. Look at all the damage coming through from these OMG members, easily taking down that dragon.
And this rotational play is only going to get stronger and stronger. They've got a 5-minute window. Well, they had a 5-minute window to take advantage of that. They pick up the dragon, now teleports on cooldown from Going. But basically, Starhorn Royal Club at this point needs teleport or needs to find a 5v5 engage, and I don't see why OMG will let them do that.
Ooh, Descent's going to go wide there by low, but they now have that extra movement speed provided by the dragon as I was going to get Whimsy here. Very cute. Ooh, Insect going to throw that Thrill of the Hunt out. Does get the Boulder Strike down onto low, but looks to me like they are going to be able to escape from this one. Cool, playing some fantastic defense with those shields.
They are able to draw out the Thrill, the On the Hunt from Sivir, though, which is an important cooldown. They're going to try and re-engage very soon, but OMG, you'd think, are not interested in fighting without that big cooldown available.
Yeah, and it seems like OMG have so much control of when these fights go off, when they want to go for them, that they can just hang around on the hunt. Of course, not a high cooldown, which is why Uzi's a little bit trigger happy with it. Of course, just because he can be.
And you saw the disadvantage of the real DPS focus build that Insect had right there. He jumped in, hit the Boulder Strike, and then got the hell out of that fight because he does not have the tanky stats to be able to hold the team up. We saw early in the game Love being able to EQ in, buy time for his team to come clean up, and Insect is not really able to do that.
Not quite. As does have that Ghost Blade completed as well. So we're talking about a damage build that is certainly coming in. Not going to be sitting on any Brutalizers this game. Going to be getting that active so that he can really make the plays around this map. It hasn't quite been working out. We'll see whether that Thrill of the Hunt can be utilized to greater effect as this game progresses.
I'm going to expect in the next team fight, going to use his Twisted Advantage on the ulting Rengar and then to take him out very early in the fight, because he will die instantly to focus fire right here. And OMG's biggest strength in the games we've seen so far has been target selection. There's been so many fights where OMG will walk away with a fight with 3, 4 members with just perhaps flashing health, 300 health at most,
yeah,
and 4 deaths on the enemy team. They have that excellent team fight playmaking and calling, and they're going to use that here, you have to think, against a full DPS Rengar.
He's a monster. But, oh, actually another longsword coming in here. I could imagine that's possibly a Hex Drinker with a lot of magic damage coming through in Going and Cool combined, but my gosh, it's so damage focused.
Full damage against a supporty mid lane is a bit curious to me, though, I have to say.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does manage to make it work. Hasn't been working fantastically thus far. It does have very close to 100% kill participation.
I mean, look at the wards, though, here, Atlas. We look at the map here. There's very aggressive vision and positioning coming out from OMG, and there's nary a ward on the map coming out. Perhaps only the Sidestone wards from Zero on the map from Starhorn Royal Club. This is OMG's map to take advantage of as they please.
And it's so beautiful as well because they made sure that that bottom lane wave of minions was pushed right up to the inhibitor turret, and someone is going to miss out on a lot of money that's dying to that turret, as you can see.
No, they're just ignoring it completely. They feel that there's going to be a dive the moment they send anyone away. And the issue here is that if Aurelia goes to deal with that wave, I have a feeling they're going to lose the fight during the channel of that TP just because of how much gold from that team is on Aurelia.
Yeah, it's true. As Korn's going to aggressively...
There's no good decisions here, Atlas.
No, there certainly aren't. And OMG are making sure they play on that, making sure that they utilize the choices that Starhorn Royal Club are forced to make.
It would be very aggressive to try the Baron here, especially against Rengar, who will have that Throw of the Hunt and the vision from it. So they're looking for a pick here, hoping to either blow the Rengar ultimate or take someone out.
Descent is going to go a little bit wide. It's a nice 4-man Howling Gale from Zero, but he's not going to even see the fact that that came through. Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. A few members of OMG are going to be notified of it with that exclamation mark, but
baiting out that cooldown, and baiting out that cooldown does mean that Baron is a very legitimate objective. It's going to be a very aggressive move for Starhorn Royal Club to check this, but they need to do it right now.
Yeah, it's down to almost half health here as Starhorn Royal Club are making their way into the pit, but OMG looks to be not letting up on this one. Uzi just going to be tanking through the damage, and Loveling secures it, and they are going to engage here as well. On the Hunt has been popped. It's going to be a little bit of a monsoon, but that is not going to be enough to save in second. Loveling says that I am not finished yet, looking for more members of Starhorn Royal Club to kill, but now that they have the Baron buff, they are going to be able to siege so much more effectively on the side of OMG.
Full damage. Rengar blew up instantly, and now we're going to see some tanking of the turret, and they're just going to push down. They have positional advantage, forcing the teleports home to come out from Starhorn Royal Club. They'll pick up this inner turret, and they have no reason to stop. They're going to take some more objectives here, Atlas.
Yeah, they're heading towards that inner turret in the top lane as well. As nice little ride on the Dark Passage that Loveling's going to take there to clear out these minions, get some pumped up ones to come through and tank out this turret, and we'll see whether Royal Club can actually do anything about it. I
don't think so against Baron buff. It's going to be a second outer turret falling, all the outer turrets down, and only one turret killed for Starhorn Royal Club here. I don't know how they'll ever get enough position on this map to take an objective, and so I have to think they're either going to bleed it out slowly or OMG is going to smell blood and go for the kill.
Yeah, and look at the stranglehold that OMG has in Vision as well. There's pink wards all throughout Starhorn Royal Club's jungle because they haven't been able to get there and do anything, and they've lost all of their outer ring of turrets, so nowhere is safe for this team.
Absolutely no map vision whatsoever. And they come for this blue buff steal. They have no right to be able to do this, and they might pay for it with their lives.
Yeah, Thrill of the Hunt has been popped, so he's going to stealth up, but the Cataclysm comes through, and there's no way for him to get out of this one as Loveling's going to flash out of his own Cataclysm. The fight is on for real, and Going's taking no damage, zoning 3 members at once as Cole is being dealt with in the backline, forced to use that flash, and that's Loveling picking up the kill. Korn, that's not the right one, but On the Hunt's been popped here as well as Cool is going to take care of Korn as well. Oh, there's the Boomerang Blade, and look at the damage coming through. HYY just gets taken out, and that's going to be the flayed up auto attack of Lou. to really get that one through. And Zero now the only member alive.
Going is a literal raid boss in the front there. Just the Rod of Ages and Frozen Heart and a bit of magic resist makes him so tanky. He's only 3 people away from the engage. And once Sivir hits that fleet of foot passive, you can't shut her down. She's too fast for you. OMG clean up the kills, and they push on towards this victory.
Yeah, only 1 kill that Uzi hasn't had a part of in this game as well. It looks to me like a bit of a support Sivir. And it's working out for OMG fantastically. The first inhibitor of the game going to be going to OMG in this mid lane. And 10,000 gold is now the lead. And this team is just pulling Starhorn Royal Club apart.
And I guess I wonder out loud to myself whether this is going to be a new dawn for Uzi, whether he's going to be willing to pick up those more support-orientated AD carries, or whether this is just Uzi and OMG deciding that, look, Sivir's really strong right now. We'll use her while we can, and if any changes come out to Sivir, we'll go back to the hyper carry style. Of course, we've seen Uzi's veins so far in the LPL.
Yeah.
What a treat that was. But it's just interesting to just track that hyper carry as he slowly starts to understand his role in this OMG team.
Yeah, well, so far, I mean, 4 out of his 5 picks have been that Sivir. It looks like he's very comfortable on this champion, and now with 4 damage items, that massive quadra damage build.
It doesn't even matter that he doesn't have a damage ultimate. His right clicks are going to be like an ultimate.
Yeah, we can see that being demonstrated on the Scuttle Crab right here. As the vision has been brought forward just a little bit here by Royal Club, as Korn's actually going to get tagged blind by that Boomerang Blade. Takes half of his health. Nice use of that spell shield, and Korn's just going to get evaporated. Kohler now, he's not that tanky raid boss that they really need him to be because Uzi's so huge. Look at the shields coming through onto him, and Uzi he could have just stood there and right-clicked.
The amount of disrespect to walk up to a LeBlanc with a Death Cap, with a Merlonomicon, even some extra AP on top of it, and just 1v1-er. Uzi knows the limit of every champion, and it's just wonderful to see.
Yeah, and it was so easy for him as well, as OMG is going to push through. The Nexus turret's now under fire as 2 carries from Starhorn Royal Club are dead. The first one's down. The second one surely going to follow as Lou's going to get wild growth. No one else is going to die on the side of OMG, and what a beautiful win for OMG in this first matchup against Royal Club.
We were tracking this game. It was 5-5. It was looking even, but we talked about the amount of objectives that OMG were able to take with those 5 kills. And it just went further from there. The Insect's full damage build meant that he wasn't really relevant in team fights. And they just strangled SHRC, Starhorn Royal Club, out of this game. It's what they hoped to do 3 months ago at Worlds, but they put it into place and put it into practice wonderfully here.
Yeah, it was fantastic to see. It was all of these turrets going down in the early game. I mean, the kills were going in both directions early on, but it was that early dragon, the early outer ring of turrets being taken down, and OMG just never let up. They kept the stranglehold going on, and I don't know how Starhorn Royal Club can really do anything to counter back, or whether they're just going to have to pick their own sort of very vision-heavy playstyle.
We're going to cut to a replay here just to see some of the domination that OMG were able to put out this game. So we're tracking it quite late here. We're 30 minutes into the game. This is when Starhorn Royal Club were like, let's try to take something because we've given up too much here. Loveling's so smart to put down the pink ward there. They had perfect vision on Insect the whole time. And Going is a monster. Look how little damage he's taken. 3 members, the 2 carries of the team, LeBlanc and Corky, could do nothing against Going. He continued to peel for his team, working in with Loveling, and this is when Uzi starts to get going. He flashes for the auto attack, and once he gets an auto attack on Corky, he activates that passive, and HYY, he eventually accepts his fate, turns around, dies heroically. Luo actually picks up the kill. Bit of bloodthirsty support play there, but that's just OMG in a nutshell. We're still seeing Going command fights, almost a team fight general on that Maokai. We're still seeing Uzi, even on that more supportive Sivir, getting the hyper carry done, being a very smart team player. And that's the scary thing about OMG. They're starting to look like a team very quickly, and that's a warning shot to the rest of the LPL.
It certainly is, of course, with Name on the bench at the moment as well. Starhorn Royal Club probably looking to level up as he does come into their roster. But we are going to have Game 2 coming up extraordinarily quickly as Starhorn Royal Club look to bounce back against OMG. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Ellis Anderson, joined by Chris Papa Smithy Smith. And that was a dismantling shown by OMG against Starhorn Royal Club in that game.
An impressive dismantling coming from Uzi and his new friends OMG against his old team Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah.
Just some fantastic objective play, great rotations. OMG just looking so strong. And on a comp that's a bit out of their comfort zone. We're always talking about the top lane carry, the mid lane carry coming out from OMG. Instead, we saw actually quite a low damage comp coming out from OMG. They didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, and seeing Cool pick up this Lulu as well, another champion that, he hadn't played in quite a while. Of course, everyone was playing Lulu in the mid lane for a while, but bringing that one through and showing that he doesn't necessarily have to be on these carry assassins is really beautiful to see.
I know we would have seen the Syndra coming out from Cool if it was available. It was a smart ban out coming out, kind of forcing him onto a defensive champion. But as you point out, he didn't miss a beat. He looked just as capable with a little bit less offensive flavor. And just allowed Uzi to show up with 4 damage items and crush Starhorn Royal Club.
Yeah, that being said, Uzi sort of sitting back, not getting all of the kills donated to him, not being this sort of child that needs to be given all of the toys to keep him happy, that sort of thing. Not going to be any of those situations. As we are jumping into Champion Select, Nah going to be taken off the board. Cola's never going to see that one again, ever.
Nope.
And Rek'Sai going to be taken away from Loveling as well. I don't think he's going to see that one.
And the priority on that Janna pick didn't really pay off for Starhorn Royal Club. They had the last pick potential here, so they probably won't be seeing that Janna. Might even ban it on the red side, but we're seeing some very strong bans come through already.
Yeah.
It feels like something's going to slip through, though.
Yeah, OMG deciding this time to ban Azir now that they're on the blue side, and Aurelia being taken off the board. Cola being forced on a completely different champion yet again.
And it theoretically removes a top laner with carry potential. Of course, Cola was massive in that game at one point. 5 1-on-1 very early. You're taking away a strong laner with carry potential and just saying to Cola, all right, that Aurelia was pretty good. We know your Na's good. What else you got?
Yeah, please show it to us. And Cola's going to have to this game. We'll see what he decides to go with. As Siva's going to get banned away, and Cool going to just instantly.
It just feels like in the last year or so, it doesn't matter what patch, doesn't matter how many times Riot's like, okay, we don't like this Cassidy guy, nerf. Cassidy comes back, he finds a way, the mobility, his kind of flexibility as a flex pick. And it's crazy, we've talked so far today about Lissandra as a flex pick, even Morgana as a flex pick in China. Cassidy, he's one of the more famous ones over the past few months. He does it so well, and now he's locked in. Yeah,
and it could be going picking that one up, of course. I said Cool the first time because here in China, we see Cassidy being predominantly used in that mid lane, and with the LeBlanc being available as well, I mean, Korn can pick that one up again, but Cassidy has a fine time against that champion.
They have the open option, right? They can do whatever they see fit there. It's probably not going to be a jungle Cassidy, but the solo lanes are very much
in the past.
Sure, anything's possible there, Atlas.
It is. You are definitely.
Now, the one important thing here, we see Cola has stolen away the Maokai, so it's not going to be the carry top, especially in a damage sense per se, but Maokai's been a driving force in a couple of teams' victories today. If he can go unrestricted in the laning phase, if he can actually farm up, get a Rod of Ages, or get a very early Righteous Glory, he has so much power. And I saw your smirk because he's not going to have his Rengar this time, his Insect.
Yeah, Loveling actually going to lock that one away. There are, of course, a slew of junglers available here for Insect. Can pick up his very famous Lee Sin if he wants to. HYY hovering over a cute little Vel'Koz, which I very much enjoy. Nocturne, another option. So we'll see what Insect decides to go with. We know his champion pool is gigantic.
And the Nocturne is locked in here.
Wow.
Very exciting to see Nocturne come out in the LPL.
Oh my gosh, does this mean that we could have a potential double global comp?
Let's take a breath.
Could the Twisted Fate happen?
Let's take a breath. I'm not sure of Korn's ability on that Twisted Fate, but the Nocturne is locked in right here. And OMG...
If they didn't have damage in their comp beforehand, they certainly do now, ladies and gentlemen.
The Civ is gone, and the only champion he's shown other than Siva is the Vayne, which, I mean, about as opposite a flavor as you can get between two champions. He's maybe not going to lock it in. He's more considering the Tristana, which has been powerful, but any of these picks will be exciting. We'll wait and see what he locks in, but I would expect the LeBlanc to come out here. Syndra is available, so we might see that skill matchup in the mid lane, but the LeBlanc lock-in is what I expect.
Yeah, so LeBlanc taken away, and Uzi going to lock in that Vayne as well. So much damage coming in this game for OMG as we look over their full lineup. That's almost, I mean, Loveling going to have to build full tank straight away on this Rengar. Not going to be seeing any Ghost Blades coming through here, but Syndra was available, And Korn going to lock that one away straight away.
I mean, you say that Loveling has to build a tank. I mean, he probably should, right? But
doesn't mean that he
I mean,
has to.
how many people from OMG are going to be diving into fights here? All 4 of them are going to be going straight in there. Rengar, Kassadin, LeBlanc. I mean, the double AB assassins.
Yeah.
But if you build any magic resist, Uzi's going to have a fun time diving into fights too. So this is what we like to see from OMG. It's all right. Last game we had tanks, support mid laners, and like a supportive AD carry. And this time it's actually I'm the carry. No, I'm the carry. No, I'm the carry. And it's going to be fun to see.
It's going to be really, really fun to see. And it looks like OMG really going to shake up their playstyle as well this game, probably going for a lot more picks throughout that early game. Not going to see this sort of rotational play where First Blood doesn't happen until about 15 minutes into this game. You could imagine that we're going to be jumping straight into the action with this one.
See, it could be a quiet start to the game, but you just know at one point someone's going to pop off on this OMG side and go crazy.
Yeah, so good luck to our observer actually seeing what happens throughout this game and making sure we get the kills, because people could be dying in instants this game.
It's going to be a very different flavor just from the picks, because, I mean, OMG, they were all about using that huge CC train into getting picks, and they didn't really have a lot of Baron damage. They didn't have huge damage in team fights. It worked out. They did play those objectives very smartly. They took out the early dragons and kind of forced Starhorn Royal Club's hand. If they had had more objectives, they could have hung back and kind of waited for the late game where it was just going to be a lot of tanky men and an Uzi eye. But now, we'll see what we got here.
See what happens as we do get into the game. And welcome to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. OMG now on our blue side, and Starhorn Royal Club trying to bounce back here on the red side. Cola picking away that Maokai from Go-Going in the last game, and this time Go-Going opting for a more damage-focused choice.
So Janna got to the 3rd rotation of picks, which is almost unheard of in competitive League of Legends right now. But look at this answering support from Zero.
He actually did decide to go with the Vel'Koz, which I sort of passed over, expecting that to not be locked in as the Distortion going to go over the wall. 2 auto attacks, cool.
And as casters, we sometimes glaze over some of these more flavorful picks coming out from the enemy team. But if Zero knows anything, it's about laning as Janna. So maybe he has some good ideas about how to lane against Janna. I think we might even see a 2v1 here, just because maybe how do I know how much experience OMG have in a competitive setting against the Vel'Koz support?
Yeah, and Vel'Koz with a lot of poke potential as well. And if you do manage to land all of his abilities, has so much raw damage power just based on levels that you do pick up on that champion. So we'll see whether Zero can use that to great effect. And we know Zero as a monster support player.
And as usual, OMG get very aggressive wards down, and this time on the red side jungle from Starhorn Royal Club. They're still looking for the lane swap, but probably the big thing to me is they're not going to let Insect just farm up to level 6. He's going to have a struggle to get as many camps as he wants.
Oh, yes, he is. We'll see whether they do manage to keep him down here. No focus is over on the other side, and it looks to me like Starhorn Royal Club wanting to start at their blue, where no members of OMG are working. Oh, Zero. That is not the place you want to be. Does get a W down across the members, but that's all he's going to be able to have as he falls down for first blood.
Vel'Koz has a lot of things, but HP is not one of them.
Nor mobility.
No.
So unfortunately, both of those sort of biting him in the butt there a little bit as he does fall down. And this red buff is going to go down early on as well. So if Loveling transitions to his own red buff straight away, you could see Insect possibly starting with only 1 buff this game.
So the question I'll raise of Zero there is why choose to re-invade your own red side? We saw that that Insect was in position to take a camp at level 1, so it wasn't like he was fighting for that ward. He's seen the enemy team come through. He knew they had at least some wards out there, so it just seemed a bit reckless to re-invade the red buff, and he paid for it.
Yeah, looks like Insect is going to be able to find his way to the enemy red buff, though. So a bit of vertical jungling going to go on, but Insect not going to fall too far behind.
The classic 2v2 top lane situation.
Yeah, this is going to come through, and this is something that they did learn by, Zero falling down there in the early game, is the fact that everyone was on that top side. So managing to get the laning situation that they want, bit of a silver lining there on that fairly obvious cloud, as Insect's going to be able to take away the red buff, as we were mentioning. Loveling as well, going down fairly low here in the jungle. Going to be able to secure his red at the same time, as Low actually getting a lot of poke down onto these guys, and Uzi as well, managing to get a couple of shots. And it's HYY that's taking the punishment as well, and that is not what you want. And
I'll speculate and say that this is a counter lane swap here just to get the 2v2 against Vayne. Usually don't want Vayne to get through laning phase unscathed. The last time we saw OMG play Vayne, Uzi actually backed with enough gold to pick up a Blade of the Ruin King straight up, so he went through a laning phase, skipped it basically in a 1v1 situation, and carried from there. So they wanted this 2v2, but the awkward thing is, although Corki's very favorable in a 2v2 versus Vayne, he was actually denied for the first wave or so of CS and experience. The one of the few times we've seen experience denial coming out in the LPL so far because his support died. So he's actually on the back foot this whole laning phase, probably had to skill his Valkyrie at level 2, couldn't go for the damage trades. And Vayne, if she gets to a certain point of power in any lane, can really trade and win a lane.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, yeah, they just don't have the confidence as well after losing that first blood. So it would put you in a mental state where it makes it a little bit more difficult to assert the pressure. As we see HYY taking another auto attack from low, who's playing very far up.
Yeah, the only one boon is that you can say, well, at least Zero kept his flash. Because if flash was down as well, you know that Level will be all up in this top lane.
Oh, yes, he will. At the moment, hanging out in this bottom lane, looking to try and keep Cola down here on this Maokai, of course, can become that tanky monster as demonstrated by Going in our last match. See whether anything is going to come through. He's just going to back away from that bottom lane as we have a nice Howling Gale landing onto HYY here as well, as Q's going to land onto low, but... Oh, that's actually the flash into the Condemn there as well. The miss of the shot, but the heal being baited out, and HYY Valkyries to relative safety, but forced to back Uzi, always aggressive.
So I don't know what the pull was for the first overly aggressive move, but it was Uzi at 4.5 minutes, just going for that flasher. He smelt blood, thought he could get this lane snowballing in a massive way in the top lane. Didn't quite pull it up, but look at this CS advantage. 32-19 for a Vayne Corki lane. For Vayne to be in the Ascendancy 13 CS. I mean, Uzi's used his flash, but Corki's going to have more than a little struggle in this top lane.
He really is, and we know that tumble can be used to great effect to get out of stuff as well, but see whether Starhunt Royal Club can punish the use of that flash in a very aggressive way, or whether Uzi's just going to continue playing so far up in this lane.
And Kassadin versus Maokai is a really interesting lane matchup just because both of them have mechanics that depend on the enemy's amount of spells used. Obviously, Maokai has some pretty short cooldown spells, so we might see the ability for Kassadin to use his Force Pulse E to clear waves. And then Maokai, of course, picks up the extra health with his passive there. So just a lot of tanky battling. And you have to kind of lean towards Kassadin getting a free lane as being a massive thing.
Yeah, it's a really huge boon for going there in that bottom lane now. Although we are playing a little bit of Australian League of Legends here in China, just a bit of the down-under laning.
Makes the scoreboard more than a little confusing, but we'll get there.
It certainly does. I think we'll be okay.
Ah, thanks, Uzi. Came back down the bottom lane just to make it a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah, having a decent laning phase, but then opting to go for the re-swap, making sure that they don't hit any spikes in power for Corki where he can wrest control of that lane.
Well, it's one of those situations where now he can legitimately 1v1 the Corki. So even if they move Corki bottom, he'll be in the Ascendancy in the lane, and if they don't, they've got all the dragon control. So for OMG, it's just a win-win.
Yeah, and you could imagine that OMG probably wanting to swap this one up to get their members towards this bottom side. They've had so much control of the dragon in the past that would be definitely understandable if that's what they're looking for. Going now in this top lane, gonna get another free wave here, and Kassadin ahead in his lane as far as his opposite number is concerned, and really farming this one out well. Well,
the hyper carries are going off this game between Vayne and Kassadin, which is a very scary thing if you're a Starhunt Royal Club fan.
Yeah, it was beautifully cleared. I was almost a little bit tantalized by the amount of wave clear under that turret. Insect going to be clearing out this mid wave as well, as Zero trying to hit some skill shots onto Uzi, but that tumble making it very difficult.
And Nocturne's one of those few champions where as a jungler, you're kind of happy to go mid and clear waves. Not just that you have AoE wave clear between your Q and your passive, but look, you just want that level 6 and you want it as soon as possible. So if you soak up a few waves of experience, it's not like you're sacrificing any real lane pressure. You're a level 5 Nocturne. You're not going to really be ganking anyone. So it's a very standard move to go to mid lane, pick up some creeps, and now Insect hit 6.
Yeah, see whether he can affect this map. Of course, needs to try and keep down all of the players of OMG, so you can imagine focusing a gank anywhere would be a good idea, but I think the bottom lane may be his focus this matchup, just because of that Rift Walk and, of course, the distortion available for the other members.
Wow, Loveling so low in his jungle. He legitimately has 0 health flashing on our monitor here, but calculated, of course, as any jungler will know. He's feeling a little bit happier now, even thinking about the blue buff.
Goodness, actually going for that blue buff as well. Going to be very difficult for him to stay alive on this one. Probably needs Cool to do a fair bit of damage here, maybe tank it out for him, which he's going to do. Chain's going to land. Loveling's going to head back to base, and Cool has a blue. So nicely done, nicely juggled by OMG members, and Loveling now looking to try and affect this map. Hasn't quite hit that. Has hit that level 6 now, so has the thrill of the hunt. So he can try and counter gank Insect, but that paranoia probably going to be a little bit more useful as far as getting you in when you want to.
And when we first saw this matchup on the run sheet, it wasn't the OMG versus Starhorn Royal Club semi-final rematch that was really the boon. It was, man, won't it be exciting to see Uzi against Name, you know, the battle of those two highly regarded AD carries battling out in bot. We didn't know what to expect. Who would be the main advantage there as we see Insect kind of sauntering around mid. But the one thing you can say is look at this CS down bot. 20 CS is the advantage for Uzi over HYY.
Yeah, that hasn't extended since they swapped the lanes, though. So HYY doing well as far as keeping up the same disadvantage that he had last time. So now having a little bit of a better time, you could say.
It's a shame that we lose kind of that exciting matchup there, but it just means the return series, you know, when we see the next time these two teams meet in a best of two, should be really exciting.
Yeah, we'll see whether Name can actually provide what Starhorn really need here. And it seems to me like HYY hasn't necessarily been as much of a negative point as he could have been otherwise. Of course, he was a bit untested, but we saw in their first win that he can certainly play up here with these players.
He hasn't been vastly outclassed in his appearances so far on the Rift in the LPL. I mean, he hasn't looked like the hyper carry that Starhorn Royal Club have been defined by for so long. So it'll be interesting to see when Name does come back, will it be that hyper carry, protect the hyper carry flavor once again? I mean, we kind of saw a bit of a preview last game when Kohler was really going off on Aurelia. Was he able to carry the game out? No. Was it his fault? Probably not. But it does see he is able to get himself into those favorable positions like a 5-1-1 Aurelia was in the previous game.
Yeah.
And the question they'll try and answer and what they'll try and learn before Name comes into the team is really what is the potential of these mid laners who are solid, but are they superstars?
We'll see whether we get the answer anytime soon. We do have the Sheen coming through, almost the phage as well here for HYY as he makes his way back to base, but it's going to be the Bilgewater Cutlass now completed for Uzi with almost that Blade of the Ruined King just around the corner, just 850 gold now as well.
Insect with
back to lane.
Yeah, solo invade coming out. He gets a nice deep ward down. They're thinking about the turret dive here, which on a Kassadin sounds like a very frustrating thing to do, but it does relieve some pressure from Rengar unless he picks the complete lane gank path.
Yeah, both the mid laner and the jungler waiting to try and get going. Of course, we'll see whether they do manage to. As you mentioned, that Rift Walk makes it very easy for Kassadin to get out of trouble, but it looks like the invade potentially on the blue buff here is actually the Paranoia gets popped. The Chilling Smite as well into Loveling. Thrilladon has been popped, but there's the Unleashed Power, and Korn with a nice Dark Spear going to pick up that kill.
And awkwardly, the flash was used by Loveling there, wasn't able to get over the wall, does perish with his life. And finally, Starhorn Royal Club able to exert some early pressure.
Yeah, nicely played. Picking up their own kill. Of course, the only other kill going, and this is exactly what you mentioned. I mean, I thought that we might have a more exciting early game, but as you said, farming out this one. But no turrets have been taken as of yet. OMG not quite managing to arrest the power that they had last time. Low going very aggressive. Uzi deciding to back off that trade. And nice exchange there in the bottom lane.
The reason why I see the trade coming in.
Nice knock up. There's the Ray of Death coming through from Zero, trying to get the damage down. Uzi now going very low. Forced to pop that heal as well as HYY is possibly going to get the kill. Is it? It's a beautiful... No, there it is. The Phosphorus Bomb locks down that kill as Going now finds his way in. It was actually cool to manage to pick that one up. Beautiful transitional play by every member of OMG. 4 members strong.
Uzi survived just long enough to get his teammates to come in. 5 members in this bottom lane compared to just 2 from the Starhorn Royal team. They're going to able to equalize some waves here. Dragon is up. They're not looking to posture towards it, but a lot of resources used there just to equalize the kill trade.
Yeah, in a 1v1.
Yeah, we see the replay here. I mean, Uzi gets caught with a knockup and gets so low, but he's not going to back off. He's going to go right back in. Zero doesn't have a lot of answers once he's used his ECC, but the teleport's coming in right here. Neither of them are cancelled, but Maokai actually cancelled because he notices LeBlanc comes into the lane. It was very even, but importantly, OMG used a lot more resources there to get the 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, and in this matchup, it's going to be the first tower falling on the side of Starhorn Royal Club. So nice work by Kohler. Chains are actually going to land here by Cool, though, and does actually get caught up here as Going's found his way in. Kohler in a lot of trouble. Has his flash, but he's not going to be able to use it, I don't think, because the chase potential coming out of especially these two champions too high.
Now they are able to trade this gank in the top for Dragon, though, so that's a good trade coming down for Starhorn Royal Club. They'll accept that. No magic resist built on Maokai. Actually goes for the very quick Rod of Ages. exceedingly quick. 13 minutes is the earliest Rod of Ages we've seen so far. So excellent CS coming out from Maokai, but no Null Magic Mantle like we saw at a Go Going. No boots even completed there. In fact, no, he's changed his build around. No Rod of Ages. It's going to be the Righteous Glory.
Yeah, it was actually, in fact, Go Going that picks up the Rod of Ages this time, and Righteous Glory does seem to be the pickup. We'll see whether this version of Maokai going to be as effective as Go Going's in the last match. Of course, with a lot more engage power now as well. As actually, there's the knockup coming onto Uzi as well. Beautiful trading coming through here by Zero's. Valkyrie's going to get forced out. There's a Disintegration Ray onto Uzi as well. Does get shielded. Not entirely sure whether he's going to be able to get back in. Of course, he's very low, and the poke coming through from this bottom lane very high.
It's super interesting to see these damage and all-in trades coming out with the Velko support. Zero's ability to hit those E knockups has been unbelievable. If he's missed one of those in either of those team fights, it would have been a one skirmish for OMG. So Zero, he's trying something different, but at least he's performing very admirably on that champion.
He really is, and that Disintegration Ray doing a lot of work, making sure Uzi couldn't capitalize on the low HYY. Velko seems to be working, but they are still going to lose a turret.
And they lose that turret here. We see pings coming onto Kassadin in the top lane. He obviously has some Riftwalk stacks available, so very hard to chase down. But Insec, he wants to keep trying to boss around this blue side of OMG.
Yeah, we've got Cola here as well. They are going to be able to steal away this blue buff, it seems. Scorn going to throw a ball at it. Ooh, Loveling's actually popped the Thrill of the Hunt there, though. They do manage to take the blue, but Korn does get a combo off. Didn't really seem to do very much at all, though.
Important thing there was securing the blue buff away from Core, stopping some of that assassination potential coming out from the LeBlanc. There's going spots the wall. He's going to clear that out. It's been good to see Royal Club identifying their points of power, which is their control around the enemy blue buff, and picking them up.
Ooh, cool, actually getting caught by the Scout of the Week, and of course the knock up there as well. Chain's not going to find their mark.
Some important power spikes being picked up here very early by the Ruin King, but Cola's in trouble.
Smite lands. Cola gets bursted down very low straight up as Lou's actually going to use that Monsoon just in order to heal himself and his teammates.
It's worth noting here, no Trinity Force completed on Corki, Blade the Ruin King and Boots 2 completed on Vayne. 30 CS is the advantage there, and even though it's a 0-1-2 Vayne, she's ready to split and ready to fight.
She certainly is. Of course, that Blade of the Ruin King power spike is never something that should be ever understated or underestimated. As Cool now being forced to try and clear out these waves. Is LeBlanc, though, so not going to have a great time doing that. And this wave going to be taken. Starhorn Royal Club with a lot of power over these objectives.
I'm really impressed that Starhorn Royal Club have been able to identify that the only way that OMG can clear waves at this point is LeBlanc using her Distortion and, of course, Mimic Distortion. And without a blue buff, not having the mana sustain to be able to do that, they're able to go in there, steal away buffs, take advanced vision, just because they recognize the wave clear on OMG. It's not there.
Yeah, and it seems like OMG are doing fine around this map. Of course, 101 Kassadin's a fantastic thing. Vayne with now Blade of the Ruin King and a huge CS advantage in about 40 CS at this stage is brilliant, but Starhorn Royal Club are rotating really well this game.
They are, and this is probably where we're going to start seeing the split push there. We see Vayne in the bottom lane. We're going to see Uzi pushing very aggressively here, looking for warding support. He's already got plenty of defensive wards aggressively put in towards that blue side for Starhorn Royal Club. And Corki, he's got a Trinity Force, but he has no answers for this Vayne right now.
No, he doesn't. He's going to be able to try and pick up this wave here as the Gromp is going to get started by Uzi. You can see HYY playing very safe, not going to be looking aggressively for any fights here.
Yeah, HYY is going to control the wave as much as possible, keep it under his turret so that Uzi has to really
Cool maybe in the wrong spot here as the Mimic gets caught out. Insect's actually going to flash away, but you can see gone back to the Distortion. Cool, comes back in again, uses that flash, does manage to escape once more as Going turns up. Loveling's here as well, but look at how squishy is Cola. Finds his mark. That heal's not going to be enough as Going comes around. The Ignite's onto Korn here as well. He's going to fall down. Going's now a monster on this Kassadin. Cola as well, so low. Twisted advances to try and get onto Going, but there is the Sigil of Malice, and he's going to fall down to that one. So a messy fight, but 1-1 by OMG.
I have no words to explain how good it was played by Cool there to stay alive. His use of his passive, his juking was unbelievable, and he even tops it off with a kill at the end. Is there no answer to Cool on LeBlanc? That's the question I have to ask.
He's pretty cool. Uzi actually going to aggressively flash over the wall. There's Blade of the Ruin King being popped as well. Does get the condemn against the wall. HYY forced to flash over. Uzi wants to dive. The paranoia comes down. A little bit overly aggressive.
And Uzi was very transparent in what he wanted to do. He wanted to style on HYY. Get the replay here. Watch cool. Gets DPS down to so little health. Goes over the rush. Jukes out Insec, who of course sees him too late. Comes back into the fight. Stays alive. Flashes the Syndra E right there. And then GoGoing's like, hey guys, I'm Cassidy and I've been farming plenty. Cool stays safe here, but GoGoing's doing so much damage in the backline. And the problem with Velko's support is you can't peel away that Cassidy. I mean, everyone has trouble dealing with the mobility of Cassidy, but really can't do anything once you use that E ability right there. And Cool's just like, hey, I'll just grab a kill too.
Yep, no worries at all. Beautifully executed by OMG in what looked like was a catch for Royal Club.
I mean, in a sieging sense, Velko's excellent. So much poke coming out of their champion. In a trading sense, we saw just how on point Zero was with the E disengages in bottom lane to knock away Uzi and give them a chance in those 2v2 situations. But once he uses that ability, it actually has quite a high cooldown, even if you put points into it, and he has no other CC to speak of.
Yeah, he's going to land the Q on to GoGoing here, not doing too much damage. And Dragon just available as well, so we'll see whether OMG does make any moves towards that one. You can see Uzi rotating around towards this middle lane area as the Scuttle Crab's going to take a lot. Uzi just going to head back to lane, actually.
The scary thing is just how strong this Cassidy is. Has 2 completed big AP purchases so far. Even more items than Cool can boast from the mid lane here. So GoGoing and Cool are super strong, and there's no semblance of an Aegis coming out from Starhorn Royal Club yet. They need that already, maybe even 5 minutes ago, because the mid-game burst potential of these double AP assassins is huge.
Yeah, and Insec only sitting on a couple of cloth armors as well, apart from his...
He's worried about Uzi.
Yeah, so he's going to have to try and itemize against everything here, and there's just so many threats coming through from OMG. They are going to be able to easily take away this Dragon as well, unbeknownst to Starhorn Royal Club.
And you can feel sorry for Starhorn Royal Club just because there's so many different types of damage to deal with here. There's no real correct itemization path for Insec. He
there's every correct itemization.
I mean, the only way you could really kind of split the difference is get an Aegis and just go for the team fights 5v4, 4v4, and just hope that HYY can play safe in the bottom lane. Because if you itemize for Uzi, you're sort of saying that you're going to hang with him when he split pushes. It's going to be a split push favor. That's what he's shown on this Vayne. He's going to build that Ghost Blade and just push bottom all day. And Insec theoretically should get an Aegis and dive into these team fights because that's the best shot they have.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they can manage to get to that mark. Of course, what you have to do is be able to get the money in order to afford the Aegis. So Starhorn Royal Club trying their very best to get back into this one. 6 kills now to 3 at 21 minutes into this game. Another couple of minutes until GoGoing's Rod of Ages is fully charged up and he hits that big Rod of Ages spike.
OMG still have work to do to get the advanced wards down they want before any objectives come up here. It's a very nice defensive ward, pink ward, especially set up from Starhorn Royal Club here, so they at least know that they're not bleeding anything extra, but the issue here, huge wave down bottom, Vayne free farming, nobody pressuring her. Vayne's going to get really, really strong.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you have so many threats on the side of OMG. Everyone has to be answered, and of course, one's always going to fall through the cracks. So when you've got the likes of GoGoing on Cassidy and Uzi on Vayne, I mean, who do you answer first?
That's the issue there. They need someone to answer the split push of Vayne. Hopefully it's Corky, but realistically that's not really a sustainable situation. It's just going to get worse. You see Loveling take a nice burst of damage there. And then this Cassidy's already gone off, so you kind of have to deal with the AP, I think, before you can really start to answer the split push.
Yeah, OMG not going to be able to clear out that pink ward. A nice defense by Starhorn Royal Club. As some more poke coming through. OMG yet to sort of reveal their hand as to what they really want to do as far as being able to get these objectives down. As another geometry strike going to come through from Zero.
They have their waves in a pretty good spot. You'll see the blue wave starting to crash up top here. It should be a slow wave push towards the red side. It's very slow as the answering wave got almost every minion in that situation. It's going to be a very slow push up the top here. No dragon available here, so no big objectives to pick up. But they're happy with their wave control right now, and Uzi's gone back. He's picked up the Ghost Blade. He's basically the lord of the split push right now, and he's just waiting for someone to come and answer him.
Yeah, that purple split build. Wanting one person just to come and check out his sweet new purple stuff.
His sweet new red buff too.
Yeah, no worries at all. Ooh, nice geometry maneuver. by Zero. He's landing a lot of his abilities on this Vel'Koz. Looks very comfortable on the quite unorthodox pick.
Yeah, when we hover over him, it'll be interesting to see what he's maxing, just because he's gotten so much purchase value out of the E there, the disengage that it provides. But usually as a Vel'Koz support, you want to max the Q just for the poke.
Yeah, we'll see what he has decided to do. As we can see, a couple of points in that E, but yes, it is going to be that Q max coming through primarily.
So it's a very useful CC, but it's definitely a once-a-team fight CC, and that's kind of the worry there, is that from support, can you really afford to be going to something so poke-orientated when you're getting split pushed, and realistically, you're not going to be sieging anytime soon?
Yeah, and that was actually 1 point in the air. It was
Yeah.
extra point in the W, but just can't seem to see stuff. Cool, going to be able to clear out this bottom wave. And we're going to head back towards this middle lane as well. Royal Club going to pick up their blue buff. Haven't really seen too much coming through from Korn on this Syndra. 1, 1, and 0 now. Almost has that Rabadon's Death Cap picked up, but we're yet to see him really make too many plays. Did manage to pick up the kill on the Loveling earlier on, but not much to speak of here.
And we're starting to see, for the second time tonight, the Corki identity crisis that comes out. If you're picking up that beautiful mid-game items, you know, the Trinity Force and the Sorcerer's Shoes, but your team's losing to the point where you can't really group and take objectives. That's the issue there, is that it's a wonderful team fight poking, sieging item build, and of course they have that poking support in Zero, but when you're behind, it feels good to have those items, but you just have no answer to what Vayne can present for you in a split push situation.
No. That being said, Uzi has made his way around to this mid lane. Looks like OMG really want to try and get something going here. Their siege not that strong, but when there aren't that many members here in the mid lane, that's not going to bother them at all much.
They're just going to have to threaten the dive and try and take a turret they really have no business doing, just because of how strong this Kassadin is.
He really is waiting off to the side there as well. Cleared out the pink ward that was in that little Raptor brush. Scout of the Week going to come through just to scout out. Another pink ward going to be placed. And Royal Club now trying to regroup yet again. We saw Cool heading back to base. Does have his Rabadon's Death Cap now. Almost has the Void Staff as well. So almost with that trinity of items for extra damage.
It's the vision denial, I think, that's important for OMG here, because if they manage to get the vision... Oh, we might see a
Zero
fight.
gets jumped on. The Paranoia has been popped in. Not yet pulled the trigger. Decides not to actually go in on anyone, as we do see the Scrying Orb coming through as well. The chain's going to land on a collar. He's going to twist and advance his way through onto Loveling here, but no one really hard engaging here. Oh, what a Force Pulse onto 4 members, and look at the burst! That Mimic Distortion was huge, as Insect now forced to get the heck out of here. So many flashing health bars as Going finishes off Insect. Korn has made his way back, and as has Zero, but OMG, when they pull the trigger, it's ridiculous.
It was a heroic Scrying Orb into just a 4-person Force Pulse. It's not usually the skill you expect to really determine a team fight, but it was so massive because Going, it doesn't matter if he's playing Maokai, it doesn't matter what top laner he plays, he can go into team fights and dictate them because he's just that kind of player.
Yeah, and look at Luo as well, just using that Monsoon in order to heal up as many players as he can. That being said, Loveling's going to go down incredibly low because Baron just wants to be hitting him, it seems. But this Baron going to be taken by OMG, and what an answer for such a beautiful team fight.
Absolutely. It's just it's the reward they deserve. And Kassadin, he might even get a nice massive wave up top, just the cherry on top of the nice cake that is Baron.
Yeah, beautifully played. And you can see OMG, their solo lane is playing this game so well. 3-0-5 on Going, 3-0-4 on Cool, and his Mimic Distortion as well as that Force Pulse from Going. Man, just ridiculous AoE burst coming through from OMG.
And it's not often that Uzi's Vayne can be almost an afterthought, but he hasn't even been required. It's been basically the Going and Cool show so far. And this, again, they need that Aegis, and it's not coming out soon. We see the selfish pickup from Cola here. I think he should almost take a page out of someone like Wicked's book, who loves to build, you know, supporty aura items when he's behind, especially from that top lane. They need an Aegis, and they need it now.
They do. They're bleeding Barons, bleeding Dragons. You can see the second one, going down for OMG as they try and push up this bottom lane towards the inner turret. It's a nice little ward's going to spot out Going before he does get there, but looks like Sahon Royal Club have no intention of protecting this one.
And just to clarify, this OMG team has no business sieging down turrets with the team comp they're running here. They have very poor turret damage, but they're doing it because they're so far ahead. Look at this gold lead. 10,000 gold ahead at 28 minutes.
I didn't even notice that. That's ridiculous.
In this season, especially when you don't get the same Dragon Gold, it is a massive advantage for OMG.
It really, really is. A lot of members of Starhorn Royal Club really suffering this game. You can see 0-3-0 on Kohler, as you were mentioning, not having the game that he would have otherwise desired. And seems like banning out Kohler seems to be the right idea.
And it seems like banning Kassadin, even the blind pick Kassadins have so much power here. Look at Gogoing. Gogoing actually walked around the back there and zoned 3 people without even a Zhonya zone Kassadin. This is a top lane Kassadin after so many damage nerfs, after so many tweaks and changes to his ultimate. Still providing that same threat, still being so strong in those skirmish environments.
Yeah, seems like having a flash on a 7-second cooldown still a pretty cool thing.
Pretty decent, yeah?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. Cool. Going to be split pushing out this top wave. Azuzi going to pick up another red buff for himself.
And look at what, unfortunately, HYY has been forced into here. He's had to supplement his Trinity Force Sorcerer shoes
as well, unfortunate.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, with the amount of natural armor penetration Corki has, you only really want to do this against, say, maybe a Maokai Lee Sin, stacking Randuins and Frozen Heart situation here. There's not actually that much armor. There is respectable armor on the OMG side, but not enough to justify this purchase. This is probably just a situation of, well, this is the gold I have, and this is really all I can afford to build.
Yeah, unfortunate. Considering the mixed damage as well coming out from Corki, he doesn't really get the maximum potential of that item. As we see Uzi taking a different tack, he's going to be able to pick up a Bloodthirster potentially by the look of the little pieces of items he has so far. Of course, one of those little pieces being a BF sword.
Zero is actually playing very aggressive with so low magic resist against Cord there. If Cord went over, he would have died in an
actually
instant.
gets tagged by the Scout of the Week, but not going to be found.
There's just not really a decisive Nocturne ultimate that can really change a fight here, unfortunately, for Starhorn Royal Club. With the tools they have available to them, they can maybe deal with a turret dive, especially Syndra has done fine this game. You have to say Korn, he's gone to the mid lane, he's CS'd well, his items are good, like he's doing everything he can, but his team around him, they just really have no answer to what OMG can provide.
Yeah, Korn really hasn't been able to pressure anywhere else either, as we've sort of seen him get some work done in a roam once this game, but other than that, he's been sort of forced to clear out waves in the mid, and it's not really something you want to do with a lane bully such as Syndra.
Yeah, she's never been able to push that advantage. And cool, we've seen him play the Syndra versus LeBlanc matchup, wreck a LeBlanc. Play the LeBlanc versus Syndra matchup twice now.
Yeah.
Done very well in that situation. In this case, definitely didn't rep Korn. Korn has played very well.
Yeah.
It's been a fairly safe lane in the mid lane, but he's gone around and exerted that pressure. And to be 40 CS up as LeBlanc, who has access to so little AoE, and of course, we have to mention, this is a LeBlanc who didn't even have blue buff till about the 4th blue buff spawn from how well Insec and Starhorn Royal Club controlled the blue buff of OMG. So even with less resources that he could reasonably expect, like blue buff, a 40 CS advantage, 304, Cool's ability shining through.
Really, really playing well. You can see now it has an extra Fiendish Codex here as well, so we're going to have 30% flat CDR just coming through from his items. Almost going to have 40% if we factor in potential runes and masteries as well.
And the blue buff will top it off.
Yeah, blue buff is going to put you over the edge there on that one. So 40% cooldown reduction, going to be distorting wherever he wants. Low just more than happy to wander away from that sapling.
And with that Mimic on such a short cooldown, you can just go in, QR very happily, poke someone off the turret, and just a few seconds later, do it again.
Nice amount of Dark Sphere is going to be thrown out here from Korn.
It's why Monte Cristo kind of regarded LeBlanc as a hybrid poke champion, is that once you get to level 16, especially when you have 40% CDR, you can chunk people off structures and then push it in. Almost like back in the day when Gragas would ult people at a structure and take it. LeBlanc can do it on such a short cooldown, it's ridiculous.
You can see him being a menace around here as well. Just distorting in, distorting back out again. At will, almost. Just they have Starhorn Royal Club on the ropes. And I think this has a lot to do with their performance in the last game as well. I mean, OMG just tearing them apart. And now it's just Royal Club just don't quite know what to do without their star player Name on their side.
It's always this flavor on OMG, though. What do OMG have access to? Basically, so Starhorn Royal Club only have access to the minions crashing onto their turret. They're not getting anywhere near their Raptor camp, let alone Baron, let alone Red Buff. They've got access to nothing. And this is the OMG, the calculated, objective control team that we've come to love.
Yeah, there's actually barely any wards apart from right at the front door of Starhorn Royal Club's base. They have not been able to leave.
And if those wards spot you, then you're probably in for pain, whatever happens.
That's exactly right.
I mean, they could just, I mean, there's no Baron to take, obviously, here. 30 seconds on both objectives. and not really a hope or a prayer for Starhorn Royal Club to compete with them.
Yep, 20 seconds until the next Baron. You'd have to think that OMG probably just going to pick that one up when it comes up. You can see they are milling about towards the mid lane. The blue buff's going to be picked up by Cool here as well. And probably just going to move over. 15 seconds. Easily pick that one up.
Yep, they're going to get the Scuttle Crab just to get complete dominance on this objective here. We're waiting for Starhorn Royal Club to push out their vision, but they just can't. Like, Zero on a very squishy support. Can't do much.
Hunt has been popped here. Loveling really wants to make something happen. Scrying Orb in the backside as well. As Lure is just going to come through, flashing right onto the members in the backside. It's going to be a heroic play by Luo as Uzi does manage to dodge out of the way of that one, but the Disintegration Ray doing work. Here's the rest of the team as OMG pile on to Starhorn Royal Club. Cola trying to tank everyone up. It is going to be going falling down after an over-aggressive Zhonya's play. And the rest of OMG now searching for Cola as Cool actually taking a lot of punishment here. Almost fell down. It was a bit strange. Decided not to go back to his distortion. Going to be a ward there for a bit.
I have no words to describe that OMG engage there. If you looked there, 3 members collapsed on Cola at the front, and that was literally Janna and Vayne versus the world. They 2v4'd there. Janna, of course, did dive.
Low actually flashed into it.
Yeah, exactly. They knew what they were doing. They were going. I'm sure if we had the comms, they were going straight in.
Yep.
It didn't quite work out, but it shows you how far ahead they are, that they can do something so reckless, so just irresponsible almost,
Yeah,
and they don't even pay for it.
That's a good word for it, man.
When you're this far ahead to basically say, yep, let's do this is crazy, but that's the OMG.
Yeah, you can see Cool. Barely any cooldown on that distortion now, able just to bounce around this map.
It's trying to compete with Cassidy for mobility.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. It is definitely a tough ask, as we have a Void Staff being picked up now by going after he died for his first time. And a DFG looks to be the option here from Cool, so a very scary LeBlanc.
And it is actually the tanky Rengar we do see, so I guess Loveling has realized that he's the only person here not looking to carry this game. He's chilled, he's building up the randoms to be a bit of a frontliner. Luo is just crazy this game, I mean, with those engages.
Oh, yeah.
But doing just fine. The Infinity Edge is the third pickup here on Uzi. I mean, this single target damage, just disgusting.
Yeah, he actually went back to base with that longsword MBF, so decided that he'd pick up a full Infinity Edge before that last fight, and now has his Quicksilver Sash and that Vampiric Scepter as well. This Vayne is getting gigantic as the next Baron is going to be falling down here. 15,000 gold now the lead for OMG, and another Baron going to fall.
And just given how the fights are going, he doesn't need that Bloodthirster shield or that 20% extra lifesteal on top of the Blade of the Ruined King in order to top off in fights. Go the aggressive route, have the QSS as a defensive option, and just rip through this Starhorn Royal Club team.
Yeah, he's able to wreck these people, definitely. But DFG has now been finished up by Cool, so even more assassination potential. I don't think he needed necessarily very much more, but now, of course, a single target of his desire will be falling off this map as HYY unable to even pick up his third item in the Blade of the Ruined King just yet.
It's not often as a 2, 2.5, 3 item Maokai that you feel vulnerable against an enemy team, but you look down these items and it's Maokai, you're suddenly feeling pretty squishy.
327 CS to 180 as Cola just gets torn apart. Loveling gonna launch his way in using that Thrill of the Hunt. Disintegration Ray onto the tankiest member. Probably not the best option. The Paranoia coming through, trying to re-engage this fight as Cool's found his way under the turret once more. 3 members just getting taken off the board straight away. The shutdown now coming through onto Korn, and OMG with a 4-for-1.
And how often do we see this? 3 flashing members, as we see the Siege minions have to do all the work here, but 3 flashing members from OMG. So low, but their target focus, their damage, and just their communication, it always shines through.
That was so cute. OMG just waiting for those cannon creeps that were just a little bit too big in their range in order to come and finish off that turret.
First world problems.
That certainly is first world problems. There's the flash from Cool. Jumps into the fountain to finish off HYY as the second Nexus turret's going to fall, and OMG yet again with a phenomenal performance here against Starhorn Royal Club. The Nexus falls down, and what a beautiful, beautiful game to watch if you're an OMG fan.
Yeah, what a series. And OMG just flexing their muscles, showing their carry power.
Yeah.
And the most impressive thing is they went from that low damage pick control comp there without those 3 carries. They really had only just the 1 carry in the first game. Executed it perfectly. They changed their team comp completely, go full carry pants, and it's the same result. It's a victory.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful victory as well in a different style than they had in the first matchup. And that's what I really would like to harp on about as we do go into a replay here, is that OMG able to play so many different ways.
So we're watching in the mid lane here. Already a 5k advantage. So OMG on top at this point. We're watching around here. Loveland goes for the really aggressive engage right here. And the disengage is good from Starhorn Royal Club. They think they've gotten off a fight here. But look at that scrying orb. And then the Force Pulse is going to come very soon. They go and use everything on Loveland here. He's already super tanky. But it's this Force Pulse is massive from going. The AoE stacking damage that came out from Cool's Mimic Distortion was just disgusting. And well, an Insect, there's nothing he could do.
Yeah, just taken off the board, going getting a very, very deserved kill. And you have to say that that game was all about their solo laners on the side of OMG. And when you couple that with now Uzi in the AD carry role,
it's an embarrassment of riches.
It's such a scary team to think about, especially when their communication is so beautiful.
And the only question we have is, what's it like when they're behind? What's it like when maybe there's some of those personalities and the ego of 3 carry players starts to come to the front? But they weren't tested in that series. They looked very, very impressive.
Yeah, seeing impressive performances from Invictus Gaming and OMG so far today, but we have 2 more matches coming to you guys, so we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back just after this with more LPL action.
Welcome everybody back to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm Julian, a Patreon card, joined once again by Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. It's been a great second week back here at the LPL and a fantastic first set of matches. And boy, do we have a good one coming up. It is Edward Gaming taking on the newcomers Snake.
And before the season, nobody would expect this is in fact a top-of-the-table tussle between two teams who've played 4 games and won 4 games.
Yeah, both teams have looked incredible coming in. EDG, kind of the force we expected them to be, replacing a couple of key members, but in some senses, maybe upgrades in those positions, adding some Korean players to their roster. But Snake as well, the unknown team with the huge, hyped carry top laner. And boy, has Flandre and his boys delivered.
Absolutely. Flandre, he came in with that huge head of steam. All the analysts who'd been watching the LSPL said, watch this guy. Which is usually the death knell, right? That's usually when they just can't keep up for the huge pressure they're under. But from that first game where Flandre really beasted it as Aurelia, a wonderful team performance where he was able to win lane and get those excellent rotations to the mid lane and pick up those ganks, that he showed his power. And it'll be that matchup in the top against Koro that I think should be the featured matchup today.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to get straight into Champ Select here for our first game. Jana, the first man there from Edward Gaming. Rek'Sai quickly following there for Snake.
Yep, 2 very strong champs. I think after that performance by Clear Love on Rek'Sai, you can't give him that champion just because what's usually a herbivore jungler, you're usually a low intense in terms of ganking jungler. He really pulled off kind of a fine balance between both ganking and farming and went beast mode on that Rek'Sai. So take it away, force him to go away from that comfort pick and try something different.
Yeah, respect here to Crystal though. Tristana actually going to get a ban. Xerath banned out there as well. LeBlanc and Nada next to, and EDG instantly locking Azir for their mid laner.
And that's Azir locked in when Kassadin's available. And we saw the power of Kassadin last year. Kassadin Jarvan will be some massive power picks here. But I just want to come back to that Tristana ban. It might seem interesting because Tristana, she saw some nerfs, she's seen some popularity in the LPL, but not usually a first pick, first ban champion. But Crystal, basically when he picks up that champion, that signals that Snake are looking to go late, that Snake are looking to drag out that mid game, go late and have that massive Tristana gain the reset damage in team fights. That's been their identity. The one time they played a different AD carry, they played Sivir, and that was when they had the Aurelia, and the Sivir Aurelia mid game kind of ran over Gamti in that game. So a different flavor going to come through from Snakey, and I like the fact that EDG go for that very specific ban to kind of say, alright Snake, you play really well with Tristana on that late game style, but what else you got?
Yeah, and again, Snakey going to go with some strong picks. Jarvan there in the jungle for Beast, who's already played Jarvan very well. And Lissandra probably for Flandre in that top lane, which is a big champion for him. Sorry, also Morgana and Sivir going to get picked up here as well by EDG, who are picking very quickly, by the way.
And we might even see a sneaky Lissandra mid here. And the reason why I say that is a lot of gap close coming out from Lissandra. If they choose a strong, they've got a very strong ganking jungler in Jarvan, so those two can get on top of Azir quite easily with their long-range gap close and perhaps polish him off. So if they can really snowball on Pawn in the mid lane, that might be a win condition for Snake here.
Yeah, and Snake are going to do something very different to the Tristana comps. They have a Nami and now Draven as their bottom lane.
I mean, Draven's such an interesting one to watch. I mean, he does have that hyper carry potential if he gets ahead, and of course, with a snowball passive like he has, anything's with the adoration, anything is possible with Draven. That's not what I expected when they went from hyper carry. I thought, alright, maybe they'll go safe, or maybe they'll pull out the Vayne or something like that. But Draven, it's an interesting one.
Yeah, and we were sort of wondering what Snake were going to do when they don't have Tristana. We've seen this, but we've seen aggression. Draven very different, but look at EDG. You know, pick Nunu here and combo with Aurelia, almost stealing Snake's strategy away from their first weekend.
And I can't describe how scary Koro here, who of course has stepped up so much this season, gone from maybe the third or fourth carry of EDG to very much their second or top carry, is going to be on Aurelia, who has that natural CC reduction, Morgana having that black shield, potentially going to get help from Nunu as well, and of course the Sivir ultimate. It's going to be a turbo Aurelia, and if Koro can get going in that top lane, could be massive. And look at this. It's going to be Flandre's Rumble.
Yeah, that's a great blocker pick as well of the Aurelia. We've seen when Snake like to be a bit more aggressive and play more mid-game focused, they play Aurelia. But we've got Rumble this time around, which is a very different champion. Flandre has played 1 Aurelia game and now 4 Rumble games in a row.
And as I suspected, it is going to be that Lissandra mid, so expect a lot of focus on mid coming out of Beast here. There is a lot of kill potential onto that Azir, especially early. To the extent where we see a Summoner spell being hovered over here, I can only imagine it's going to be locked in, that we don't see very often competitive at all. The Cleanse looks to be picked up by Pawn in this mid lane.
Yeah, and Pawn has had a pretty fantastic showing so far. He's kind of playing more of a teamfight janitor role in a lot of situations. Played a great casting, which you already mentioned as well, and just really loves to get in there. Of course, Fizz, another champion he's known for, but not as aggressive as he was really in top form at Worlds, but just kind of playing with his teammates, with depth, having big team fights like EDG used to, and then cleaning up a lot of these fights.
And it feels like we're starting to see these top teams start to get some established picks and sort of go in different directions. We saw the amount of priority that was put on Kassadin by OMG, either banned or first pick. Kassadin actually fell through the bans and picks here completely, which when we finally get that big EDG OMG matchup, something interesting to look back and think about.
Yeah, it seems like a champion that Flandre probably does play as well, that he could have maybe taken there. So interesting to see that he's going to go back to Rumble. I'm maybe a bit concerned about that matchup because Aurelia does quite well when she gets going.
I mean, it's sort of matchup where Rumble theoretically could get ahead if you get snowballed on, but if everything's left to its own little top lane island, you do like Aurelia as we get into that matchup.
All right, we are going to quickly have a break, but we'll be back into this game very soon. All right, we are on to the Rift here for this first game between EDG and Snake. EDG over on the left-hand side, there'll be our blue team for game one, and Snake on the right, there'll be our red team. We're just going to watch them spread out now as well. And again, a battle of two teams that really have both looked excellent coming in, but this is the first true test for Snake, you have to feel.
Absolutely. They've shown great success in that mid-game team fight decision-making they made in Game 1 against Gamty. They looked very strong there. Then they took it late 3 games in a row and managed to take the victories there. So this is kind of Snake's defining game. This upstart team, 4-0, joint top of the league, taking on one of the established teams. I mean, EDG, you listen to analysts that understand the Chinese scene, either first or second is the expected place for this game. So this is the chance for Snake to show, hey, we're really here to compete for these top spots, or maybe they'll start to fall away as the LPL goes on.
Yeah, and for Snake, the team coming in here, a lot of experts said that, you know what, they're probably the last place team in terms of teams coming in here, but they've really been impressive so far. So we'll see what they bring out here against a very strong opposition. But other than that, just some pretty defensive posturing here by both sides. No one really getting too aggressive, just kind of fanning out, making sure all those entrances are covered.
We follow that Draven with the camera here. He's the big unknown in this matchup. We've seen Draven have a smattering of professional play. You know, Cop picked him up for a while. Different AD carries have experimented with him. He's not often seen in the agency, and that's encompassing both Korea and China to a large extent because he doesn't have that escape, right? He has the ability to disengage with the stand aside, but he's basically an all-or-nothing AD carry, kind of like a Jinx, and you don't really see a lot of those in competitive play. So to see it here in the LPL, a region with so many strong AD carries, it's an interesting one. And look at this. Opting into a lane swap here is death, just because I can tell you that that is a terrible matchup for Sivir.
Yeah, you just don't, you're a short-range carry. You don't really want to have to deal with that, as we are going to have EDG start off on the red buff here.
I mean, the massive problem is that you can't do anything against those Draven whirling axes. I mean, the spell shield doesn't really work for anything, and if it does, you're probably dead already.
Yeah, looks like Snake are going to start on their Gromp camp as well. So there'll be a bit advantage coming into what will be a 2v1 now, and Flandre is going to be in a bit of a pickle potentially, actually, in a 2v1 of his own.
And I guess I'm wondering what Clear Love will do here on this Nunu. It's a bit of a different flavor than we often see from him. He has pulled it out from time to time if we go really historical. I mean, he's a long-term player, is Clear Love here. I mean, it's really amusing to me that he picked Nunu into the same matchup that Beast showed so much proficiency in, this Nunu versus Jarvan matchup. And if he can have the same effect that Beast did in that first game against Gamty, where he ran the enemy jungle, where Jarvan had to really deal with a snowball or more whenever he tried to take a camp, it could be massively powerful.
Jeez, Pawn with a massive trade in the mid there as well. Baka already chugging some of those biscuits, trying to get his health back in. Early dominance asserted here by this Azir.
First, this matchup isn't going exactly as Baka expected. I mean, the issue here is that Baka has to get very close to the minion wave to get real pushing done. Of course, he needs to hit that first minion and have it line up for his Q, and every time he does that, Born's going to punish him.
Yep, as you can see down the bottom. One of the things that I actually sort of like about Snake is that we talk about Flandre being a big player. We've seen how well Beast has played, and sort of everyone's played very well together. But if we look at one play here, is Beast actually going to rotate down and maybe look for a dive or even just a push here? I like that Crystal seems to be the member that they build their team around.
Yeah, absolutely, and with this Draven pick, they're going for something really obscure here, but has a massive potential upside for them in this match. And I want to say that as you were speaking, I saw Beast coming down for the turret dive. So fortuitous he was that Mouse walked into the lane and showed just when he was, because 1 second later, the turret dive was coming in.
Yeah, and Beast, I've been very impressed with his play early on. Whether it's controlling the enemy jungle or being aggressive, initiating fights, he seems to be on top of it. So Snake, again, have looked impressive, but this will be quite the game for them to win. And these early lanes off to a reasonable start here. Actually pretty even in the mid there, Bucker with a slight lead, and both their 2v1 lanes going okay as well.
And Clear Love in his home, which for Nunu, of course, is the enemy jungle, chomping on some minions right here. The 1v1 lane matchup between Sivir and Rumble is not one you see too often, of course, and it's a really interesting one just because Rumble has quite a lot of mobility, of course, with that W, but once Sivir hits an auto, she's almost always going to be in position for a second. As Ibaka's actually forced out of mid lane here. I would have expected, on paper, to see Lissandra do really well in this mid lane, but she's getting punished against a cleanse laner.
Oh, Beast there flashes for the first blood and a great bit of pressure that gets that kill onto Sivir, and Deft is not off to the start he wanted.
You hit both those electric harpoons and you have quite a lot of CC even at level 1 for that ability, and it paid off right there. The strong ganking jungler Beast, he took down Sivir right there, and that's probably not what they expected.
And you mentioned Clear Love's homes. Definitely the enemy junglers, and Nunu is one of them, but from what we've seen, Deft's lane is the other home for Clear Love, and he wasn't there, unfortunately. He popped up there to check it out, but couldn't save Deft from that first kill.
But it's all a passage of events, right? They needed Mouse to go bottom lane, or he was definitely going to get dived, was Koro in the bottom lane. He showed up at just the right time, and that worked out. But what does that mean? Very limited vision around Deft in the top lane there. He was kind of required to fend for himself. And unfortunately, once you use your spell shield against a Jarvan Rumble, there's so much CC available from them, even at level 2 or 3, that you're going to fall. So that's what they paid for. That they paid for Koro farming a bit safer in the bottom with Deft's life.
And I have to say, very impressive from Beast there. Basically pressured two opposite sides of the map in about 30, 40 seconds and gets his team going once again. We've seen what happens when Beast gets aggressive and starts ganking Flandre, or ganking for Flandre, sorry, I should say. And when Flandre gets going, we've only seen it once, but boy, is he good if he gets ahead.
And I think that's a good thing to point out, just because pathing from bot to top after getting that gank off down bottom, or at least attempting to get a gank off down bottom, and actually getting to top in kind of a way that doesn't put you massively behind is quite difficult early, especially before you can really afford to invest in the Moby boots or anything like that. So jungle pathing, it's been something we've always been synonymous with Cacao, who's always been one of the best jungle pathers. And Beast, he's taking a claim for it as well.
I have to say, the more I see Beast play, the better he gets. But we'll see what happens early days here in this particular game. Snake do take the quick edge, though, as Def will go down for first blood to Beast, not to Flandre, but he does get the assist. Anyways, we continue down towards the bottom. Crystal off to a great start here after that kill on Deft, especially 40 to 26 CS on this Draven.
Yes, it's a massive CS advantage. And of course, the adoration stacks adding up, so you know that if he gets that early kill, especially if Beast can translate that early gold into just having that much stronger of an EQ into ultimate. If you can get that adoration stacks and stack them in, it's going to be a massive load of gold for him.
Mouse popping his head into the mid lane as well, trying to get a binding onto Bucker, who does not fall for it and will keep his life. And now just chugging a potion, but despite the CS that he's maintaining here, he is struggling against Pontazier, who's continually poking him out of this lane.
I'm continuing to think about the Draven pick here. I guess one of the reasons you don't see him so much in other scenes is that usually in a 2v1 situation, you don't want to push. You want to deny experience. If you're auto-pushing always as the Draven, and in this Chinese region, we've only seen pushing. We've seen no denying of resources. They're happy to push into the enemy top laner. You're able to keep up that passive and really cash in for a massive gold snowball if they can get a kill there. So it's almost like they were set up to really validate this Draven pick, and so far it's looking good.
And we mentioned that Snake do seem to like to play around Crystal. If they can. I mean, Flandre gets going sometimes. Beast, can just get all his lanes going and they can go from that. But most of the games we've seen has been Crystal and his team really enabling him. It's been Tristana, it's been Sivir. How do you think this team comp enables the Draven pick specifically? I
mean, the thing you can say for Draven here is there's so much CC coming out of the rest of his team, so much disengage. I mean, Lissandra can play defensively. Nami, of course, has so much disengage herself. There's a lot of latency, so it's actually very hard to get on top of this Draven. And you look at the enemy team here, it's only really Aurelia that's going to be in a position to get there. Obviously, it could be the Dark Binding out of Vision, but in general, there's very little gap close to get on top of this Draven, and a lot of CC to protect him.
Yeah, and here comes actually Pawn. Teleport does go down, get cancelled by Flandre, though. Saves a bit of the cooldown, but first Dragon does go to Snake with mouse up towards that top side of the map.
That was expected given the power trough that EDG were in, but Jeff has to be careful here. I mean, those base damages on Flandre are no joke.
No, and Flandre again has actually ulted already. Deft, good shield, though, has to keep himself safe. Dodges the next Harpoon as well. And Korra's actually in towards the top lane now, maybe thinking about ganking this poor Rumble. He's got to be careful. It's 1v3 very soon. And back does get exhausted. Mouse getting low though. Flandre wants in. He's level 3 is Morgana, but Flandre is going to go down and Korra cleans up that kill.
Almost takes a kill with him, does Flandre, but it's a successful move right there. And of course, now the AD carry and support are grouped together. They're going to try and push and get some answering damage on this top lane.
Yeah, Beast's going to look for his red buff. Maybe has to be careful though, as EDG could be around there. They've already been up towards the top side. You can see the pings. They find the ward. They even put a pink ward down just to make sure they can protect that buff. And Deft, he's pushing into the top lane.
We'll have to ask for a check on this adoration stacks as we go on right here. No pressure at all on Draven in the bottom lane. And he's just, he's not in a rush to go back. He doesn't need to pick up a BF sword and really start harassing his lane opponent. If anything, he hasn't had anybody in his lane most of this time.
Yeah, he's just kind of been free farming here as Deft does get the top lane turret. So the gold actually swinging back. It was about 700 ahead before for Snake with their first kill. Now back in about the same favor here for EDG. Korra down the bottom here up against Crystal. But right now in early days, can't really fight, especially 2v1.
Now, if Ella shows in another lane, I'd expect Korra to go aggressive on Crystal here just because Crystal has, what, probably 2,500 unspent gold at this point. He's going to be sticking on some fat stacks for sure. So if he doesn't have any disengage, Aurelia, of course, has gap close, has burst damage, has CC. There's a lot of potential for Aurelia in that lane, but no. Crystal's going to be smart, back off right here. It's usually about 40 CS for BF Sword, so he's going to have plenty of items.
And a quick highlight here as well for Snake. A lot of people talk about this team and how good their minion control is. I'm so impressed that Barker is keeping the CS this even, despite being forced out of lane 3 to 4 times already by Azir.
Absolutely. I think at this point, he's realized he just needs to get through laning phase, and then once the team starts grouping, it's going to be a lot more even. But for now, been struggling, but Barker showed a lot. It's one of those things where we've kind of focused our attention on one carry each game. We were all on the Flandre train. Then we were talking about how great Crystal were doing. I mean, Barker's Xerath won them a game last week with some exceptional play as well. So it's not just single carries. There's carries all across the map for this Snake team.
Well, Flandre train getting rolling now. He does have his Haunting Guys, which is the first step to that big, cost-efficient 1.5 or 2 item power spike, depending on how you want to think about it with the guys, plus the Sork Shoes. Aurelia building up towards her Trinity Force as well, and BF Sword and the Vamp Scepter already done for Crystal's Draven.
The Vamp Scepter to me suggests that he's going to try and split more, just because he wants that sustain so that he can try and 1v1 keep up with Korra on this Aurelia. If he had gone for a more greedy option, let's say, let's assume he had up, as we see so much damage coming onto Barker.
Got to be careful, Korra here as well. Barker does have his ultimate, but doesn't have to use it. Aurelia cannot get in range.
Holding on to both her Glacial Passage and the ultimate there. And Crystal goes and picks up another structure. Has to be sitting on just an ungodly amount of adoration stacks at this point.
Yeah, Draven getting pretty rich, both in money and in adoration here. But EDG are grouping in towards the mid. Going to look to try and take out this turret, it seems like. Q's coming out for Barker. Got pretty low range wave kill. Uses that E, which does clear, but it makes him kind of vulnerable. And good poke there from Azir. Barker forced to hug that wall right to the right of his turret, but haven't got the tower yet here, and Snake might group up for a counter push.
And you cued me with that word wave clear. Look down this Snake team. If Barker's allowed to get in unimpeded and clear waves with Q, absolutely they have wave clear. But their other wave clear options are limited. That's one thing Draven does not provide, is wave clear.
And that was the thing as well, when Flandre died in that 1v2, never mind, they're actually damage coming in. The Dark Binding landed in, but they're going through a Barker. Gets initiation, gets on the call. Great ultimate there from Rumble as well. Crystal now just comes in for the cleanup. That's 2 free kills for Snake. Now Def getting chased out as well. Flandre, a beautiful harpoon, and what a Draven on as well. There's the kill on 3-0 Snake.
Wasn't able to capitalize on the adoration stacks, but Crystal comes in just the right time. They grouped up. It was wonderful position from Beast. He was the champion right there with the huge flag and drag. And they're going to take this turret, and it doesn't matter if you don't have much wave clear, if you can pick engages like that.
Yeah, and this, you got to be so careful when you have Draven. He's super immobile, but he does a lot of damage. Snake engaged perfectly there to get those kills, and let's see it again.
So we watch the replay here. Look at Beast come in. A massive EQ into the ultimate. Everyone's group. The equalizer goes down. That's all she wrote. Crystal's just sad he couldn't pick up a kill right here. It was so close. Flandre gets a lot of damage in there. We were talking about maybe 100 damage worth of damage to secure that first kill. He walks away with the Adoration stacks and a straight Bloodthirster.
And Snake 4-1 now early on in this game. 2-1 in turrets as well. And he had a nice little pretty gold lead for themselves of 2,000 gold, not to mention the first dragon. So everything going well for a team that's supposed to be getting tested. And EDG looking a little scared here early on against Snake.
We're going to have to start revitalizing those tier lists and maybe revising them and seeing something different here. Snake is showing so much in the early stages against the old guard of EDG.
Yeah, and Barker, what a great initiation, finishing up some pretty key items for himself as well. He's got his Morella Nomicon done, and his Ionian Boots of Lucidity. Flandre, though, has found Clearlove. Not really who he wanted here, and now Koro is coming up as well. Bucket can't quite make it in time, and there's so many snowballs chasing him down. Flandre does not have his flash. He's just going to keep running, and now Bucket's here. They could turn it around, but they don't have too many cooldowns. They will back away, and Flandre's fine.
Bucket had to use his Glacial Passage just to get in there and have some pressure to stop the assassination coming on Flandre there. So without that mobility, smart to back away. But Snake lived to fight another day.
Flandre going for a quick Leandri's there as well. So going to be doing quite a lot of damage with that ultimate.
Look at the one-item power spikes here. Straight Leandri, straight Bloodthirster. Who needs boots? Who needs anything else? They're just going for straight damage. But there is a lot to take advantage of there because going for straight damage and no mobility against a Sivir comp, very risky.
Yeah, and they have to really play these fights well, but they've got a good lead so far. Going to look for a second dragon here. It'll go down very, very quickly to the damage of Snake. No one from EDG anywhere close to looking at the timer, let alone contesting, and that's 2 clean dragons to 0.
Yeah, they'll have an educated guess when they see Lissandra come back into lane, but they're just pushing top instead. But Clearlove and Koro, they can't really do any damage against that structure.
Now you mentioned wave clear problems as well. I've seen Flandre use his ult on waves multiple times, and that's the sort of thing that Snake might have trouble with moving into this game, but we've heard, again, so good at controlling these minion waves, and if everything keeps going like this, Snake are looking very strong in game 1.
The only time we saw Samsung White really struggle at Worlds is when they went for those no wave clear comps with, say, a Fizz in the middle lane, and they fell behind. And that's really the only scope Snake have to really struggle here, is if they start to lose this vision stranglehold they have. And look at the vision. I mean, Ella and friends have done a wonderful job getting walls down. Complete, aggressive vision. This is decisive vision coming out from Snake here. If that ever abates, they do have severe wave clear problems. But for now, they can use those ultimates and pick the fights, because if they layer their CC perfectly, team fights will be won.
Well, we'll see if they can keep it up. EDG continuing to farm out in the slight disadvantage they have here. Sivir actually building in, got that Brutalizer that we've seen become a little bit more popular, plus the pickaxe as well. Building towards an early Infinity Edge. Trinity Force still on the way here for Koro as well. So he's got most of those components almost done. And an Athene's actually there for pawn in the mid lane with his Azir.
Really doubling down on mobility as Sivir here. She realizes that Snake don't have the most mobility in teamfights, so she's going for the earlier Youmuu's Ghostblade. It is a very nice pickup in teamfights. She'll have a massive amount of move speed, and of course, it means that her Q poke before armor's picked up will hit for a lot of damage, but it does delay the true power spike of the 3 core AD items that every AD eventually goes for, of course. And so he's delayed in power spike. The Infinity Edge is looking miles away, and suddenly Death's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Flandre is down here as well. That's a beautiful equalizer. Now Death might get sold out by Rumble here. There's a good knockup coming through as well. And now Mouse is going to go down. Crystal does pick up his stack. Now Clearlove in trouble. There's another good knockup onto Koro. Clearlove going to pop his ultimate, but that's not nearly enough. Azir does get the kill onto Jarvan, but that's 3-1 there. Sorry, 4-1 in favor of Snake.
Basically, Sam, I'll be honest. I had my eyes on Draven the moment he cashed in there. So on top of the killing gold, he cashed in 720 bonus gold.
And Draven, we talk about it, the snowball AD carry, one of a kind when it comes to how his passive works. But boy, when he gets ahead, is he hard to stop. And the hype train for Snake maybe speeding up here as well. This is a very impressive performance to open this particular game, but still not done it. Let's watch that again, though.
So, of course, it's all about the Flandre coming in from the back. He's literally solos Death. Death can't do anything. That's when everything falls apart. Crystal cashes in on the Morgana, and everyone's just queuing up to be killed, to be honest here. Clearlove tries to control as much as possible. It doesn't matter. 4 kills for Snake, and all Azir can really do is watch and wonder how it all happened.
Man, Beast tanking up plenty of that damage. Was a casualty there for Snake, but the only one there, part of one of EDD's 2 kills in this game so far. And happy to die there in that particular instance, was tanking plenty of damage to the choke and the Tribush. So now EDG going to look to counter push a little here, but Snake are 5,000 gold ahead already.
And you have to say the Korean imports who have definitely showed up the biggest here are Beast and Ella. It's been excellent vision control from Ella. Those wards they've had down consistently have been wonderful. And Beast's engages, particularly the first replay when we saw in the team fight in mid lane, have been wonderful. But here, EDG, they finally are able to capitalize on their massive wave clear advantage and pick up that outer turret.
Yeah, nice rise there from Pawn, dealing plenty of damage to that turret. Azir, pretty good in sieges as a result. Can do decent damage to turrets and zone people off, so nice work there. As Clearlove move back towards his blue buff. And just look at the amount of defensive ping cords that EDG have to put down.
Absolutely, just to have any chance of any sort of vision in the their side of the jungle. It's a big problem, and this is the return of the Clearlove that a lot of fans get frustrated with. He's just been unable to put out any real map pressure here on this Nunu. It's not that beast Nunu from Game 1 against Gamti, and in this matchup, Jarvan has run rings around him in terms of lane pressure, as off the screen, Draven gets going.
Yeah, Crystal gets another kill. Beast now going to lock up Clearlove as Ella and Crystal will chase in here as well. Draven is hungry for more stacks, but they can't chase anymore. But they'll take it. A 3v1 kill there is more than enough for Crystal's
Absolutely.
Draven.
And there was no mana on Beast either there, so it wouldn't be another EQ engage. They have to back away, but extra kills are extra kills. 5,000 gold lead at 17.5 minutes is a massive one. There's no objectives realistically to take on the map, as Baron hasn't even spawned yet. And wow, Snake are just dominating EDG.
Yeah, Flandre actually going to go in onto Koro. He's overheated, but he'll happily fight here. Koro's forced to pop his ultimate, actually, just to keep himself a bit healthier. Flandre already used his, of course. That guy's an ult bot. But they're going to go in for this next dragon in about a minute 10. And our question, Papa, coming in might have been, how are Snake going to play? They've played late game, but can they play aggressive if they have to, if they don't have Tristana? I think we might have our answer.
The rotations from Snake of what they've won these games. Because you look at the solo lane matchups, 1-1-1 is Koro. He's actually done very well. He can stand toe-to-toe with Rumble in the lane, as is expected in the matchup. And in the mid lane, Pawn's 1-1-0 on Azir. He's done fine. It's all been about their rotation. They've just been taking out Deft at every opportunity. Now, Deft, he's known as that late-game team fighter. We've seen him at Worlds win games with less resources than now. He does fall behind from time to time, but he's been dismantled so far. And on Sivir, a mid-game AD carry who really you pick up for that ultimate and just to kind of go in lane, auto-push, and always be safe and farm up, he's been struggling.
And I think, when we talked about Korean players playing in the LPL this season, everyone was so excited. I don't think anybody had Beast and Ella on their list of Koreans they're excited to see.
Absolutely not. I mean, their history is murky at the best. I couldn't even really tell you which team they were featured for. They would very much came into the league unheralded. They're new this year onto the Snake lineup. They weren't there last year in the LPL. And they've been wonderful. They've been really impressive in there. And I do love this build coming out from Draven here, Crystal. He's gone for the old school build. This is what we used to see, the Legolas build, the Bloodthirster into the Last Whisper. It's all about getting maximum damage from your Whirling Blade Q.
Yeah, third straight dragon going over to Snake there as well. So that's going to help their team fighting prowess and rotations even more with that additional movement. EDG are in the top lane now, trying to take out some of these turrets. Decent wave clear they're coming through for Crystal, who's staying pretty safe behind his turret, although the rest of his team is coming through as well. Buck is actually down the bottom. He'll now recall to move up towards the top. And again, Snake easily defend their tier 2 top turret.
Absolutely. They do have very good aggressive vision, and this seems to be the hallmark of top teams, is even when you're losing, getting the aggressive vision. They're looking for a pick here. They've invested so much into getting it. EDG feel like right now, if they can get some picks, they might be back in this game.
Well, they've got a lot of space on this map with basically both the tier 2s exposed. So if they get a pick, they can probably make a siege happen and get a tower down. And they're going to dedicate a lot of resources here in this bush. They'll hang out.
Is this what? Focus on Snake. They have no interest in going in there. They realize, hey, all our minion waves are pushing and nobody's answering them. Also, I can't see anything in this jungle. And that's the mark of a top team, is they didn't panic. They knew there was no Baron threat. They knew there was no objectives that they needed to fight for. So they said, all right, we'll stay over here until they show.
Yep, and they did. Now EDG forced to show themselves here, return back to the mid lane, but they've got nothing to really go on. There's maybe some minion waves pushing in other directions as Crystal works on the top side of the map now, but no dragon here to take. EDG don't have a single one, and as you mentioned, they cannot stop Baron now.
No, they cannot stop Baron. They don't have anywhere near the damage they need to be able to take down that objective. They do have good damage spikes on all their carries. Of course, Irelia has the Trinity Force. Finally, the Infinity Edge alongside the alongside the Brutalizer is completed on Deft, so he will do relevant damage in a team fight. But this Draven, I mean, even with a build, even against no armor targets, the fact that basically that build is all about the Whirling Blades. If he catches axes in a team fight, Snake will win a team fight 100%.
Very nice scrying up there for Deft as well. Managed to spot the 3-man gank that was coming, but Snake just happy to try and push this outer turret. and take their third turret of the game complete. No, never mind. Not interested at all, apparently. We'll back off instead as Crystal picks up a bit of additional farm. And maybe Snake should be pressing more of their lead here, but with Dragon down and Baron not really a thing you can contest right now, I think Snake are pretty happy farming up.
There's definitely a lull in the game. You know, we're not seeing the crazy engages, and Deft is finally praising the Lord that he's able to get some free farm in the lanes. He's been really, really focused on hard by this Snake team. But as you point out, there's no structures realistically they'll be able to take down safely. There's no objectives to pick up. They're just farming it out, and Crystal's adding to those adoration stacks.
Yeah, key levels being coming through here as well. Pretty much both of the key ultimates here, Flandre and Baka, level 11, and been so for quite a while, so they'll have those power spikes here. Experience decent on EDG's side as well, and we do have a Zhonya's now completed as well for Pawn, so items are coming through, but everyone's hitting 2-item power spikes, and Snake is just a little bit further ahead, especially this Draven with all of those adorations.
And they're smartly meeting the waves when they need to. We see Lissandra makes the move up top, doesn't have teleport, but massive, like unbelievably massive. We're talking about 3.5 minion waves are going to hit top lane, going to pick up all that farm. It's already sitting on a lot of CDR and damage right here. Not a full damage build, as expected. Gets that Zhonya's Hourglass just for so much of annoyance frontline. It's like a pseudo frontliner who has no tank stats, but just lasts so long in that front line is the Lissandra. And the minion waves start pushing. It's the minion waves that we should focus on, I think, in these quiet times, just because that's kind of been Snake's calling card is wonderful side wave control so far in the LPL.
Yeah, you mentioned Lissandra going to clean out all those minions in that top wave. That is not an accident by Snake at all. I love the fact that Pawn, who was really bullying Baka in the early stages of the game, has fallen pretty dramatically behind in CS by 30, and all of the other solo lanes are winning for Snake in terms of CS as well. They know where they need to be when the waves are coming, and they just basically farm as efficiently as they possibly can.
Absolutely. They have access to so much more farm that EG has access to, which is a weird thing to consider, but that's just how this game's gone. And that's why we see a 5,400 gold lead, which hasn't grown, but definitely hasn't fallen away, even though we aren't seeing these picks and kills coming out from EDG, from Snake, sorry.
Oh, and Baron actually going to get a look at now by EDG. They throw the pink ward down, and Snake may have made their first big mistake of the game, actually. No vision here at all on the top side of the map. And EDG going to look to just steal away this Baron. This happens very rarely, but this is, even with Clearlove using the ulti for damage, should be a free Baron to Edward Gaming.
And for all the advanced vision they had in their red side buff, they could not have expected the Baron there. A veteran move from EG. It wasn't a desperation Baron. It was actually a very calculated Baron. They almost didn't have the damage and health to take it, but they do. And suddenly, they found a window into this game.
Yeah, we talk about minion waves giving you vision in the lanes. Unfortunately, they cannot give you jungle vision. So Snake kind of get that stolen away. EDG unlikely to be able to siege aggressively with this Baron, but they're going to get good pressure down, and the golden stats are very worthwhile as well. So we'll see how Snake react here. Corey going to pop down to the bottom lane now, continue trying to get some more farm and make more space for him and his team.
And this must be the first time on the 2015 patch where we have a Baron falling before an outer turret is even down. So I mean, those minions up the top lane, once Sivir goes to clean out, are going to be pushing so hard into Snake's side. And this is the case of you can't really push any advantages when your minion waves are always going to be straight under your inner turrets. So a masterstroke from EDG, you have to say it.
Yeah.
You have to think Clearlove was the one who engineered that one. And for once, the Nunu pick paid off big.
Yeah, you don't often get to take Baron at 25 minutes, but Nunu, one of those junglers that can facilitate that sort of strategy. Korra also taking the bottom lane turret, so 3-2 there in turrets for EDG, with the Baron buff helping out a bit, and the blue buff going over to Pawn as well.
So the game resets a little bit. This is definitely going to be 3 minutes of free farm for EDG. It'll be interesting to see whether they compete for this dragon here. But, oh, Snake's been caught.
Ella gets bound up. Beast going in there, zoning out Korra. The smite goes down. Here's the teleport for Flandre. Crystal zoning up Mouse and Pawn that was on death. Getting chunked out by Baka and Flandre. There's the ultimate trying to chase in there, and Flandre wants it so bad. He gets hit by a binding. Good Zhonya's to keep him alive for now, and he will get out of the CC. Flashes out of the way there, but EDG may be able to re-engage here.
The most important about that team fight is that Crystal spent the whole time basically zoning himself. He was looking for a flank engage on an AD carry, which maybe you can do as Tristana, but is a lot more difficult to do as Draven. So he wasn't able to get the damage. They couldn't get the first kill down. And EDG, they might actually take out this dragon and finally get on the board.
Snake going in potentially. Nunu does get the dragon, so Clearlove will secure that for his team. And EDG were maybe hoping for an exit kill or a slip up at EDG. The veterans they are, keep calm there and take their first dragon.
And absolutely the Baron buff opens up that dragon just because you can know for sure your waves are going to be pushing. But that was a lot about Crystal not being able to get any DPS out in that fight. He was staying so far to the side, and a flank engaged as an AD carry just did not work out in that situation. It basically gifted the first dragon and the snowball of objectives back to EDG.
Yeah, we talk about enabling the AD carry on Snake a lot because they seem to play around him so well. That was one of those engages where Crystal was just not enabled at all. If he was able to free hit in that fight, that goes so quickly into Snake's favor.
If he was another AD carry who had a reposition ability, you know, was able to get back in and get some orders off, it would have been different. But that's not Draven. That's not the champion they picked up who's done so well so far. It's one small mistake. It arrests the snowball. But, I mean, Snake are just looking for that next fight and trying to trade on all the item timings they've hit so far.
Yep, still a light lead here for themselves. 3,000 gold, not too shabby here, just after 27 minutes in this particular game here, and everyone powering up here as well. Double zone is now complete for both Flandre and Baka in their respective top and mid lanes. And looks like Trinity Force plus a lot of tank items coming through for Korra as well. And also the last wish was done for Def Sivir.
A very clear cost-effective tankiness coming out here. I mean, Draven's not usually a split push AD carry, but there is this situation where Korra will have to enter lane against Draven. Still doesn't have the stats to be able to deal with him, only if he gets very lucky and dodges a stand aside. But Draven's looking strong. He's going to split push. Take this outer turret finally. Long overdue. 27 minutes for an outer turret when you're winning by such a big margin is surprising. But this Baron's going to fall away soon, and the game will reset. You can't see a second Baron being snuck by EDG this game.
No, some welcome freestanding gold there for Snake as well. Going to pad their lead a little bit more and jack it up to about 4,000 gold. Pawn here now with his Stinger, so a bit of a power spike there as well for him. Continue rotating in with Baron and the blue buff still ticking away. Baron especially for a little while longer, but not too much more. With no dragon on the map as well, not too sure which objective these teams want to be fighting for.
I mean, Snake just want to fight because you look at the item timings here, there's a significant advantage on each of the members here. We're comparing, for example, Zhonya's Hourglass and Athene's Unholy Grail and a Stinger, some very nice components of a full build, to Zhonya's Morellonomicon and a Void Staff, which is a deletion build coming out from Baka right here. Draven's just finished his Infinity Edge. That is just a disgusting amount of damage going to come out. If he crits on one of those whirling axes, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have any attack speed. If he's able to free hit with picking up his axes, if he does not drop an axe in a team fight, I can't see a situation where Snake lose that team fight just because of the damage we're going to be talking about coming out there. The Frozen Heart doesn't do much to Draven if he's able to catch his axes.
That's true. He was going to clear out the Scuttle Crab. Going to nom that away. Slowly whacking it with his fist, but he'll finish it up. And there we go. Get a little bit of extra vision for himself. Baron back up in under 2 minutes now. And I think it's interesting. I don't know where Snake can force an objective. Again, we're going to look at maybe the strong side wave control they've been so famed for. But as you mentioned, they're basically an item ahead of all of their counterparts, at least on their carries.
But let's be real here. If that Baron hadn't gone down, 5.5 minutes ago, this game might have been finished out by now. That was Snake's ascendancy. They were massively ahead in this game. And they hit the reset button and bought themselves 5 minutes of farm. Is that enough to get on an item parity with Snake? No, but it's able to get them closer and closer to that point. And in a late game situation, one mistake from Crystal on an immobile AD carry like Draven, if he even loses his axe, even if he drops his axe, without any attack speed or crit, apart from, of course, the Infinity Edge, you lose so much damage on that Draven if you drop an axe.
We'll see if that slip up costs Snake too much here, as Korra was actually going quite aggressive towards the blue buff, but didn't get himself killed. Mikhail's done that for Ella as well. Very important against the Morgana Dark Bindings especially, although no one really realistically wants to be caught by one of those.
The builds are filling up here. We checked the vision, and it's not the trademark aggressive vision that you'd want if you were a Snake fan here. Unfortunately, Ella hasn't been able to sneak down those wards. They had perfect vision 10 minutes ago. The Baron buff, the minions always pushing, meant that they've never really had a safe time to go and sneak that advanced vision in. They haven't been able to contest the buffs that they would like to do on this EDG side. A great, decisive call from EDG. Have brought them a window into this game, but make no mistake, that is one massive Draven to deal with.
Yeah, it is. And Crystal, if you can get the right team fight, it's going to be horrifying. He's got an elixir as well in his inventory, so Snake know that their next fight is going to be the big one, and I have to assume it's around the Baron that's coming up in 12 seconds or so. So we'll see if they're going to start clearing out vision for themselves. They've got the Cytos pushing reasonably on top and bottom as well. So Snake, if they're going to look to get vision around this Baron, have set themselves up quite nicely.
And this has all forced Deft into basically an emergency AD carry build on Sivir. That is more a build you would expect on someone like Draven than Sivir, just because it's going to be some decent upfront burst with the QW, but after that, Sivir's going to fall off damage unbelievably. Like, the damage fall off will be massive there until he can finish that crit item. So it's a huge power trough for a mid-game AD carry, and Draven is looking damn strong.
Yeah, Baron is back up. Actually, the bottom just got pinged there. Flandre going to wander down and clear those up because that's that wave's pushing against them. And seems like the top wave is pushing for them, but the blue pings did come onto Baron, so Snake have to be careful. They cannot afford to give that up again.
I mean, losing a second Baron like this would just be unacceptable. Like the first one, sure, you got caught off guard. But the second one would be completely unacceptable. Of course, Rumble has his teleport available. It's up to this team to try and get some advanced wards in, but it's difficult. You're trying to get wards against a Morgana. If you face check the wrong brush, could be a teamfight ace.
Yeah, FLICKR is already teleported as well, coming in, wanting to try and set something up. If nothing else, just get them off. But Korra's caught way behind enemy lines. Ella will take a lot of damage. But Crystal's going to come in. That's going to force the flash out of Aurelia. But Crystal is going in over the top with the flash. There's so much damage being dealt by this Draven, and Korra cannot withstand it.
Have you ever seen an AD carry flash after a full health Aurelia? Just disgusting damage coming up. But he's not grouped here, and Snake have to be very careful.
Flandre flash out. Azir, though, doing good. Poke Bucker is going in. Can't quite find a target, though. Flandre continuing to get aggressive, and EDG are so low here.
Yeah, they're going to try and push in, but what can they really take? They don't have wonderful turret damage here. They've only really got Draven to do turret damage. Has to get risky then. And look, this is much smarter. They're going to go for the Baron. They have unbelievable Baron damage. Just disgusting Baron damage coming out here. They can get it so fast, but EDG, they're responding.
I mean, Clearlove is nowhere near, but Pawn maybe can do something here with Azir. He's got his ulti up as well. Barker gonna zone him out a little bit. The Baron, does go down. Tidal Wave is gonna miss in, and Pawn will get himself out. Clearlove actually channeling Barker. Will ult him up there. Axes on this as well. Good Cataclysm there for Beast, but that's a great Emperor's survive. And oh my god, Death coming around the side. That's 4 clean kills there for EDG. Snake just got completely routed.
Pawn and EDG are going to try and run in here, and the smart thing there was you saw their teleport being channeled by Korra right behind Draven. Draven had nowhere to go. He had no peel. He was half health. There was nowhere he could go. And he got assassinated by Sivir. Just let that ring in your head a bit. They're assassinated by Sivir from the side. Wonderful flank engage from EDG. Veteran play coming out right there. They're going to take an inhibitor off this.
Flandre, no wave clear. Without his ultimate, cannot help this inhibitor from going down. The inhibitor tower has already been taken. Clearlove, by the way, happily soloing the dragon on Nunu. So going to probably slowly get that for himself here, although it will take him quite a few consumes.
I mean, you say solo. I mean, he's going to try not to die, I guess. I mean, he's just taking over on health. Flandre, actually, you need to run, Noble Yeti.
Well, I don't think he's going to be able to. Clearlove pops his ultimate, and Flandre's like, hey, buddy, how you doing? Missing the harpoons. Uses his ultimate to, Clearlove flashback on top of it, but he's actually alive. That will give Snake their 4th dragon of the game. Now, this game just got crazy.
This game is just insane. The 4th dragon puts a timer on this for EDG. They thought they'd just gotten kind of the match-winning advantage. Like, all right, I don't know how we did it, but we got the flank off. We got the inhibitor. We can just grind it out from here. 4 dragons, however, changes the game considerably.
And for all the praise that we've given to Flandre and heard given to Flandre, for all the mechanics, for all the, the top lane god, Flandre to me is just such an intelligent player, and just knowing that, I have to check this dragon now.
Absolutely.
So smart.
It's the knowledge of timers and the rotating of lanes that have shown Snake's intelligence, but they really fell away on that team fight engage there. They allowed themselves to get split off by an EG who were way behind them in gold. They've closed it to a 2k gold lead. They had their 2nd Baron buff here, and one decisive call. We keep coming back to it. It's kept EDG in this game, and they very well might win it.
Yeah, Pawn's team fighting coming up massive on that Baron fight as well. Beast actually going to consider some aggression here. Flandre does not have his ultimate back, but Bucker's off to the side. They're going to lose this turret here despite being the ones with the Baron buff, and Pawn's Azir is really powering up his team in the later stages of this game.
I find it very interesting to see the Banshee Veil pick up on Draven here, just because relegating yourself to catching your axes or losing, 40 to 60% of your damage in a team fight is so risky on a champion like Draven. I would have really liked to see the static shift for a bit of the extra ranged wave clear and just a bit more auto attack damage. Like, Draven should be focused around catching his axes, that's his kit, but to at least have a bit of backup, attack speed and crit. This is all in on catching axes. It's all in on being peeled for appropriately and being in the front line and fighting. So it's a very high risk build coming out from Crystal.
And that gold lead that Snake had grown to, I think, 5,000 at one point here is shortened very swiftly in the last 10 minutes or so to just 1,000 gold. Blue buff, they're going to go over to Pawn as well, who's got 3.5 damage items, been sitting on that Stinger for a while, and finally finished a Rabadon's death cap. So he is doing redonkulous damage so far. I mean, everyone's powered up here, but EDG might be more than happy to take it to late game.
It's all about Draven, pace your time off, as it often is, the conceited man. But we look at his build here. He's got 2,000 gold on his lane opponent in depth, 2,500 even potentially. But it's just that crazy thing about Draven where if he drops the axes, the efficiency of that gold that's been spent drops markedly. About 40% is the number I'm quoting here. And it's crazy how smart he needs to play in this team fight. We've always seen him struggle once, as we see Beast go in.
Beast is absolutely going in, going to get poked out by Pawn, who has to back off there. And Clearlove's Nunu is so tanky, more than happy to sponge a bunch of damage. Koro needs to watch out as well. The ultimate actually goes down for Flange. Beast is going in. Baka going in there as well. But Beast picks up the first kill onto Mouth. Now Clearlove's channeling the ultimate, trying to zone him off, and Deft is so low. Pawn goes down there as well. Baka with a double kill coming out now, and Deft has almost no health left. Crystal is so close to picking him up. His spells are almost back. Beast is chasing in, and Crystal will use his heal, always flash to try and get the kill. Deft there will channel Boomerang Blade. A little bit of attack speed, move speed there from Nami, and Crystal going in. One hit, that's enough, and there's the ace.
One perfect layering of ultimates there. Once again, Beast and Plande come in close as Crystal tanks up a couple of towers. He doesn't care. Look at the lifesteal that comes out from every order. It's just disgusting. And Snake take it. The layering of CC there was insane. Picture perfect. We've talked about Rumble Jarvan on our cast 10, 20, 50 times. It's such a strong combo because when it works, my God, it works.
And add in Lissandra there as well, and that is absurd team fighting there for Snake. And thank God they've got 4 dragons here. These turrets are melting under Crystal's Draven. They can't get the inhib though. They've forced themselves to back off and play a little bit safer, but now both bases are open.
Yeah, both bases are open. It's still such a tense game because, I mean, EDG picked up that inhibitor. Could they translate it into a game win? No. Now Snake pick up an inhibitor, and we're so finally poised. 1 minute 50 to Baron. You have to think Dragon's, what, maybe 30 seconds behind that? We saw a situation in OMG versus Vici, where OMG traded a 5th dragon for the enemy team, securing Baron, then aced them afterwards for the win. And 10 seconds between timers here. If they can sneak a dragon then go to Baron, they're going to win it. If they can sneak a dragon then fight at Baron, they might still win it there. So there's so much up in the air. And there's the last item from Draven, is the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. It's not a true attack speed item, but it's basically saying for 6 seconds, I'm a god of damage.
Yeah, it really is. And Crystal has just shown such proficiency on this champion. That gold lead, by the way, there was only about 1,000 before. Has jumped to 7,000 after that last exchange there from Snake. So really big lead swinging back and forth here. And these two buff timers, objective timers, sorry, are the big one news for me. You mentioned they're about 10 seconds apart. What do you think? What do you think's most important here? Is it the 5th dragon from Snake, or is it EDD's next Baron?
I don't have a exact answer for that. My split-second first impression is picking up that 5th dragon, just because can you imagine the first Draven whirling axe with an extra 6% damage? He doesn't need 6% more damage. He's quite fine as he is right now. So I'd probably go for the dragon and try to rush down Baron, just because EDG have to be on the back foot after what's happened. But speaking of back foot, they're going straight for it.
They are going for this inhib, and Snake have no answer right now. Koro's down the bottom running interference with Flandre. And they might be able to force a team fight here, but Snake have to do something. This inhib is looking to go down. Deft, he has to be so careful. Baka goes in. Beast around the side as well. Locks him under the cataclysm. There's the tidal wave, and that's going to force the fight out from Deft. Now Clearlove has to be careful. Crystal around the side, though, going absolutely insane. Gets exhausted, but dodges the Azir ultimate. And that's 5-4-0 coming in for Snake. Koro, Rono, you like, buddy. I don't think it matters.
So the flank engage from the AD carry there was the difference. It was unbelievable damage coming out from the Draven there. That was some crazy. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, Koro's alive, so never mind what I said. He'll be absolutely fine. As Ella gonna maybe make me a liar once again here. Looking for the slow, can't quite find an auto, and Baka is still chasing. Koro will escape here, but Snake are shoving down the mid.
They're very happy to let Koro run away here. They're not trying to pick up the kill. They just don't want him to back. They're very happy for him to either die or just stick around running. And with that, Snake, they've defied the odds. They've defied the critics. They're going to win this game.
A first game win here from Snake. And what a way to do it as well. Crystal's Draven, a pick we didn't see before. Someone tell me he favored hyper carries. That is not what I thought they meant.
No, that is not what we thought we meant with hyper carries. We saw him saunter around the side and miss out on doing damage in a fight just because he couldn't find the opening. This time he flashed in, popped that Ghost Blade, and killed everyone.
And this team, man, continuing to impress. I think they may have crept up a little from the 12th place they were offered before the LPL started. 5 straight games in a row, and that one was against EDG.
Absolutely. You can write off the other 4 victories and say, well, they were against lower opposition, but against EDG, number 1, number 2, depending on who you talk to, an impressive victory. And we're going to see a replay to see just some of the carnage we saw this game. So we're watching Snake here. They're around there. They're around looking to contest the dragon. The slow comes on to Clearlove, but he's fine. And this is the part where I thought we might see some re-engage coming out. from EDG. They really want to try and claim this blue buff here, but this is where the layering happens. Watch this Cataclysm. It's just ungodly the damage he's coming out here. Pawn tries to peel everyone off with the ultimate. It doesn't matter. Everyone is chunked down, and then Crystal's like, yep, I'll catch an axe. I'll zone out Def. They eventually chase down and get the kill, I believe, after an extended Yakety Sax kind of moment, but this is just a symptom of how strong Crystal is. Remember, 37 minutes into the game, he's basically full build here.
Yeah.
And he's going to pick up the last kill. That last Whirling Axe probably did, what, 900 damage as Nunu dies in the off lane there. Crazy stuff from Snake, but crazier stuff from Crystal. We thought maybe ban away that Tristana. That might be a smart ban. Take away that Sivir. What else has he got? He's got a Draven.
And Crystal, so impressive. We talk about how his team wants to get him going. Credit to EDG, they played very well, though, in that game, and this is going to be insane. We're going to be back for a second game any moment now. Edward Gaming continue and see if they can battle back for a draw against Snake. And welcome back, everybody, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. What a great game one we had there, as Edward Gaming are currently down a game versus Snake. I'm Paystrom, but this is Papa Smithy, and Papa, what an opening.
Just an amazing game. Like, we've had some great ones today, but the adaptations from EDG to come back in what looked like an unwinnable position, and then the way that Snake closed it out, the aggressive flashing from Crystal. I mean, Crystal's the story right there. We didn't know what he had past Tristana and Sivir, and Draven was certainly not at the top of my list after that. So how do EDG shut him down here? They're going to keep banning the Tristana. Probably a smart move.
Yeah, I mean, we're straight into Champs League here, so let's go through it. Snake has swap to the blue side. LeBlanc, not Aurelia there, 3 bans. And Jana, Tristana, and Lysandra, 3 from EDG. And Snake snap off that Rex side.
Absolutely no consideration whatsoever. They're happy to get it, of course. Clearlove showed so much pressure on that champion and showed off how strong a pick it is earlier in the LPL. So smart to snap it away from here. But how will Beast play out that Rek'Sai? It's hard to say.
Well, Beast is what played only Java Nunu so far, and he has looked pretty good on those champions. I feel like with a champion as strong as Rek'Sai, I mean, this is crazy. Like, he hasn't played Lee Sin. He's played Jarvan as far as top 3 junglers go, and that's it.
But it's worth noting, because of all the adaptation bans, specifically Aurelia and Tristana, EDG get quite the 2 picks coming out here. We see Azir and Jarvan are the picks there, who are very strong together. They're very strong in team fights. They haven't lost out from picking this Rek'Sai, from having this Rek'Sai picked against them, but Kassadin, who somehow went through picks and bans. It's a good lane matchup against Azir. I wouldn't be surprised to see it here.
Yeah, and Bucko played fantastically in that last game as well. Credit to Pawn, his Azir looked fantastic. I felt like one of the best elements in that game 1 was actually Pawn's team fighting on that champion, so we'll see if he can adapt here. And Clearlove, he's already had a getaway Jarvan game this LPL where he's just gone nuts. If he can do it again, that goes a long way against a team like Snake.
And he's shown kind of different strings to his bow, has Clearlove, which is an impressive thing for a player who's been around for so long, over 2.5 years now. He's been rocking the jungle for first World Elite and now EDG. He did show a lot of power ganking in earlier series for EDG. So if he can show that again, he was 4-0 at one of his earlier games in the LPL. If he can get his lane snowballing instead of the snowball that happened on him in the previous game, they have a chance in this game. But look at this depth, is considering that Ezreal might be interesting.
Well, we'll see here. We did have the Kassadin for Snake, though, and Thresh actually is going to go to Ella, and Ella has been another... I mean, Snake have just stood out generally as a team, but Ella's Thresh in particular, I think, is probably a highlight for him.
And in a competitive scene littered with great Thresh players, I mean, how often do we hear, oh, he's a fantastic Thresh player, he's one of the top Thresh players. So many superlatives come out for that champion. Ella has been really on point. He wasn't even required to play kind of that primary initiator or a strong disengage threat in the previous game. He played fine. It was more his vision that defined his play. This game he can play a champion with a bit more highlight reel potential and really show it's not the vision side of his game necessarily that really defines it.
Yeah, and you were right about one of the picks there for EDG as well. That's Ezreal, and the Braum is the bottom lane there for Edward Gaming. And we're going to see what Snake do as well, but I kind of like the bottom lane from EDG.
It's interesting to see the Braum lock in just because it's not like there was a load of hard engage coming out on Snake when that pick was picked up. There was the Rek'Sai who obviously get into melee range, Kassadin, medium range champion, but it wasn't like it was the Jarvan Rumble that we saw last time where a Braum disengage ultimate could be massive. They just kind of looked in maybe for the gank potential, maybe for the passive. It's hard to say why they've gone for such an early Braum pick, but obviously they're trying to keep their top lane options open.
Yeah, I mean, Koro's looked great in earlier series, and FLICKR looked very strong there in his Rumble. He's going to have a different champion, though. Crystal actually is going to go with Caitlyn as his AD carry, and Xerath is presumably going to Bucko in the mid lane, which means FLICKR is on a new champion, and it's Kassadin.
Yeah, defaulting onto the Caitlyn is Crystal here. The Kassadin top against Jax matchup. I have to be worried about whether FLICKR will be able to exude enough pressure onto this Jax. I worry about the situation where Koro can kind of shrug off the Kassadin damage and just farm up, because in the late game it's kind of a crapshoot as to which champion there is going to be stronger. My first instinct will be Jax, but there's always potential where Kassadin's mobility can really be the key factor in a team fight.
And it's like another very high execution comp from Snake. We actually didn't really touch on that in the last game, but the comp they played with basically Rumble and a bunch of zoners with a Draven as their main carry, that's a really difficult comp to execute properly. And for the most part, with maybe a few strategical mistakes towards the middle of that game, they played exceptionally with Crystal's Draven.
It was basically a more risky version of the same comp with a Tristana. Because with a Tristana, the guaranteed AoE damage was going to come in. You can go in and get those resets and reposition in fights. They didn't have that sort of option with the Draven. It was literally all about Crystal's positioning. The one time he was sort of flanking to the side, couldn't get the damage in, they couldn't win a fight. But once they sorted that problem out, it worked with the same sort of flavor. So they always kind of play around that Tristana pick. The Ezreal's a very different beast here, though, from Deft. And now having that Ezreal matchup will be very interesting for Crystal.
And the other thing for Flandre as well here is he's had 4 straight Rumble games until then. And I guess we're going to talk about it. Guys, we'll be right back here with the second game between Snake and EDG. All right, welcome back, everybody. Here we've got the second game of our third match here, week 2, day 1 of the Chinese LPL. Snake are a game up here against EDG. They're on the blue side for this game, and Edward Gaming swapped over to the red side. They'll be down a game here, looking to at least make it a draw here, Papa, and make it 1-1. I'm
very interested to see which of the teams will be more decisive in level 1 to get the lane matchup they want. I'm not sure if Cassidy's going to be looking for a 1v2. I'm not sure he's going to opt into a 1v1. There's a lot of question marks, and that's why I'm not surprised to see the originally 5-man invasion game from EDG, trying to spot out the early laning here, because I think both teams will have a very specific plan of what they want out of these lane matchups.
We'll have to see. And my point before we cut away there with Flandre is he's had 4 straight Rumble games. And the first game of the whole... Oh, Pawn actually going to find Crystal. Just going to... Yep, a couple of taps here. Crystal actually might be forced to use a flash. No Net's over. But Clearlove's here as well. Cora's now joining a party. But Bucket's going to rotate in. A good stun there for Jax. The Brawl passive there. And first blood goes to Jax.
In a previous game, we talked about how when you have a 4-man invasion, your team can kind of go out there as a solo man and get a chance to get aggressive wards down. This is the first time we've seen a team pay for that. Now, smartly, Crystal didn't use any of his summoners there. He had to skill E at level 1, which isn't ideal. Can't start that lane push very early. The gold goes over to Jax, which hardly the ideal to pick it up. And look at this opening item star here. Not just a Doran Blade, but also all the regen here. And now you worry that Jax could really go off this game.
Yeah, but looks like the lane swap is actually going to be started here. So Snake, I guess, get the lane they want. Maybe I think they just guessed given the vision, although they can see Braum here with Def doing that Gromp. So maybe some premature vision here as well. Looks like they are just going to swap in against Jax and try and push him in early.
Opting into a 1v2 with Cassidy is very interesting to me here. Of course, on the blue side, they're the ones initiating the lane swap here. So opting into a 1v2 with Cassidy, a champion who, okay, can last it pretty well when his W's off cooldown and has some AoE tools if the enemy team spams spells. It's very interesting to me. I guess the one thing you can say is that perhaps Ezreal's not the best champion to snowball a lead in a 1v2 situation, but interesting.
And interestingly, as we look up towards the top lane, a very disciplined freeze here from Crystal and Ella.
It's a different flavor right here, just because with the amount of auto attack range that Caitlyn has, they're going to be able to free hit on Jax when he's under the turret trying to farm. So the freeze, it's something new for Chinese League of Legends, obviously a very common thing in Global League of Legends, and they're trying to get this red buff steal.
Yeah, I like that Mouse was just sitting in the brush waiting to see if Beast Rexar was coming, kind of acting as a human ward there. Beast will actually find this red. Great Prey Seeker, maybe sniff this out. He does have his smite, he secures his own red buff, and that's key there for Beast.
He had no right to pick up that buff right there. Beast steals away his own red buff, which is a weird thing to say, but it's a massive win for how much map pressure EDG were exerting right there. And you noticed a bit of jungling being done by Jax. He had so much regen and so much early items that he was very easily able to use his spells to get through the jungle. So when this freeze does end, Jax is still looking fairly healthy.
Yeah, I mean, Jax also very rarely a jungle champion as well. Can actually fight those monsters fairly well. And now Flandre down the bottom actually with Beast. Going to get babysat. Little Ella, though, will come in. And we're going to have 1v1 with Caitlyn Jax and 2v2 with Ella Flandre versus Deft and Mouse.
Both Jax and Maokai have kind of interesting things they can do at level 1 in the jungle, specifically around the Raptor camp, whether it's around Counter-Strike or the Sapling Toss. So E abilities for both can be used to clear jungle camps. But when you have extra regen that you don't even have to, that fills up when you back, and also the extra damage coming out of the Doran Blade, trivial for Jax to go and pick up some minions in the jungle.
Yep, and Koru even just had E level 1 because of the stun he had to use. So everything kind of working out nicely there with that lane swap, and Koru going to be very comfortable on this Jax. Even in CS, though, for those two top laners, or would-be top laners, if it weren't for the swap. And that was my question here coming through. FLICKR playing all of those utility games, now on a very hard carry in Kassadin.
Yeah, on a very hard carry, but against one as well. And I kind of wonder, my big question is, what does this lane matchup look like when Koru and Kassadin finally have to 1v1 in the top lane, when they start splitting with teleport? That's the interesting factor to me, just because, I mean, Jax can get so scary with the Trinity Force, and of course it would be very hard to lock down that Kassadin, but I don't know if he has the damage potential to really put any damage onto Koru. They're probably going to want Crystal to track Jax wherever he can, but eventually the game will reach a point where that's no longer a viable strategy.
Yeah, Beast, though, will sniff out a ward here with his Raptor Smite debuff there. FLICKR actually a little low. Pawn again getting aggressive in his hands. In fact, FLICKR has to be very careful, getting a little low, forced to use the heal there, and Pawn got a free summoner spell there.
That was just a bit of lazy laning coming out of Baka there. There was no reason with Beast pressure they should have to do that, but oh dear,
He's actually
the Rek'Sai damage.
Yeah, heal does get used, and Beast doing so much work there. Pawn maybe getting cocky himself.
Yeah, it feels like two cocky moves, one from each mid laner, cost them every summoner but Xera's Flash. But Clearlove, he's feeling something.
Beast really wants this here, but now Clearlove's going to come in, and Bucker is way too far extended. That's a great knock-up as well after the EQ flashing there, but Beast is actually going to go in, doing a decent amount of damage, and Clearlove cannot pull off the gank.
He deserved better with the fantastic EQ flash mechanics there to be able to get the knock-up. Not quite enough damage. It's a game of inches in this mid lane. Almost everyone has almost fallen down in the first 5 minutes here.
Yeah, and as is typical of Chinese League of Legends, Mouse is here as well in the mid lane. Help Pawn push, which is going to be nice, but he just wanted to try and get the kill. Deft out on mana, going to go back as well, which would open up maybe a bit more room for Flanders Kassadin, who's slightly ahead of Jackson CS.
And you can see the difference in laning power between Ezreal and Caitlyn coming through here in the CS values. Kassadin, a champion you'd never really think has any position to pick up CS in a 1v2, is actually about 10 CS ahead of Jax, which is a massive win if you're Flandre.
Yeah, and Crystal has been playing very well and towards the top half of the map here, but with very few wards for himself, although he does actually have one there to maybe spot Clearlove coming in. Could be in trouble here with this game, but Crystal is playing very safe in this top lane, almost laning like he would be in a safe top lane.
Has to be careful here, though. It's quite extended, and Clearlove, the EQ's available, no flash.
Yeah, he's going to go in Crystal. Oh, gets caught by netting, and that's not good. The smite does follow through, and Crystal actually flashes out. He will be safe for now, but Clearlove, another great gank.
Yeah, his ganking sense on Jarvan has been very impressive once the LPL split started right here. Does it again right here. Now Crystal has to play so much more defensive, of course. Has Ella now to give him a pseudo-escape.
Nice timing, actually, from Ella. Going to walk back and make this a 2v1 lane once again. We can see Beast going to Rek'Sai ultimate down towards the bottom half of the map here. Flandre comfortable. He's going to be left in a 1v1 briefly here with Mouse. Although Deft and Clearlove now are coming down the bottom lane.
But Clearlove's actually paying for his aggressive play. We're tracking this ultimate.
Yeah, Koru got to be careful. Crystal almost gets hooked. And there's Ella actually going to get the real hook there under Koru. There's Ignite coming in as well. That's going to force Jax to flash up. But Ace in the holes here. It's probably not enough damage though. And Koru does get away safely.
Didn't quite have the mana to use that ability either there. So close to the mana to pick it up. Koru lives to fight another day. And one thing I wanted to comment on, Rek'Sai is actually 2.5 levels ahead of Clearlove. So while Clearlove's been very present on the map, Rek'Sai and his ultimate and the mobility it provides means that he's able to stay well ahead in terms of levels, which places them in a great stead for a Dragon fight when they finally swap Crystal back to bot.
Mouse in trouble as well. Beast going to flash forward. The Xerath bolt's going to just hit there. Need one more auto there coming in. Azir, though, will come through. Good ultimate there to keep him away, but Beast will get the kill onto Mouse with, I believe, the red buff.
No, it was the fade-away burrowed Q that picked up the snipe right there. Amazing.
Really nice stuff there as Baka will return back to the mid lane now. Continue farming up and again falling slightly behind Pawn, but he's fine as Flandre is teleporting here. Really wanted that kill onto Clearlove, and Beast will force him back towards his turret.
Level 5 Flandre, by the way. He was really hoping that Wolf would die to grant him 6. It did, but no kill to back out, and Beast is just snowballing in terms of experience amazingly. And they're going to take this dragon here. They've rotated smartly Caitlyn back to the bottom lane. Isn't even going to matter in this case because Caitlyn's going to get to lane quite slowly, but Rek'Sai is going off, and this is why we've seen this champion so frequently banned, is that it doesn't really matter if it's a herbivore jungler, if it's a jungler who really likes to fight and gank. You can do both on Rek'Sai so comfortably.
The Beast does have his smite here, so does not secure the dragon. Deft there going to sneak it away with True Shot Barrage.
feeling great is Deft right here, level 7. He actually eased into a cupcake right there, so isn't able to get over the ridge, doesn't really matter, able to walk back into lane. And all that we hyped up Beast so much there. Losing the Dragon is a big thing for EDG.
Yeah, not sure how exactly those numbers play out, but Beast cannot have been far off from taking that Dragon, but a very well-timed ult there from Deft will steal the win. We're actually going to bring back into standard lanes now. FLICKR has had time to power up. He's hit level 6. He's got his Catalyst. And this is a nice reset there for that top lane matchup.
It is a nice reset, and we're going to start getting a window into this Cassidy versus Jax 1v1 matchup. You have to give it to Jax because Phage and Dagger is so many more combat stats than just, of course, the regen coming out from that item pickup from Cassidy. So he's just going to try and power up, he's going to try and pick up that Rod of Ages unimpeded as much as possible, but I don't know how he's going to do that in a 1v1 situation against the Jax.
I think the same has to be true for the bottom lane 2v2 here for Snake as well. I mean, Crystal's build's a little greedier here with Pickaxe and an Avarice Blade. Actually, Blue Snipe will go off there as well by Buck, and nice steal.
Everything's coming from downtown here, Pastry Time, with the snipes. You'd think it was a basketball game, how often they'd be able to take those out. The three-pointers are coming thick and fast. And nobody seems to be able to claim the buffs they start.
No one gets their own buffs there. And again, such a smart rotation from Snake, but they can't get the Dragon because of Deft's very sneaky ult. FLICKR in the top, continues CSing it even with Jackson, just kind of slow pushing this, trying to get as much space as possible and just poking out Jax wherever he can. He's actually maxing his Q in this matchup.
It's worth coming back to the point you made about the greedy build coming out of Crystal here. It's very relevant just because a no combat stat tier into a Pickaxe should have no chance in a lane against a Caitlyn. Caitlyn naturally wins that lane matchup considerably, has the pushing advantage, has the dueling advantage, has the ultimate to follow, but Beast, he's going in.
He's going in deep. They're great. FLICKR actually will hit there for the reveal. Korra can't quite get away. A great knock up there. The stun is coming, but FLICKR waited very patiently for that, and that will get him a kill.
The kill granted over to FLICKR. Excellent layering of CC. That range smite makes all the difference in these ganks. It gives Beast access to even more CC, and the snowball begins.
Yeah, I mean, FLICKR, the one person I don't think EDG want to give too much to here. We've talked about it. He doesn't go full hard carry mode that often, at least in the LPL games we've seen. This is his chance to go back to, top lane carry god status.
And I'm sure the EDG camp had monitors on OMG and just how far off Going went in that earlier match, so they don't want to give Kasten any rope. Up top, we're seeing a fight.
Horn in trouble. Actually, Beast, never mind, in trouble. Too many friends as Clearlove almost goes down to the Rek'Sai damage. Xerath does snipe Clearlove, though. Finds Pawn as well to cancel it back, and Buck as Xerath is so good.
And my mind casts back to the last time we saw Buck as Xerath. This is the sort of play we can come to expect with him. He's on point with those snipes. Every skill shot that comes over about 2,000 range seems to be hitting in this game. And it's crazy.
Yeah, Ella now in the mid as well, just going to help Bucker with the push. Potentially a bit of pressure put on this turret in the mid, but they'll back off instead with Xerath probably wanting to go by. Rek'Sai will actually go towards the top lane and get a gank again for FLICKR, and Korra has to be so careful. FLICKR waiting fairly patiently here. Beast is here as well. He's speeding his way in. There's a knockout, the smite in there as well. And again, FLICKR just waits for that stun. Actually gets stunned up. Flashes out though with the Rift Walk. Has to be careful. Turns around, the slow comes in, and Beast will get the kill.
A game of inches there. It was very smart for Beast to re-gank the lane. He donated double buffs to, of course, Rek'Sai's insane global mobility. Makes the difference there. Cassidy stays alive by the skin of his teeth. And that resets the top lane. What was looking like a terror top lane for Cassidy, having to deal with a double buff Jax. Finally got manageable. We're going to see the replay here. I mean, it's a standard 2v1 situation, but FLICKR baited excellent here. So far up the wave is Korra right there. There's no way he can really run to. He has to run away as much as possible. Of course, Beast has a massive damage in a 1v1 situation, but FLICKR opens up enough distance right here. He's one auto away. It looked deceptive, but he was one auto away from dying. Just managed to orb walk and stay alive.
Yeah, FLICKR calculated that quite nicely. He actually auto-attacked Jax for a bit of extra damage, I believe, with the W active. I love that both times he's waited out the counter-strike, but he almost paid for it there when Leaf Strike came back off cooldown.
And the other point about waiting out is that he actually waited till he was in the brush before he activated the W and went for that auto. So there was no vision being granted of him as he went for that killing blow. This is what top laners do. That's the sort of plays they make.
FLICKR is back, by the way, and Beast actually is going to go in. This might be a die, but they think a bit better of it. FLICKR, though, about to collect gold from that top tower on Beast. We talk about him camping FLICKR's lane. It hasn't happened that often, but he wants this Cassidy to get going.
Shades of the home guard teleport Irelia we saw in Game 1 against Gamty, where FLICKR really burst onto the scene with excellent play right there. He just shows reckless abandon with that teleport. So many people are like, all right, I've got to always have it up for Dragon. He's like, well, maybe I can get a kill a minute before Dragon.
And you know what? I feel like Snake's overall playstyle and how well they control minion waves gives him the ability to do that with Flunder's teleport. He can afford to be reckless because his team always knows to play around when it's up and also when it's down.
And it's Crystal as well. They play around Crystal's cooldowns on Tristana. They play around his Draven play and the aggression he's going to show. This team is very in tune with each other, and it's a fairly new lineup with communication problem potential with the two Korean imported players. For them to show so much synergy so early is massive, and Pawn, he's dead.
Flandre surprised, he's here again. Pawn has popped his heel. The hook will go wide though, and Mouse is here. There's the last bolt hitting though from right of the arcane, but they can't get the kill. And Buck, very low as well, also survives.
I signed his death warrant too early. I saw 4 members, including the hyper-scaling mobile assassin in Cassidy, and I thought he was dead for sure, but smooth moves keeps him up. And look at this in the top lane. The answer is that Koro, you never want to leave a turret open to Jax.
No, Crystal actually same sort of deal in the bottom lane. Def will return though, and Ella's here as well to help with that push. 2 towers have already fallen on opposite sides of the map, and it seems that they'll be equalized by both teams here as well, with Jax taking top and Caitlyn taking bottom.
This is the absolute minimum we'd expect from this Caitlyn versus Ezreal matchup. The 10 CS lane matchup is lower than you'd expect. You'd probably hope for 20 or 30 for the Caitlyn player, but I think the opting into the Avarice Blade really slowed down the pressure on that turret. 15 minutes is a bit later than we expected, and for it to only be a turret trade when you have a Caitlyn advantage is not the best, but it looks like they can pick up a Dragon at least to grow a bit of objective advantage.
They'll pick up their first one here. No Ezreal ultimate forthcoming this time. It's actually on cooldown there for Def, so Beast probably happy about that. Had everyone in the right spot there for that Dragon, so another nice rotation. Just, I guess, a shame they couldn't pick up their first Dragon because Def, he stole it.
So very aggressive ultimate coming out from Beast. He wasn't interested in seeing Clearlove steal away his blue buff, so they'll be able to claim that back again as we see Jarvan and Jax backing off. But this is kind of the worry I have, is that Jax's split push pressure is only going to get stronger, and I don't think it's a 1v1 situation where Cassidy will be able to hold him down.
No, I'm not too sure either. Flandre has kind of been unleashed here in this game. He finished his Rod of Ages about a minute and a half ago, so that timing's pretty nice around the 15-minute mark, and he'll just continue to get stronger here. Koro, though, does have his Trinity Force, and in general, EDG not too far behind here, only about 1,500 gold.
He has Trinity Force, he has a null magic mantle, and more importantly, he has teleport off. He didn't try and go for a sneaky kill on any of the other lanes, so he has that long cooldown teleport available. There isn't a Dragon to make a play on, but this Jax showing up behind anyone and getting into melee range is going to be some kills.
And again, Crystal, we've seen how integrally he is to Snake's team fighting. They're going to have to protect him in order to make these fights happen properly. And Flandre as well, he has to be careful. He can't go too far in. The engage this time for Snake is not as clear as it was in the last game, and the late game for EDG is stellar.
I was going to ask for a tab over the goal, but we do see finally the Infinity Edge pickup comes for Caitlyn. This is still a bit of the beginning of the Caitlyn power trough, sitting on just that Infinity Edge. No one ever questions a late game Caitlyn, just like no one ever questions a late game Tristana. But only having a 200 gold advantage over Ezreal is a significant factor here for EDG, because Ezreal's getting closer and closer to that Iceborne Golem or potential Trinity Force pickup next. He's only going to get stronger, and Caitlyn has about 2,000, 3,000 gold before she's really teamfight relevant again. Cassidy's in trouble.
Flandre in the top lane is in a whole host of trouble. Crystal cutting back does get that. And now Crystal could be in trouble. Mouse! Oh, deft. Another good Ezreal will snipe him, but Flandre wants to go back in here. The rest of Snake's ready to join. There's the Xerath ultimate. Great slow in there as well. And Flandre gets yet another kill.
These heat-seeking ultimates from Barca are opening up all sorts of plays. How many long-range skill shots have influenced fights right there? I have a sneaky suspicion that Mouse would have picked up that kill, but even better to pass it over to Deft.
Beast is going in again, maybe a bit too aggressive. Deft will trade in some damage as well. Good poke there coming through for him, doing work already with just the Shin and the Manamune. And EDG, they want this turret. Pawn is aggressively putting soldiers down to see if he can take it, but Snake will fend them off for now. Yeah,
a lot of wave clear from when Caitlyn and a blue buff Xerath are involved, but of course Caitlyn was away, as we see slightly wide as that Q coming out there as Deft takes another love tap and suddenly has no health whatsoever.
Yeah, no ult there for Barca, so Deft's safe for now. Although Flandre might get frisky if he really wants to get the kill. Deft will throw his ultimate out, as he, does now start to head back to base as well. We saw another cute little synergy there as well. We've got the Thresh and the Cassin, so Flandre, if he wants, can go real deep.
Absolutely, you can just riff walk in, take the Lantern out. We see that poke combination come out maybe when you're sieging around a inhibitor turret. It's risky. There's always that split-second chance that you'll get caught before you can click the lantern, but it's that nice little synergy you're afforded.
Yeah, especially if you're predictable, you can run into trouble, but FLICKR is getting things going here. His CS is actually quite low, at least compared to the other games we've seen him on. 125 or so at 90 minutes is not stellar, but he's ahead of Coro by quite a nice margin.
I mean, being 20 CS ahead of your lane matchup as Kassadin is instantly a great thing. It doesn't matter who you're laning against. It's a wonderful position to be in as Kassadin. Again, my only issue with Snake is who is going to split push against this Jax, because I'm not convinced that Coro is the right person. So that FLICKR is the right person on that Kassadin.
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, Snake have to force some issues here. And Dragon's not up yet. Baron's up at 20 minutes in about 20 seconds time, but that'll take a while to go as well. We have seen Beast be very aggressive with his ultimate and try and pick off Jax a lot, which is very important against split pushing, but they're going to chase him again here. Coro looks like he'll get away, though.
Very smart of FLICKR to back off, noticing how much of the cavalry was coming through for EDG here. See some damage coming in.
Good.
Very low is Ella.
Yeah, nice block there by Mouse. Ella will have to back away, though. They're going to keep defending this mid turret if they can. But Clearlove's rotated as well. Crystal's actually in trouble now. Def with some really nice poke coming out through on that Ezreal. Beast will try and force him back. Bucker as well. Probably has some gold to spend here, but doing a nice amount of poke damage already. It's him and pawn trade back and forth, but Coro is still collecting CS as we go. No, not that much gold, actually. Although FLICKR's got a big amount to spend. They pretty much need to see Large Rod if that's where he wants to go next. Yeah,
in this case, when you're sitting on so much gold, it's actually the one window when EDG really has a chance to push in this enemy team, just because Caitlyn and Xerath is instant wave clear 100% of the time with blue buff or having mana, or I mean any semblance of AP coming on the Xerath right here. Barker's sitting on gold, doesn't have blue buff, but he's able to abate the push and keep his turret alive.
And FLICKR is at least taking some of this side lane farm as well. Deft will now come down towards the bottom and clean it up. Oop, never mind. Could have a standoff there actually as Crystal does take the red buff. Beast's going to come back. He wants to defend the mid lane turret again with the rest of his team. FLICKR backing off them. Maybe have to teleport towards the top. Beast's going to clear out some wards as well. And Snake continue to defend this outer mid turret.
At the same time, Coro on that Jax. We see Caitlyn walking towards him. It's not going to be a lot of fun for Caitlyn if Jax gets on top of her. I mean, Coro's basically the big unknown this game. If Coro can keep alive, if EDG can ward smartly for a split push, I can't see anyone holding a candle to him in the top lane.
FLICKR does have his need to see large rod though, so can maybe contend with Coro just a little bit more. He's got to be careful, but Jax is quite squishy when he has only his Trinity Force.
Let's see the first duel between those two here. You know this is going to be a damage trade right here.
Yep, Coro wants to go in. FLICKR immediately reflects out. It's not really much of a trade. Coro just gets free hits, but FLICKR answering back here in the middle. Do have a team fight brewing as well. Just some poke being traded back and forth. Again, Bucker kind of versus the poke there. From a Z, Clearlove though, going to go in, and that's the instant teleports coming in as well. Pawn gets the first one to Ella. Coro dives in onto Crystal, and that Jax is going massive. Good stun there onto Bucker. And the damage has come through. That's 2 free kills there for EDG. The snipe does hit Clearlove though, so 2 for 1 now.
The team fighting positioning around that pink ward was massive for EDG there. They was able to get so much damage. FLICKR goes aggressive. He's very low on mana, and you have to think he might get cleared out, but so much damage on Deft.
Crystal got to be careful as well. He's kiting back and forth. Pawn, though, look at the damage with the soldiers. There's a kill. There's a second kill as well as Deft takes it out. And as the trade-off falls through, 3 for 1 there for EDG.
In these extended fights, the amount of mobility and burst damage coming out of EDG is massive here. There's nothing FLICKR can do. Kassadin's base damage has been nerfed enough times that he's really not going to get any bursts done. Yeah, he's looking for an extended fight, but an extended fight you're opting into against Jax, have fun with that. Yeah,
Beast again, maybe looking for an exit kill. Wants to defend this Dragon. I think they'll be able to get it here, actually. Deft has pulled it out, but he's quite low. Has to be careful. Great Pro Seeker there from Beast. Will spot Ezreal moving on. Ella now done as well. Deft just trying to defend. He's got good poke. He's got the Mana Mune and the Iceborne done. Plus a blue buff here, and Clearlove's here as well. They're going to at least try and take the Scuttle Crab.
And you look at the mini-map quickly before the action comes. There's a huge minion wave pushing in for where Jax has done so much work in the top lane right here. There is an equal blue push coming down in the bottom lane, but you'd have to think the side waves favor EDG. They've got double pinks down. They've definitely got vision secured around this dragon.
Yeah, and this is the second dragon for either team here. They've got 1 each so far. Double pink ward there for EDG as well. They've got plenty of vision over. Crystal's got to be careful. Does not quite have a static Shiv yet, but does have a Zeal, so going to add a decent amount of damage back in as well. Other than that, Beast is building up towards his Randuins. And I think EDG, it's kind of poke v poke here. The mid laners here are both very good at zoning.
Deft was able to go to bottom lane quickly and push out that wave, so it is definitely a minion wave advantage for EDG. You have to think they're going to be able to secure this dragon here, but we might see a fight.
A good knock up there by Beast, actually sort of dueling Koro a little bit, but the Jax is very scary. Still a bit squishy, but the Giant's Belt goes a long way, as well as that Null Magic Mantle and the Ninja Tabi. And again, we're going to have a poke war here. Pawn aggressively positioning his soldiers. Baka trying to get in position to use that ultimate, but he's still sitting on the same items I saw him a couple minutes ago. He's not spent gold yet.
No, he hasn't had any big gold purchases whatsoever. He's starting to actually fall off a little bit in terms of relevant damage. Maybe going to be a Void Staff pickup here, hard to say. But it looks like EDG have started the Dragon.
Beast is going in aggressively. He wants to try and steal the Dragon. Clear up though, gets it away already, and Beast could be in trouble. He does Lantern out there, and they're poking over the top now as well. Koro looking to get sniped off. So many good skill shots. Can't quite get the last one, and Death gets caught up there. He's got to be careful, and Ella gets that kill with the help of Flandre. Pawn though does pick up Crystal, so both AD carries dead. Flandre gets the next kill there. Now Clear Love in trouble. Almost gets knocked up there through the EQ, and 2 for 1 there for Snake, but EDG did get the Dragon.
Both AD carries were caught in no man's land and assassinated very early into that fight, and that suits a Kassadin absolutely. Jack's not able to stay in this fight. Philandro did some excellent cleanup work, which of course is what we know Kassadin to do. He's got the home guards as well, so we can expect the home guard teleports coming out in about 2 minutes time.
Yeah, and an important tower here as well for Snake. They take out their mid turret now, EDG's mid turret, get themselves a bit of extra gold. They're kind of back into the gold lead now. It's been super back and forth between these two teams, but about 1,000 gold ahead for Snake. 3 turrets each here, a bevy of kills on both sides, but maybe most importantly, EDG are 2-1 up in Dragons.
In team fights, we're going to have to really track the play of Baka. We've already said, look, he's got those skill shots down pat. He's probably got quite a bit of gold to trade on, but his big issue is here. I mean, Xerath loves sitting at 1,000+ range and sniping people. He has to contend with a Jax with plenty of mobility and ability to get on top of him and stun him. Jarvan is always seen as the standard counter to a Xerath pick just because he's able to close so much distance and lock him down. Azir can close distance, Braum can get a flash ultimate off. It's very hard for Baka to navigate these fights correctly, especially in an open space. They kind of need a vision advantage and to fight in a jungle where he can kind of freely use his spells on the short cooldowns, or he's really going to struggle in a long drawn-out fight.
And we mentioned it in the draft as well. This is a one-tank lineup for Snake, and it's very execution-heavy. A lot like their Game 1 comp, but the difference here, they don't have nearly the same amount of snowball here. And again, Flandre, he's been put on a carry champion. Can he carry from this point? I mean, there's plenty of good options here for Snake, but the team fights are very difficult to play properly.
Hasn't been the Crystal Show this time, of course. Still farming away. He's kept the average blade for, what, 20 minutes or so at this point? Maybe at least 15. So definitely be adding up to quite a lot of gold here. But he's in between 2 items that round out Caitlyn's late-game power spike. But until they're finished, it's going to struggle to be relevant compared to the huge blue Ezreal we see coming out of Deft here. Since we last looked at his build, Iceborne Gauntlet, Muramana Transform is completed, and the Bloodthirster. So much poke damage coming out here, and over an extended team fight, he's got double buffs right now, at least the blue buff, can't really tell with the particles of the red buff. So much damage and mobility coming out from this Ezreal.
Yeah, and Beast has to be careful now as well. Korra going to chase in. Oh, great smite there from Beast, slows him down enough. He actually wants to go back in, but that might not be what he wants to go. Tunnels out though, 2 members coming through. Mouse actually going to go in, he dodges the, oh, that's an amazing lantern by Ella. Now Bucky coming through for the poke, and Flandre's in as well. He's going deep in, they get a 5-man force pulse. Good Zonni's there as well, dodges the ulti there from Pawn as he throws it out, and now they're going to try and snipe it. There's 1 kill as Cleanup goes in onto Beast. Koro gets that next one as well, but Baka cutting back and forth. Ella in trouble now, Flandre cutting back in as well. Now Def could be in trouble, he's taking damage here for Crystal, but great cutting in there as well. Baka can't 2v1 here, and there's the S coming through. 5 for 3 there in favor of EDG.
Over the extended fight, it's Def that cleans it up. He has so much damage right now, and although Caitlyn has the tools to be so close to her power spike, doesn't quite have it right now. It just wasn't putting out the same damage as this blue Ezreal here, and the mobility of both Azir and Ezreal is what carried them through that fight. It was a long, extended one. In the replay, I'll have to shout out Clear Love's play here. We'll watch Clear Love when he comes in. But to start off the fight, Beast, he's just trying to buy time for Crystal to run. He knows he has the burrow to be able to move away. The flash ultimate from Mouse is good, but the Lantern is unbelievable from Ella. The re-engage from Flandre, he has Zhonya's, he is able to go in. And this is when we see Xerath start to open, and that's when everything comes. The engage from Clear Love is massive. There's 3 people here, and at the back, look who's got full health. It's Def. He's so strong in the back. There's nothing that Baka can do with his longer cooldowns, with lack of a tank line in front of him. An excellent play from Deft. That's what you expect when you pick up Deft onto your team. It's that late game team fight carry.
And to be honest, that team fight was played in that situation, almost as perfectly as Snake could have asked for. But that Caitlyn power drop must have felt awful, because if Crystal did any more damage, now picked up a last Whisper for himself, that might have been a different fight.
And the one tank situation coming out from Snake here really showed through, as it was Beast that took a lot of the poke damage at the start of that fight, and he wasn't able to be a relevant team fighter at the start there. And that's when Xerath had to worry about his positioning, as he had no tank wall in front of him. Kassadin Rift walked in and then was kind of caught in no man's land. They need Crystal to get these items and get them quick, specifically the Static Shiv as we look there. 700 or so gold being picked up from that Avarice Blade, which is disgusting really if you think about it.
Crystal, so greedy. Just so greedy.
He's an income banker right here.
He is. He just finally finished the Static Shiv. Basically pays at least for the recipe and a little bit more as well after all the Avarice Blade money that he got. EDG, they're actually on top of Baron Beast. Looking in there, maybe trying to smite it away. It's getting low. He's got to be careful. But Finder's in the back as well. He picks up Mouth. The Baron actually regenerating. Ella's back in there, but Pawn picks up the kill and ults him out as well. Now Baka being chased away. Look, that damage they're coming through. But Crystal does go down. Def goes down as well there with a great stun from Baka. And Beats is coming back clear. He wants to steal it. He does get the Baron, but he will go down.
His dying wish is to claim the Baron. He does get it, so he's able to take that away. If they had given up Baron there, they would have lost their inhibitor just because of the power coming out of the minions right here. So they lose the minimum, but that is the risk of taking Baron sneakily against a team with a Xerath. With that magic resist shred, those Qs from Baka were doing ungodly damage. Even Flandre on Kassadin was doing very respectable damage right here. They're able to take an inner turret. They won't be able to take an inhibitor turret, but they're starting to get a lot of extra vision around the map.
Yeah, the 3-item power spike really coming up big there for Snake. Beats is going to get this tower and be able to ult down to the Dragon as well. So a lot of objectives being picked up here for Snake very quickly. And that was, again, another beautifully played team fight. This time, though, it's on Snake's side.
Well, the difference in power between all the recipe items of the Static Shiv and the Last Whisper to completing those items is massive, and that was on display right there. Crystal got to the fight late, but was still doing very strong damage once she sent it. If they were truly grouped, if Crystal was there when they were half health because of Baron, it would have been a clean ace and a free Baron, but of course with that positioning, they'll just have to take the kills.
And this game in some ways is sort of developing into Baka and Flandre, versus Def and Pawn. It's kind of funny. It's the two Chinese solo lane players here up against their Korean counterparts.
I won't discount Koro just yet. He's only 355, but he's getting closer and closer to that random. He's getting very, very tanky. And Jax, once he hits level 16, he's 15 at the moment, has access to so many free defensive stats and just so much damage if he's able to stick to a target that he's going to be a massive factor in these fights. But for now, it's definitely been Flandre who's been edging ahead in terms of team fight importance.
Very fair, and I think maybe we can say the same thing about Crystal. Now, obviously a very different role there coming up for Caitlyn, but Crystal's only getting stronger from this point, and Blue Residual's fine, but as far as raw damage output goes and consistent right-click DPS, Crystal probably has the market cornered.
It's one of those situations where Crystal will hit 6 items a lot later than Deft. Deft is very close to 6 items already. He has a ward slot right now. He'll pick up a last item. We'll wait and see, maybe a defensive item coming out there, maybe more damage, but it's hard to say. Probably a Blade the Ruined King, I guess, if I think about it. And that'll be it. That'll be in the next, 5-10 minutes. Crystal's just going to get stronger and stronger as this game goes on. And Caitlyn's often won't even opt into a defensive item just because of how much range and how naturally safe a champion she is in the late game once all her cooldowns get really short. So I do agree with you there. But the question is, can they deal with a 6-item def in 2 minutes compared to 20 minutes time when we see the Caitlyn really coming in?
We'll see. I think Bloodthirster, which I'm assuming is Crystal's next item, does a lot of work both on offense and defense for such a long-range carry like Caitlyn. So we'll see. Crystal is just cleaning minion waves out of the map right now, pushing the side waves out, letting Snake get a bit more control. And these big buffs are going to reset in a couple minutes. Baron should be up relatively shortly. Dragon in a few more minutes here. I believe it's 2-2 now for Dragons as well, so we couldn't have asked for a closer second game.
And with the carry situation we've been discussing, we'd expect that EDG will be the team on the front foot here, recognizing just how strong their Ezreal is and just how close Caitlyn is from getting unmanageable. So they really need to get these aggressive wards in. They haven't had any on the map. It's a bit deceptive because you see all the pink tunnels coming through. But they really need to get aggressive wards down, start pressing the advantage they have right now. But then they start eating poke from Baka, and that poke is sticking.
Yeah, I like the tower being put down here by Pawn though as well. Going to give themselves a bit more room here to pressure these turrets and try and take more structures. That's actually the biggest difference here. That last fight gave Snake 2 turrets, I believe, and EDG still only have the outer ring down.
So I see FLICKR actually just went and completed his Zonia's Hourglass, I believe, there.
Rabadon's, I think.
Rabadon's Death Cap, sorry, you're correct there. So he has a nice burst of damage coming out. No magic resist whatsoever being built on EDG. No need to rush that Void Staff there. He's able to meet this wave that Jax has pushed in. They take down the Azir turret, obviously not a massive turret destruction. The scoreboard is going to be a bit deceptive when it comes to turrets. We'll have to look at the mini-map to get the full information there. But now we're going to see it, the true test of bottom lane, the Kassadin versus Jax matchup.
Yep, FLICKR is here. He's actually only level 15, although he'll be 16 very shortly.
I'm going to guess he's going to play a very hands-off approach until the minion wave crashes in.
Yep, he's just going to clear these out. Yep, just waiting, hanging out, and he'll slap them away. Koro doing the same to the enemy Krugs. He'll steal those. And Jax is pretty scary. We kind of look down and he's got 2 defensive items and a Trinity Force.
I mean, his damage relevancy is not gated by items. Just with that Trinity Force, the burst of damage you're able to do every 3 seconds or so with Empower are massive. I mean, he's just so tanky that he's just going to be tickled by Kassadin. I mean, there's no way for Kassadin to force him out of lane. Okay, Kassadin can clear waves, but no 1v1 pressure whatsoever from Kassadin on a Jax.
Yeah, and Barker as well has had a great score this game. Picking up kind of a curious 4th item there. He's actually got a Haunting, guys.
I mean, the extra flat magic pen is massive for the amount of gold you invest into it. So if you're talking about 1485 gold worth of value, he's getting massive value from it right now. If there was an Aegis completed on the side of EDG, then it'll be less useful, but he's so close to doing true damage to multiple people here. I think it's a very worthwhile pickup.
Good block there by Mouse as well. Attempted poke there from Crystal with the Caitlyn ultimate. Doesn't really do too much right now, so why not use it? But Mouse will block that away. And Braum is actually very tanky as well as this next dragon. We'll be back in a minute 20. Baron about 10 seconds after that as well. And Snake doing their side wave manipulation thing. FLICKR down the bottom, running interference with Koro. This could get hairy swiftly as the big buffs do respawn.
Absolutely. I'm just looking at the top wave here. Seems to be just about pushing in terms of EDG, but of course this ultimate will completely change that. It's definitely going to be side wave pushing in power of EDG. Felt a bit of Ziggs flavor there with the ultimate flying across the map. And it's Kassadin here. He's going to be able to do a valiant effort, but once EDG converge, it's going to be a free turret.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is rotating down, using the ulti to cover about a quarter of the map, but that turret melts there under EDG's damage. Deft and Pawn between Azir and Ezreal. If they're allowed to free hit turrets, especially with Jarvan attack speed, they do not last long.
So much like last game, it's a minute till the 2 big neutral objectives come into play here. 48 seconds for Baron, 33 seconds for Dragon coming here. I feel like whoever gets ascendancy over these objectives are really going to be the winner as we close this game out. And whether Beast can really be that solo tank for the team. We've seen a lot of damage Rek'Sai. It's actually the first full tank Rek'Sai we've really seen.
Yep. Jack's down there as well. Got a bit more room to pressure FLICKR in as well, kind of back him into a corner. Crystal does have another BF sword as well, so Bloodthirster is almost completed there to make that a 4-item Caitlyn, but Koro's rotating and Baka going to try and poke him off. Not quite level 16 there. Xerath, especially with those pinpoint ultimates, going to want that, but EDG are starting to take control of this bottom half of the map.
Yeah, we said they needed to get that advanced vision in that and abuse the power spike that Deft's currently going for. They're doing that very well here. Baka's using his ultimate, and probably for vision more so than anything. Not realistically going to be able to snipe away the dragon here. But look at this trade.
Running to Baron here, and that's 3rd dragon for 1st Baron potentially. If Snake can finish it, they're 3-manning it right now. Baka kind of knows, like, I can't really do anything. And Kassadin actually will start teleporting early. Jax does have his teleport, but FLICKR is going to come and he's going to try and help his team take the Baron, and they do secure it. But Mouse now getting low. He gets chunked out so hard there with that damage. But Def going to come in. Beast trying to run in there as well. Clearlev in the back is going onto Crystal. Koro does get that kill, though, and that's so important. Now FLICKR going to try and kite away. He's zoned out Deft and Mouse. Beast a little low as well. Clearlev dives in, but Crystal does get the kill. He's still dead, but somehow gets it. Now Baka being aggressed on by Koro, who's so tanky. He does chase out, gets 1 kill, but 4 kills already down. Snake somehow winning this fight. Koro is trying to make a difference, but there's the ace. 5 for 2 in favor of Snake.
It is unbelievable how long Baka lived once Jax jumped on top of him there. Excellent use of flash, excellent peel from his team. He would eventually fall just because that's how Jax is. He's a very sticky man. But winning that team fight there and picking up the Baron, and this game's turned completely on its head.
And that was one that I would like to replay on 2 different screens in about quarter speed, because what happened there was insane. Snake just made a really awkward situation with another aggressive teleport by FLICKR into a beautiful ace.
I'm sure we'll get a replay coming through soon. I'm going to probably focus on Baka just to see how much he did so much damage there, because once Crystal got taken out of that fight, I thought for sure it was going to be a team fight win for EDG. And for it to go the way it did, amazing.
Really was. There's Beast going to do a bit of counter jungling. The best thing, though, for EDG, they lost, I think, no structures, maybe a tier 2 turret in that exchange, so couldn't quite get anything else done, could Snake, but they now give themselves an opportunity to get very aggressive with the sidewave push.
They still have those 2 Baron buffs up on their teams. They still do have if they could really focus on one lane, they can still push that in very hard. They lose the ability to push in multiple lanes at the same time, but they still do have a Baron buff to trade on.
Combat stats there as well coming through for the Baron, and of course, that gold quite handy there. And Snake actually have a pretty good lead here, about 4,000 gold. And as we do have a pause here, I definitely want to slow it down because these two teams have just been going at it in both of these games. But one of our big questions, Papa, sort of moving in, thinking about Snake as a team, especially playing against a team of the caliber of EDG, was what are they like when they're behind?
That's kind of the question we've been looking to answer through the course of this series. And they're certainly not outclassed. They certainly have ways of getting back into the game. They do that decisive Baron in this game, much the same flavor that World Elite did it. Sorry, that EDG did it in the previous game. They're very competitive. They have a lot of interesting things. I mean, the big thing for me here is the Jax. We finally saw what an unchecked Jax can do in a team fight, and he ripped the team apart. It wasn't quite enough to take the team fight win, but it's still a big question mark as we continue on in this game.
Yeah, we are going to be back here. Baron still ticking on a few members here of Snake. And again, with their gold lead, they're going to see if they can make it happen. EDG, by the way, playing fantastically from behind and have basically been behind all game. But we're getting very late in this one. Almost 40 minutes have elapsed between these two teams. And not entirely sure if there's a compositional advantage, but these fights, all of them have just been absolute slugfests. And
it's at the point where I'm actually not sure where we're at in terms of Dragon. I believe 2 stacks on the side of Snake. I'll wait till we see something from the EDG side. But I imagine it's all tied up or very, very close. 3-2 perhaps is the lead that EDG is showing right here, which, I mean, it's all tied up, pastry time.
Yeah, I mean, they just traded Dragon for Baron, so EDG are 1 up, but, you know, it wasn't a 4th or a big clutch 5th Dragon, so, I mean, objectives are going late here. The first Dragon must have been taken relatively late. It's hard to remember with all the craziness that's happened here. The Baron up minions. I love the Azir turret, by the way, just sort of buying time and wasting Baron buff pressure.
And we see Rek'Sai is actually the person that chooses to split up the top lane. Just because he has so many tunnels around the mid lane area, he knows that he can group with his ultimate at any time. It's something that we've seen World Elite mix around with the split push coming out from the jungler, but in this case, with the global, actually makes a lot of sense.
It does. And then Beast can't contend with Koro 1v1. Oh, Death gets grabbed though by Ella. That's an amazing hook. The GA though will keep him alive for now. Rek'Sai's coming in right in the middle of this fight. Clear up, jumps up Crystal's pawn around the back. He's actually fighting Fundro, who's on it. That's a beautifully, no, not quite timed enough, but Mouth does get the kill there on Kassim. No, Clear up diving in, but Crystal, Ella, and Barker are doing so well here. And Beast has tanked so much damage. He tunnels out there as well. Is he going to go down? That's 2 for 1 there. Now Def going to go through. Barker gets the kill into Def with a snipe, and Mouse, run buddy. Crystal is chasing you down. Does stand behind me on towards Korra. Gets out, but 3-1 there in favor of Snake.
Just a heroic engage coming out to Def that dies through his Guardian Angel over time. But look on the other side, Crystal free hitting the whole time. He's got that bloodthirst. It's the late game Caitlyn that we all worry about. Much the same flavor as the Tristana we've seen from him so many times before. And they're going to get objectives here. The question is just how many.
And for a 1-tank comp here, Flandre is doing a beautiful bruiser impression on this Kassadin. This inhibitor turret is not long for this world. This inhibitor likely falling as well. And Snake are opening up even more of this game for themselves. Koro looks so scary, and they're actually going to go for more here, it looks like. That might be a bit too much. The minions are there. There's no Baron buff left. They do get 1. Can they get the second? There's not enough left for EDG. And that's 2 towers and inhibs there for Snake.
Crucially, still 5 seconds for any semblance of ranged wave clear coming out from EDG. It's just Azir and Ezreal popping up right now. The Ezreal ultimate from downtown would have been enough for a bit of wave clear, but with no wave clear whatsoever, they were able to pick up 2 inhibitors and swing the game firmly in their advantage.
Yeah, after that, another stellar team fight there with Flandre and Beast zoning so impeccably. A great tunnel there for Rek'Sai, using that global ultimate to get back into the fight. Flandre zoning up both of the carries, and Deft, a great hook from Ella to start that all off. Snake don't have that many options, it feels like, when it comes to engagements, but when they pick them, boy, do they pick them well.
And it's almost never Deft that's the one caught in a late game team fight. He's well known for his positioning. He's always said, look, he's not the best laner. He's still a very competitive laner, but that's not his strong. So it's all about the late game team fight. To die through your Guardian Angel as Ezreal in a late game team fight, that's a head scratcher.
And we know that Thresh is a very valued pick in China. Ella showing off a little bit why that is. And Snake, again, have put themselves in probably the best position to win this game based on their comp. They're 6,000 gold ahead. There's 2 inhibs down, and Dragon is going to be a much easier. And the next objective, where they want to pressure, is important. I think for me, if Snake are going to actually 2-0 EDG, which is probably the reverse of the result we thought we were going to get coming into this, they must close this game strong. Because EDG, despite the deficit, still have a chance to win. And
that's what they showed in the previous series, where it looked like they had no way of getting back into the game, and they went for that really aggressive push into the no inhibitor turret, top inhibitor, and try and pick it up and get a bit of pressure going. They're happy to take small chances and make those decisive plays. That's the advantage of having experienced players like Clearlove to make those big calls to try and grind out a victory. It's looking very difficult with 2 inhibitors down, though.
And talk about aggressive play, just decisive play, sorry. Decisive and aggressive might be the best way to describe the way Snake plays. Flandre especially, when it's go time, he is just already home guard teleporting in there from wherever he ends up. As we are back into this game, Dragon up in a minute here, and Snake are looking to close out an incredible upset here in the second week of the LPL. And it would be an upset here, Papa.
And this is the kind of implied power trough we see as we see going back. Caitlyn finishes her Banshee Veil. Now she's 6 item to match Ezreal's 6 item. In terms of right-click damage, it's not even a contest. Not even the same league. Crystal will be doing massive damage on this Caitlyn.
And you know, we talk about Crystal and his propensity for hypercarries. Caitlyn here ascended into that hypercarry status now. This Dragon is going to go real quickly here once it spawns back up. And Baron's going to be up about 1 minute 15 after that. Rek'Sai already ulting down the bottom. Going to look to get the waves pushed as well.
Trying to track that Rek'Sai is always very, very amusing, so thank you to the cameraman there. I mean, the main issue Deft has here, he's got 2.5 minutes plus for his Guardian Angel to respawn, and they really can't take a fight before that comes down, just because those resists, while they're nice, it's going to be the difference between him getting assassinated by Kassadin instantly and Jax finding the time to get on top of this Caitlyn.
Yeah, Barker has another needlessly large rod as well, so finally going to build a zone. Is actually the fight will start it. Clearly going to go in Ella, kind of joining him out. A great box there in the choke block. Crystal, though, getting poked out. He has to be careful, but Barker's running back and forth. Flandre just running interference in the back on a Depth Pawn. He's going to go down soon here, but Cora jumps on a Flandre. Rift locks out. Barker gets the first kill. Beast is still alive and tanking all of them, and Beast solos out Depth after Flandre goes in. Cora gets grabbed out of the air by Thresh, and Snake are looking to win this game.
Ella is just insane with these Thresh hooks. And how is Beast still alive? He's still fighting. He managed to assassinate Deft. He's not going to stop. And this is going to be the 2-0 that nobody picked.
No doubt left, I think, now. EDG get defeated by Snake 2-0. There's the 4th kill there for Snake, and this game is over. And what an incredible way to win against a team like EDG. Who is the late game team now?
It has to be Snake. No one would have picked it, and Ella, my goodness. First it was the heroic hook onto the Guardian Angel Deft to take him down in the first fight, and then that hook onto the jumping Jax was just disgusting, let's be real. And they take the victory. They didn't steal it though, Pastry Time. They won both those games with their own merit, and that is an impressive thing to say about a former LSBL team new to the LPL this season.
And Snake continue undefeated in LPL matches here. Still early on, but man, it's been impressive. And you know what? We have a replay, and I really want to watch this one.
So you take a breath there, Pastry Time. So we're about 30 minutes into the game here. So it's no lead whatsoever. In fact, 1,000 gold lead coming out for EDG here. And this was the rush down on Baron. So Beast goes in. He's very, very tanky, so he's able to buy a lot of time. Notice the Baron's still alive here, still hitting Pawn awkwardly, and that's why Pawn's dying. Now watch Barker in the back. He does so much damage despite being on a very immovable kite. Deft goes in the wrong direction, you'd have to say there. Gets killed. But that was just a crazy, crazy fight. And yeah, I mean, Deft, a couple of positional mistakes there, whether it was the arcane shifts, being caught by Ella's hooks. He really let his team down on such a mobile carry like Ezreal. It's not something you'd say for Deft usually.
And for me, I don't know. We tried to figure out this match. We've gone through so many players. We talked about Flandre. We talked about Crystal. Beast is that good plays. Ella has good plays. Bucket, guess what? I just named everyone in this team.
Yep.
They are just a good team now. And boy, was that a match. But we have one more LPL match left tonight, guys. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be insane here. One more best of 2 coming up for day 1 here right after this.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful and yet probably a little bit tired by now, Chris Papa Smithy Smith. And we have a brilliant final game coming to you between World Elite and M3, of course, formerly World Elite Academy, the sister team of their opponent thus far. And Papa Smithy, how do you think they're going to dethrone what would have been their mentors?
It's a little bit of a different flavor, as you mentioned, coming to this game, just because these orgs very close. You know, M3 was only formed very recently when the Riot rule came through that you couldn't have two teams under the same banner in the LPL. So they've got it's very interesting because it's two teams here where you have a very solo heavy in terms of talent focused M3 right here. You got Dade and Lupa coming from Korea.
Yep.
It's very well known. When one of them's a world champion, the other one was maybe the MVP of the 2014 against a team that has a carry jungler in Spirit, who's even been playing jungle Riven and trying to split push and cause pressure on those junglers.
Yeah, jungle Olaf.
And a very powerful AD carry in STYZ. So there's definitely very different points of power between these two teams. And I guess the question to me is to focus on that jungle matchup. Ruo is at his best when he's snowballing solo lanes. And interestingly, of course, 1 year ago at the start of the 2014 LPO, Ruo was actually the jungler of World Elite. He was their first team jungler. That's what he did. He snowballed the mid and top lane right there. And a year later, he's coming against his old team with his new organization, and he's going to try and snowball Dade and Lupa and have them carry the game. Or will it be all about Spirit, you know, this new kind of iteration on carry junglers, really being able to put that split push pressure on and see if they can actually close out again? Because they've gotten some leads with Spirit. He's actually played individually very well, but the solo lanes have really struggled. So there's definite points of power for both teams, and whichever one is more decisive will probably take the victory.
Yeah, and as you were talking about Dade and Lupa coming into those solo lanes, and arguably the World Elite that we've seen thus far in their 0-4 performance, it's been those solo lanes that haven't quite stepped up to the plate. It's
an all-Korean mid lane matchup between Ninja and Dade. Of course, Ninja has that extra experience in the LPL, having already got one split under his belt.
Yep.
He's most known for those long-range mages, or that wave clear champions like the Jace, like the Xerath, whereas Dade even has his own playstyle. He has his own champion pool. It's very specific, and you'd have to think these teams have a lot of practice against each other, so there's going to be a very interesting flavor to picks and bans.
Yeah, we'll see whether there is a bit of a change-up in the picks and bans. Thus far, we do have the Kassadin being banned away on the side of M3, and Rek'Sai taken off the board. So not exactly mixing it up just yet, even as Lysandra does come into that ban list as well. And we'll see whether WE do decide to mix this one up against M3, or whether we're going to have a fairly standard banning situation. Zed's going to be taken off the board, so no Dade Zed. Everyone shedding a little bit of a tear about that one. That is always a pleasure to watch. Although last time we saw it, he was a little bit lazy on that champion, although still able to come out with a win in the end.
He's still the only player right now who's drawing Zed bans. That's the important thing there, is that Dade, having him on your team, he's still drawing bans on champions that have been... So far we've had, 6 series so far today. Zed has not been banned or picked in any of them. So to have a person who has such a strong champion pool and so much familiarity on some of those champions, it's an extra, it's an extra notch in your belt.
It certainly is. And Dade always a player to be feared, even if he is sort of not necessarily playing up to his former skill level. Sivir going to be taken off the board. STYZ not going to be able to have that one. And I want to go back to WE as well, because the two teams that they have lost to so far have been Invictus Gaming and Snake, who we would say, I would personally put them in the top 2 teams that we've seen play so far.
And even in objective rankings, both teams are 6-0, right? Both teams are way up the top of the list right there. So I guess we don't really know what to expect out of this World Elite lineup, but what we do know is, Lupa, he's played around with some off-meta picks. He's played around with the top Annie. That didn't really work out, but give him a carry top like Gnar and anything's possible.
Yeah, it seems to me that if you let Gnar through, you're in for a pretty tough game. We have seen Gnars lose, but it has never really been the Gnars' fault.
It's been the exception rather than the rule, for sure.
That is very much true. So Lupa going to be sitting on that one. Aluka and Spirit looking to lock in their bottom lane already. And that is very strange, considering the fact that, Jan has been left open, and they take away the Thresh, and they've got that Corki in there. Jarvan was also a thing that Spirit could have locked in as well. But Spirit I mean, he probably doesn't want to play that. A little bit too meta for our Spirit.
And the thing that's actually surprised me the most in picks and bans so far comes from M3. It's the banning of Sivir.
Whoa.
As we see that Jana probably going to be locked in here. I mean,
don't
you might
really
say Sivir has traditionally been very, very strong in the LPL this season. You'd be correct. But STYZ's had this champion a couple of times during the split so far and struggled on it. He's struggled to make much of an impression on that champion. He's more known for those more selfish carries, those more hyper carry champions. And although Corki doesn't have quite that flavor, it's not the kind of support-oriented Sivir pick that he's really struggled with. So for it to be banned on the blue side, surprising.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll see whether they can make it work out as Candy's hovering over the Lucian here. And the only player thus far in the LPL that has picked that one up, I believe, does favor these sort of mid-game carries that we saw a lot of towards the end of Season 4 in that Corki and Lucian. But is going to lock away the Tristana here. So out of our last 3 games that we have seen Candy play, never played that Tristana. And just to see whether he's going to be able to perform as he would. Dade looking at the LeBlanc as well and going to lock that one away. So Dade on a pretty mechanic-intensive assassin. This is what I like to see.
But it's interesting to see him kind of play with his champion pool once again. Yeah. He's trying to obviously add LeBlanc to that champion pool. He's really flattered to deceive so far on those non-Dade champions. He's really struggled to really have that same commanding presence he's known
use
for.
Of the word deceive, talking about LeBlanc too.
Well, that was unintentional. That's 7 hours of casting behind me. But whether he can actually pressure a mid lane match, I mean, he's such a strong champion that it's a blocker pick for a lot of champions. It's a blocker pick for Xerath to some degree. It's actually quite brazen to pit Xerath into LeBlanc, but Ninja is a well-known Xerath player. There's a lot of Xerath and Jace.
Yeah.
He offers play those Xerath and Jace, so I guess he's hoping that Dade's lack of familiarity on LeBlanc will afford him the chance to sit back, farm safely, and they can just take this game to late and take it there.
Yeah, and this is going to be the 3rd time that Ninja's actually played Xerath so far in the LPL, so very much a comfort pick for him. Aluka hopping back on that Rumble. I mean, I don't think that we've seen him that recently playing that one, but has mixed up his champion variation, but not necessarily been the top laner that WE really needs out of this guy.
They're crying for a carry from somewhere at WE. They know they have a carry 80 carry. That's just how STYZ plays.
It's also in the title.
But when you deal with top laners and mid laners like Ninja and Aluka, they're more known for going even in lane or just keeping it up there. They're not the Jax players of the world. They're not the go-goings of the world.
Yeah.
Nor the cools. That's just not the sort of roles they play. So they're kind of looking for one of them to step up and demand extra farm, to demand a carry role. That's why they've kind of had this awkward situation of having Spirit almost play that carry. And whenever you have a situation where your jungler's picking Riven and looking to split, and you're having your smite, across the map from the objectives you want to secure with it, it's awkward, and it's a teething phase. I think they're going to work out their identity as the LPL goes. We reiterate that every team is going to play 44 games in just the regular season, so plenty of time to forge an identity, but the early stages have been rough for WE.
Yeah, they certainly have, and we'll see whether they can bounce back against probably their, I guess, least formidable opponents thus far in the tournament. Of course, Snake have proven themselves a top-tier team, coming through sort of out of nowhere, as we saw in our last matchup. And M3, they are on a sort of an even record at the moment, of course, picking up a victory against King, but dropping one against Starhorn Royal Club. But the matchup against Starhorn Royal, we saw Royal not do so well today. I mean, they're not necessarily ranked really that highly, especially without Name on their roster. So M3 looking a bit shaky as well. This might be the opportunity for WE to put some wins on the board.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see our first 1-1 of the LPL coming out of this series. They're very closely matched teams. They have clear points of power and clear points that they need to work on.
Yep.
So I feel like if either team can get that going in one game, they should take a game down, and then it's on the other side to really focus on what they're good at and minimize their struggles.
We'll see whether they can make that one work. And I really like sort of how it's matched up across the board, especially in the mid and jungle, because Ruo, not necessarily quite up to par with Spirit. Spirit's been looking fantastic, especially in his early game movements. And Dade, of course, this could be his time to really carry for his team, able to win that lane and affect this map, especially on a champion so mobile as LeBlanc.
And it's on him to show that, hey, my LeBlanc is a champion that's a legitimate part of my champion pool. It's another string on my bow. I've struggled with, the Jace hasn't really been convincing so far. Some of my other picks haven't really panned out. Azir's actually, credit where credit's due, Azir's looked pretty good. Whether LeBlanc's one of those champions, we're going to find out soon.
Yeah, we'll see whether it does come through. I think we've got a few issues as far as that champion select needing to be remade is concerned. That's why we're not getting back into the game immediately, but I believe that one's going to be made again. We're going to have exactly the same champions locked in. It's just going to be a little bit of a delay, and we'll get that game ready for you straight away. But before that, we can just continue prattling on about these teams, because I'm actually excited about the fact that this is sort of like the World Elite Academy, World Elite matchup, and I'm not entirely sure how it works in China, whether they've been scrimming together pretty hard earlier on when it was, of course, World Elite Academy, or whether it's a similar situation to the Samsungs of the world, potentially.
I can only speculate to a large degree, but I believe they have been pretty close and scrimming. Obviously, with the rule change and the separating of the organizations, they wouldn't have been scrimming recently. But there's a lot of interesting facts about this game. I mean, maybe this game will be the first time this season that we see really STYZ stand up and be the carry that he's kind of vaunted to be. And in preseason tournaments, actually, he was looking very impressive on this revamped WE lineup. And
he was a very sought-after player as well. Of course, there was a massive sort of conundrum coming through. But we are going to go to a short break, ladies and gentlemen, while we get this champion select set up for you. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rift with M3 taking on WE. We're going to start off with a brief pause so you can just have a look that we're still here. Hi, guys. A few technical difficulties, you could say, and with players joining the lobby, switching around players, stuff like that. Couple of issues, but we are going to be into the game ASAP, and hopefully our Chinese brethren are going to be able to get things sorted out.
Worth noting that there was a roster swap coming out from World Elite here. It is not Conan, formerly Love Cryboy, as the support of World Elite. They've made a change right here. It's going to add a little bit of different flavor. We're not going to see perhaps the same level of Leona play coming out, as he's a Leona specialist as Conan. They're mixing it up and just using their extended roster, as we've seen from many teams so far in the LPL.
Although UJ, actually a bit of a Leona player himself.
And there's a bit of that extra kind of rivalry coming out. It's amazing how many of these players have kind of been around the scene and played between those World Elite Academy and World Elite teams as what was the name again, sorry?
UJ?
UJ was the former support of World Elite Academy, now M3, of course. He was laning with SMLZ, who I believe is the sub AD carry of the current M3 lineup. So a lot of familiarity with his opponent today.
Yeah, a little bit of familiarity. So I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to STYZ in this bottom lane, who was sort of going to be this big carry for World Elite. And actually the bottom lane shaping up because Candy not necessarily pulling his weight, you might say, for M3 so far. We'll see whether it can be the bottom lane of World Elite that can get us really going as far as a WE win on the board. But we are back on the Rift. Pause is over. And both teams just milling about around this river. Just keeping everyone safe.
I feel like the two junglers have really doubled down on their roles in this game.
Whoa. One thing that we have to mention straight off the bat is the fact that Looper has started with a longsword, ladies and gentlemen.
You're really excited about this longsword.
I'm really excited about this because I think that he may have mistaken the fact that he's on Gnar and thinks in fact that he's on Riven or Zed.
Well, the one thing you can say about this longsword is that you know it's going to build into a phage. That's the potential for Brutalizer, but it's probably going to be the phage pickup that we often see. Maybe he's looking to opt into a 1v1 matchup and really just free harass from range on that rumble that Luke is playing here. Or maybe that's for the 1v2 and the easier last hitting. We can only speculate.
Yeah, we'll see whether it is the decision. Of course, here in China, they have generally gone for that Brutalizer as far as that first pickup. Trying to, get that little bit of an extra early game power, but see whether it is that phage. And I do like that pickup, of course. It means that when you are in that mini-Gnar form, you just have so much maneuverability with that on top of that Hyper W for some extra movement speed after every third hit. But so far, it looks like the lane swap has been achieved here for M3. And Candy going to have some free time leveling up this Tristana.
Yeah, it's obviously M3 opting into the lane swap right here. They don't want to deal with the Tristana versus Corki matchup.
Going for the freeze too.
As we'd expect. We did actually see a bit of full-on freezing rather than lane pushing in a 2v1 situation in the previous set of games, which was a first for China this season. But look at that. We actually see the Rift, the Valkyrie in by STYZ there. It looks like they're going to be more hard pushing. There's no hard freeze coming out from the WE lane.
Yeah, and Candy, of course, opting not to level up anything. Just making sure that that explosive shot isn't going to push the wave for him. So they're going to try and freeze, whereas WE attempting just to... Actually, it seems like there's no hard push. It's just STYZ. Last hit in the creeps.
Yeah, it is actually two sides both holding the waves here, which, again, we saw last series, but has been a rarity in LPL play so far.
Yeah, Ruo is alone in his jungle. We did have Spirit hanging out with the Luca. They're just clearing out camps together, being buddies. Lupa has found his way to this lane now. Made it to level 2. I'm just going to be trying to farm with that boomerang. Of course, it's on a pretty short cooldown if you manage to catch it.
It's a pseudo AD carry support lane here, you have to say. I mean, he doesn't have quite the range of a standard AD carry, but he has the ability to farm from range here. Janna Shield, of course, will help him with his last hitting. So it's a pseudo 2v2 lane in the bot lane.
Yeah, and we can see Dada actually taking a lot of harass from Ninja here on his very comfortable Xerath. Although at the moment, farming from range here just a little bit.
And Dada did have a successful game on LeBlanc in the preseason against WOA, but it was against far lower opposition than he's facing today. So we can only speculate as to how much he's refined his LeBlanc play, but it's a good matchup for LeBlanc in this case. So he really does have the option to hard carry this game from the mid lane like he's really been picked to do.
Yeah, we'll see whether he does manage to, of course. Actually, that boomerang, if it does get the secondary hits on those caster minions, does sort of set them up for the last hitting. So now working out quite nicely here. Is Ninja going to get tagged by that Sigil of Malice, but not going to get followed up on by Dade. And at the moment, things looking a little bit calm around the Rift. Although Ruo making some aggressive movements into the enemy jungle.
Ruo trying to prey on Spirit's Rengar here. Of course, Spirit's going to be a little bit underpowered until about this level 6. He's going to try and power farm, and Ruo's just trying to get any sort of vision on where Rengar might be at this early stage.
And you can see pink wards and multiple vision sight wards are throughout this map so far. They're going to know that Spirit is coming through. Ruo actually spots him out, so he's going to be able to escape the jungle as the bowler is going to land into his face, and Spirit just going to put down his own ward.
Ruo noticed that LeBlanc would have been the first to react there, so was looking for a potential 2v2 with Spirit, but backed away in the end.
Yep, nothing much going to be happening here as Aluka trying to use that Flame Spitter to great effect to clear out a few of these last hits. Is Ruo actually going to take a blast to the face? Nothing too much coming from it though. So a little bit of a slow start here in this lane swapped situation. Lupa going down relatively low. Of course, he's going to transform pretty soon. Just trying to last hit at the mercy of STYZ as the death sentence is going to land. It'll love CD. A lot of poke damage coming through. The Ignite, in fact, coming down as Lupa transforms into his gigantic self. He's going to pick up that house and continue to wander around, but now doesn't have quite the range to farm. Apart from that boulder being a little bit more damaging.
And I guess the big difference in the early levels here is that we've had the 2v2 lane in bots, so now, while he's CSing quite healthily, doesn't have quite the same level advantage that in the top lane where we have the 1v1 matchup between the Tristana and the Rumble.
Yep.
So given that Rumble scales so well with levels, once he gets access to the Equalizer, it really opens up Dragon Pressure, and has such a low item cap to be useful. He really wants those 2 magic penetration items, then will be team fight ready for at least the mid game.
Yep.
You have to like that if you're the Rumble team there, just because you're setting your Rumble up to really impact that first dragon fight.
That being said, getting a Tristana leveled early on is definitely a good idea. She does, as far as AD carries go, benefit so much more from those levels just because that Draw a Bead passive is going to be increasing her range over and over again. So if you get Tristana to a high enough level, she's going to have that Caitlyn-esque range to really help her out in that situation. But as you mentioned, the mid-game power spike definitely in favor of that Rumble.
And Tristana's kind of a weird example where she does scale with levels in terms of flat damage from her abilities. Obviously, she has some decent burst at level 6, especially if she's over-level compared to her opponent. But then, she really needs those items to turn into a late-game carry that's relevant. Obviously, you can pick up the Infinity Edge, some attack speed, and if you have those extra levels, you have a bit of a safer time when you're sieging.
Yep.
But she basically needs everything to get going, and that's why when she's picked, you expect a slower game coming out, safe lanes being played, and just trying to babysit Tristana until she hits that 3-4 item level.
Yeah, and is that what this game's going to be all about? Is it about waiting for that late game, making sure Candy can sort of hard carry for his team, or do you think that they have more options considering the fact that they have the likes of LeBlanc?
I think it's kind of interesting. You got the Rengar comp coming out of Water Lead here, so you expect a lot of pressure, especially around 6. They're also running Rumble Corki, which has an immense mid-game power spike. So I think it's going to be a case of trying to take advantage of Rumble as much as possible and force engagements in the mid-game. Start taking those objectives, start the objective snowball. And on the side of M3, it's going to be more about minimizing the losses until Tristana can become really teamfight relevant in the late game.
Yeah, and of course having that Janna as well is going to mean that, those shields coming through plus Tristana's just general ludicrous damage at that stage of the game. Once she has a few items under her belt, it's going to be really, really scary to deal with from the likes of WE. Although, they have Ninja on the Xerath, who is relatively long range himself, so he's going to be able to stay out of harm's way. Sort of. Mm-hmm. We'll just see whether he's going to be able to make that one work. We saw the power of Xerath being demonstrated by Barker in our last series.
And the Corki pick is kind of the big unknown here, just because today we've seen Corkis punished quite a bit. We've seen Corkis reach their 2-item power spike, pick up that Trinity Force into Sorcerer's Shoes, and then not be able to group or not be able to trade on just how much immediate mid-game power they pick up there. And there's been one example of Corki being able to do that and dominating. That was Kid, of course, from Invictus Gaming. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can push their mid-game advantage, World Elite here, and really take the objectives that their comp was built around, or whether they'll let Tristana get to that late game fairly unimpeded, and then you'd have to worry if you're a World Elite fan.
Yes, you certainly do. That being said, I mean, UJ might be a little bit of a saving grace here. I mean, we haven't necessarily seen what he can do. Neither has M3. They may not necessarily know what he's capable of. They first picked that Thresh for themselves. This could be UJ's sort of pocket monster champion. He might be Mad Life 2.0. Who knows?
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be that Thresh versus Janna matchup that we've seen so much of. There's a lot of factors here. I mean, the Xerath matchup versus LeBlanc. If Dade's LeBlanc's really on point, you'd have to expect that Xerath's going to have a really hard time in that lane. But if Ninja can just play safely, sit back, farm, I mean, Xerath usually hits his power point in the late game, but he's very relevant mid game if he can pick up, you know, a 20% CDR item like Morella Nomicon and turn that into the death cap. His wave clear is massive, and the wave clear potential is really going to be needed for wave clear because otherwise it's going to rely on Corki using his AoE abilities for wave clear rather than for poke.
Yeah, and you have to think that World Elite's sort of siege around that dragon as well is going to be really huge with the likes of the Equalizer and, of course, all of those really long-range abilities coming through from Xerath. I mean, if that Rite of the Arcane comes down while players are walking through that Equalizer, things could be very, very scary, and we could have health bars dropping incredibly quickly.
It's always a huge risk to try and take a dragon or even contest a dragon against a Rumble comp. So M3, with the comp they've picked, they're going to have to step back. They're going to have to sacrifice unless they get a really big snowball going in the early game.
Yeah. Let's see whether they can do it as we do. Hop back into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as the wallop comes through from Looper. Clearing out these waves again in the bottom lane. Back to his adorable self down here.
He's got a 10 CS advantage, which is to be expected given that it was a 2v2 lane there. Rumble's doing the best that he can. He started with the cloth armor, so still, you know, we've got about 25, 85 gold to pick up the Sorcerer's Shoes and the Haunting Guy, so still a long way to go there. It's probably going to have to be the early Seeker's Arm Guard just to be able to stay in that lane matchup. I mean, it's not that Tristan does a lot of AD damage, it's just he's kind of opted into that, and it also gives him a backup if he ends up swapping back to now. Wow, so much damage onto Aluka.
Yeah, Candy actually first blood in a 1v1 situation. That Buster Shot, as soon as he hit level 6, was disastrous for Aluka.
I have to think that Candy was waiting for about one experience. He was waiting for one minion to incidentally die to the aggro, picked it up, turned it into a kill.
Yeah, and it looked really dangerous, just rocket jumping straight into the face of Aluka, but man, knew exactly the damage potential of that Buster Shot.
Yeah, so we're moved back into a pause once again, but that's a massive boon in a 1v lane matchup just because Rumble hits his power about level 5. That's when he gets 3 points into the Flame Spitter. He can really start trading like crazy, especially if you time it with the overheat. Can do massive damage in the trade. That's clearly what happened there off camera, and that last second level 6, you know, that's, I believe, 250, 300 damage flat burst at level 6 coming out of Tristana. Changed the whole course of the lane.
Yeah, pair that one with that explosive shot to make sure that that potion not doing any healing as well and gets you a little bit more damage. Just a lot of burst. The fact that you just, that Candy knew the potential as well, tying that in with the rocket jump, which was very dangerous to use, was just beautiful to see.
Kind of moves you back towards those days of the AP Tristana mid and just how much power she had in the minute.
Stomping.
Not quite the same thing here, but that extra damage, it's just so much of burst of damage just from a level up coming there.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, that's another power spike here for Tristana. She's sort of a very confusing champion where she has sort of a power spike around level 3, then again at level 6 just a bit, and then lulls until you can get all of those items in order to just stand at the back and kill people.
Absolutely. The sad time's still about level 17 and three big items later. But that kill will start the snowball. That'll be 300 gold towards one of those items. The early Infinity, I mean, even if you get, let's just say, an early Infinity Edge, and you're able to put a couple of extra points into the rapid fire queue, I mean, it's not quite the same thing as having the zeal perhaps that you're looking for, but the extra levels, the extra attack speed you'll be afforded, it's that little bit more in a team fight.
Yeah, it really is. And getting Tristana as far as you can early on is definitely going to work out. But if we go back to our mid lane matchup, I mean, we saw the fact that Ninja was actually coping relatively well here against Dade. Do you think that that's only going to be until sort of course, the level 6 mark, which would have just been achieved here? Do you think Dade needs to get a kill now to try and stop Xerath from leveling up and powering up into this game?
I don't think you think about LeBlanc quite as in quite a linear fashion as he used to back in the day. It used to be, you need to get that snowball in lane or it's all done. The current cooldown reduction, mass AP LeBlanc, she has that kind of rapid fire use of her ultimate and the ability to poke so hard in team fights that I think it's a lot. The big question here, of course, is the Spirit versus Rua jungle matchup. We haven't seen Rua have that big jungle gank just yet. In fact, it was a 1v1 kill in the top lane. But if Rua can snowball LeBlanc applies so much damage on a gank, has some excellent CC if she's able to hit the chains. So it's all about whether they can abuse Xerath or maybe even abuse the kind of weak jungler and mid picks here. You've got Spirit who wants to kind of farm till level 6. You've got Xerath who's going to hang back and kind of let LeBlanc do whatever she wants in lane. If they can maybe steal away the enemy's blue buff or maybe set up some sort of early skirmish, you're going to give it to M3. But if they're able to just play really safe water lead here and just get through the laning phase, I mean, you will eventually get to a situation where LeBlanc is eating those long-range Qs and that poke coming from the Xerath.
Yeah, we'll see whether Ninja can weather the storm and maybe get to that point. But we'll see whether Dade as well can sort of stand up and be that gigantic carry for his team that we've seen him do in the past, but maybe just not quite as recently. But we are, of course, back onto the Rift. Congratulations to Candy for picking up First Blood, as Luca going to teleport back to lane and pick up that wave that's crashing into the turret. But that's going to mean no teleport here, as actually the Mimic Distortion from Dade going to come through just to try and get some poke down.
Yeah, closed some distance there, but wasn't able to open up any damage onto Thresh, even with the level advantage.
No. Dade still able to farm. 46 to 45, so nothing to write home about at all here in the mid lane. The Arcano Pulse just going to clear out some creeps. STYZ still keeping it even with Candy, who's gone for the really greedy Avarice Blade pickup early on.
After that early snowball, I think it's very understandable. It's just a case of she's going to walk into this lane with Corki. She doesn't really expect to be able to take him 2v2, but if she can get away, with potential gold in the late game, we saw last game 700 gold generated from an Avarice Blade. It can really add up.
Certainly can. We'll see whether it's going to be the same kind of numbers coming through this time or whether that Static Shiv is going to be rushed here by Candy, who, of course, will probably like to pick up that item early on just to try and help her out with that mid-game lull that a Static Shiv does offer you a little bit of an assistance in.
It's just really interesting to me that opting out of the 2v2 lane matchup and having that 1v1 Tristana situation, Tristana comes back and over-leveled, and you kind of lose out on that really weak laning phase that Tristana have together. Now you have Trist shielding, Janna shielding a Trist who's already ahead in terms of levels and items, and Corki will have to be careful in this lane.
M3 clearing out this pink ward, but the Death Sentence going to be walked out of the way of just lazily here by Candy, again wandering out of the way of that rocket as well. I'm not going to quite have the fancy footwork for that one, but it was a nice little bit of juking.
Yeah, the critical strike on the first order from
the Hunt's being popped here by Spirit, who's looking for Candy, but actually finds Love CD, who instantly flashes. They get the stun. There's the Death Sentence, and the last hit by STYZ, and WE answer back.
Huge burst coming down onto Janna right there. Importantly, it was the empowered bowler that came through, got the stun right there, and Corki finished it off.
Yeah, beautiful. And that's also really excellent use of the pickup of the Sheen very early on. You see a lot of these Corkis like to build that Phage for a little bit of extra health and life in lane, but of course, STYZ didn't have to this game.
It's one of those situations where Phage makes your trades that much better just because you can orb walk so much more naturally. You get that one auto in, you get that burst of movement speed, and you're able to either trade with the enemy or avoid an auto attack from the enemy. So wherever possible, you want to pick up Phage, but there's that, 200 gold difference or so between Phage and Sheen. So sometimes you'll opt into Sheen, and it'll pay off just like it did there.
Yeah, it was definitely a worthwhile pick, but UJ is going to fall down here in the bottom lane. STYZ is going to get flashed after here as well. Candy actually tanking the turret, unfortunately. No, he's actually not. I lied. But he's going to pick up his second kill of the game on STYZ after a very aggressive play from Ruo. And yeah, UJ just unfortunately getting caught out there by the Jarvan.
I mean, you say caught out. I mean, the amount of aggression you have to show to be able to double flash under turret and trust that Tristana has enough damage to take down that Corki there was the bravado was crazy. But now an Avarice Blade Tristana, who had the pickaxe already, is 3-0 very early into the game. So we always love talking about power troughs, but if you get enough kills, the trough never comes.
Yeah, I mean, if you get fed, generally you're not ever going to be weak. more than likely. But having those extra kills on a Tristana is looking very scary for the side of World Elite, and they haven't really had many wins on the board. Nothing's really been working out for this team, and this game also going a little bit in the wrong direction.
And you might say M3's fortunate to come in with 2 wins under the belt. They haven't looked convincing in any of the games they've played, but they've opened very strong here.
They most certainly have. Dade now with full run of this lane. Just going to shove that one into turret. I'm going to distort over this wall just to check out what's going on. Places a ward and then hops back to his distortion. Very cute.
I mean, for all the lane pressure Dade's had, the ability to push the lane in, you know, he's not ahead significantly in CS. It's only 6 CS advantage here, and they haven't been able to have Ruor really get into the mid lane and be able to snowball that. So the one thing you can say is that the ability to push has opened up Ruor's gank in the bottom lane just because they have a bit more vision of the enemy laners.
Ooh,
but
Ninja actually taking the damage.
CS-wise, pretty even.
Dade coughing an Arcano Pulse. Oh, there's the ultimate coming through as well. Is he going to be able to pick the right target? There's the ult. Nice use of distortion. Gets him out of trouble, and then the flash as well to get him out of the last one. Ninja with some brilliant aim, but Dade with the footwork to back it up, but got a flash.
Absolutely, got a flash out of it. Was very on point with those ultimates, as you expect with a person who's played so much Xerath over the course of his LPL career so far. Struggling a little bit in the mid lane is Dade.
Yeah, definitely is, and of course got a little bit caught out. It was just a really nicely placed Arcano Pulse, nowhere Dade could go, and it was from that point onward that he didn't even need to use his stun. He just got a lot of extra damage coming down, but back into this one yet again. This is going to be the replay of the bottom lane.
So we watch here, Ruor, and the tanking of the turret's very important here. So he takes about 3 turret hits and just about calculates correctly. In fact, everybody involved was calculating to an inch right there, to an auto or two. So that's the importance of that pickup there.
Yeah.
And the snowball is considerable in the bottom lane.
Yeah, definitely starting to get this Tristana rolling in the hands of Candy, who has this Avarice Blade, has extra gold coming through as well, and you could imagine that the Infinity Edge pickup, when it does come through, is going to be very, very scary. Or if he wants to go for that Static Shiv and really get a little bit of an extra power spike in lane that item does afford you. We'll see what he does decide to go. What do you think that if you were a Chinese player, what would you go? The greedy build?
For Tristana?
Yeah.
I think you have to go for the Infinity Edge. I think it's such a early power spike, and you kind of trade on the fact that you do have the natural attack speed coming out from rapid fire. It's not ideal. You really want the Static Shiv to really multiply those damage things out, as we see. I believe another replay coming out here. And Ninja, I mean, he's really on point with his ultimates. We saw excellent Xerath play from Baka before, and all 3 of these would have hit if not for flash-like abilities. So it's just it's excellent evasive play from Dade, but he had to use every resource he had to be able to get through that trade.
Yeah, and a little bit unfortunate for Dade that he picked up that blue buff as well, sort of giving away which LeBlanc was the real one. The mimicked LeBlanc going to not necessarily have that one. So, nice work.
Nice work indeed. I mean, the worry I have for World Elite here is they've picked a team that's all about controlling the mid-game, picking up those objectives in mid-game, taking advantage of Rumble and picking up Dragon. And if the Tristana gets strong enough, those inherent comp advantages are kind of going to be cancelled out. And that's the worry for World Elite here, is they really need these mid-game objectives, or I think this Tristana is going to roll through this team, not at 40 minutes, but rather a little bit earlier, maybe 30, 28 minutes into the game. And that's a scary clock to be under, just 10, 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's true. But if they manage to get this Xerath burst down with a Thrill of the Hunt Rengar that can actually get that Bola Strike off mid-air, lock down that Tristana, eliminate them immediately, that 5v4 situation is looking fantastic for World Elite. So whether Spirit can get in there and get that happening before the rocket jump is able to come out, that's going to be the real question.
There's going to have to be a couple of item timings, I think, to get quite the assassination they're looking for, just because we're talking about Tristana, one of the most mobile AD carries in the game, who has that disengage with the ultimate, has the ability to rocket jump away, has a Janna supporting her. I mean, there's a lot of tools for disengage and escape for Tristana in this game. So locking down Tristana is never something you want to count on.
Yeah, true.
So it's difficult. There's a lot of points of power. That they're very clear comps right here. World Elite really needs to get on top in the mid game. And M3, they're already ahead of where they expected they would be at this point. 3-0 Trist is a wonderful thing to have in your pocket.
It certainly is.
But the first Dragon fight, I think, will tell us a lot about where this game's going.
Yeah, especially with the Luca having that equalizer for that particular fight. May not necessarily have his teleport up right now, but he is going to be able to get there. when that fight becomes relevant, of course. Only about 6-7 minutes, 8 minutes into this game, if I remember correctly. So probably want to be going for that dragon at about sort of the, I don't know, 12, 13-minute mark, you could imagine. That's sort of been the standard.
That's been what we've been seeing today, yes.
Yeah, we'll see whether they do manage to get that one done. We do have the game getting underway relatively shortly. And, of course, China, you can speak during these pauses. So you could imagine both of these teams sort of hard at work trying to get their plans in place as we hop back onto the Rift. And it does give you a little bit, sort of like a timeout if you were to play conventional sport like basketball, something like that.
Oh, the flow of information is so
fun. Find Ninja here, but he's going to find Spirit as well, who leaps on him straight away. Nice reaction on the flash, but oh my goodness, it wasn't even a flash. It was a flag and drag. But the burst coming through from Ninja, easily enough to secure that.
Absolutely, and he's definitely got his eye in on these Xerath skill shots there, picking it up there. And it looks like they're going to be able to look around for blue, but no blue buff available yet. Yeah,
and Spirit with the really sort of aggressive mobility boots choice hasn't been spotted out by Ward just yet. He's going to decide to go back, as Looper is also deciding to as well. Not even going to throw it. Ooh, actually, Spirit's going to jump on him here. Looper is about to transform. It's a brilliant equalizer to come down. Nice bounce over the wall as well as he gets to transform. There's the Gnar into the wall, and Looper survives. But in the meantime, Dade with the sweet 1v1.
That was insane timing on that Mega Gnar transformation there, which was all that made him survive that trade. But in the mid lane, Dade finally does what you would expect in a LeBlanc-Xerath matchup. He makes Xerath pay.
He certainly does. And, of course, Xerath with few of his abilities on cooldown after taking down Ruo. Well, actually, no abilities on cooldown, but summoner spells and the like. Candy looking around, probably just going to rocket jump over here and ignore the dragon at this stage of the game.
I was actually ready to praise Ninja because his positioning during trades has been excellent. He's been standing in the caster minion wave just to avoid any potential chains coming out from Dade.
Spirit going down low as well.
Yeah, going down low, mostly in the jungle, but I mean, that's the LeBlanc. That's why we see so much power in this pick, is that with the movement towards Merlonomicon and away from early magic resist, Dade can do some big damage in the mid game here on the LeBlanc.
Lands the stun here as well. There's the ultimate, and Ninja answers back yet again. Dade just unable to go back in time.
Bloodthirsty mid lane so far. 2 solo kills coming out in quick succession.
Yeah, 1 each here as well, and goodness me, you have to admit that Dade was probably a little bit overly aggressive or greedy maybe going after that last wave and was made to pay. Couldn't actually get back and get any mana.
My impression is he's still testing the limits of LeBlanc, and his LeBlanc in particular. You know, obviously very happy with that solo kill.
And the Arcano Pulse there as well. Doesn't get the flag and drag. I don't think he got his E down there a little bit. But Ruo going to go down incredibly low. Thank goodness that Rite of the Arcane not available, otherwise Ruo would have been most definitely dead. Looper going to transform here in the top lane and use his slower self in order to do some scouting.
Just scouting around here. We still got the Thrill of the Hunt about 20 seconds away from coming off cooldown. Across the lanes, very even everywhere, I think. I mean, I guess a little bit of a surprise to see LeBlanc down in CS to a Xerath just because of how that matchup goes early. And the expected 12 CS or so advantage in top lane, especially after the 2v2 lane.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Looper, just dropping a pink ward and having it instantly removed there by Spirit, who had the Raptors let him know that he was in view of that one. He's going to take that away and then head back to base. This cannon creep going to be taken here. Looper commanding a lot of respect up here in the top lane. Aluka not wanting to come anywhere near him. CS advantage well and truly here for Looper by about 12 at this stage, but bit of a wave piled up here for Aluka to pick up on.
Worth noting that this is probably going to be the latest first dragon today, you know, in the 7 games that we've seen so far. I mean, 14 minutes and no one's even posturing towards dragon. There's some defensive wards down from M3. There's really little to no vision by Ward Elite. They look like they're starting to posture there as we see Dade again trading with Ninja in the mid lane.
A little bit poorly here, you have to say, as UJ just going to throw out a death sentence, but Dade going to dodge out of the way of that one. And it looks like World Elite going to be starting up this dragon. We'll see whether any answer is going to come through from M3. So far, nothing, as they time the backs beautifully here. World Elite pick up an easy, uncontested first dragon.
Sometimes it looks so easy. You know, we've seen dragons defended to the death, but in this case, they just saw the back timings coming through from Candy and Love CD and pick up the free objective.
Yeah, and we like to think as well that M3 probably not wanting to go for the contest on that dragon. Aluka's teleport was up, that equalizer was threatening. So they just don't want to risk the mid-game team fight that Rumble is just so good at.
And WE's team comp doing what it's intended to do, is to pick up those early things, but here we go, Spirit's coming in. No, I'm going to back out.
It was a thrilling hunt for a moment, but not really going to find too much as Love CD. Spirit just drive by. Don't even worry about it. He's going to wander past this pink ward, head back and pick that one up.
That's a mulligan. He'll try again later.
Yeah, we'll give it to him. Give him the mulligan on this one. Ruo going to be spotted by a pink here as well. He's going to not discover it. As the equalizer going to come through just to clear out this wave. Nice little cube harpoon. He gets hit by a boomerang, but Looper unable to push on this one as Spirit and Ninja both heading towards this top side of the map. Ruo might find himself in an uncomfortable position. Does have a level advantage, but is going to intelligently back right away from this. Knows that Ninja was nowhere to be seen.
I think it'd be more than a little optimistic to be able to pick up a kill after being spotted by a pink ward there.
Yuji actually roaming to the mid lane as well. Just leaving SDYZ on his own here in the bottom side of the map. Love City is going to find him here. And at WE looking like they want to make a play. Oh, nice chain landing for a lot of extra damage. There's the flag and drag as well, but immediately gets stunned. Dade does finish off UJ, but they answer the kill straight away onto Ruo. Does bait out the teleport though, Aluka. Blowing that one and then heading straight back up top. So that's a big cooldown.
And from World Elite's perspective, an excellent trading support from a jungler here.
Oh, yeah.
Trading up, SDYZ taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane.
Oh my goodness. That is the wrong way that they're going there as well. So that was SDYZ trying to get back under his tower and getting zoned away from it.
I would say quite a curious item decision here. He could have gone for a very early Trinity Force, probably within about 12 minutes, but he earlier threw in a BF sword. He's actually just added the dagger and Brawler's Glove to his collection right now, skipping a Trinity Force power spike just for a BF sword on Corki. It's very unorthodox to me.
Maybe he had like exactly 1550 gold. And you know, that's very tempting. I mean, if you've got exactly 1550, you want to use it.
I guess
it seems to me that actually it's just ridiculous. I don't know why he would.
Yeah, I guess the thing that sticks out to me is just because of how strong the Sorcerer's Shoes Trinity Force pickup is, like the synergy between those two items and their mid-game power. Delaying your mid-game power spike against, you know, a team with Tristana, LeBlanc and Gnar on it, bit questionable to me.
Certainly is. Looper going to finally be able to clear out this ward. Just slaps it with his hand. And he's been playing very aggressively as Looper. Nice use of that trinket in order to clear out that ward there as well. Remembered that it got put down while they had their last little skirmish up there.
Saw some pings posturing for a dive here, but unfortunately just changing back into mini Gnar is Looper, so it doesn't have quite the same turret diving pressure as he would the other way. We see the equalizer coming out defensively there, trying to buy time.
Buying time yet again as Ruo is going to Cataclysm here onto Spirit as he's trying to take his red buff. And Dade gets caught by the death sentence. Thankfully, after a distortion, was able to get the heck out of that one. It's going to be the turret falling down in the bottom lane, though, utilizing that a little bit of extra AD damage. And Spirit's pop through all the hunt. Ruo, you're dead, buddy. He was on no health after taking that red buff, and that's going to be the red buff exchange complete as Aluka picks up that kill.
Yeah, M3 really overextending here when there wasn't really any clear need for them to do so. They do pick up the turret, so one kill for a turret is a fine trade for M3, but they're playing a little bit sloppy after an excellent first few minutes.
Oh, Candy rocket jumping really aggressively onto Looper here as he walks over a ward. Spirit coming through again. Incredibly fast is this prowling kitty. SDYZ has rotated around to this mid lane as well, so they want to try and clear out as many turrets as they can. World Elite now 2 for 2 against M3 as far as those turrets are concerned. Still a little bit of a gold lead here on the side of M3.
I really like the pickup of the Banshee Veil very early here.
Ninja taking a lot of damage here in the mid lane. STYZ is going to come and defend his brother. Dade going to be forced just to get out of there using that distortion, but now showing a lot of power. Has a needlessly large rod on top of that Morellonomicon, so a lot of purple stuff coming through, and they seem to be doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, and the magic penetration pickups come through for Aluka here. We still haven't seen the team fight equalizer come out. It's actually been lots of defensive minion killing equalizers being used so far. Aluka hasn't grouped yet, but they are ahead in Dragons. 45 seconds till the next one comes out.
Yeah, and Vision now getting put down here by M3. They don't want to miss out on the next Dragon, of course. Getting that first one so very, very important as Candy putting a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret as well. Has that double item spike that you get with that Infinity Edge and that Static Shiv, but it doesn't protect you against Arcano Pulses from downtown coming through from Ninja. You saw that doing a lot of damage. And again, popping Candy here on this squishy Tristana.
Really big pickup coming out for Luke. I didn't appreciate how much gold he was sitting on. Instead of finishing that Seeker's Arm Guard, a straight, needlessly large rod picked up. So this Equalizer is going to be doing insane damage in the next fight.
Yeah, massive damage. Of course, mainly just needs that Haunting Guys and Sorcerer's Shoes, as you mentioned. But as the Dragon does spawn, Dade gets a little bit of poke damage onto Yushe.
Let's watch this Gnar Rage Bar. It's about half, which is about... It's quite acceptable given the fact that there's no immediate structure coming out. He's going to have to really watch holding on to that Rage here, though. It's going to be the difference between the team fight victory and loss for this Gnar.
Yeah, we do have M3 starting off this Dragon, but getting very, very scared at the side of that Corki, just thinking that they probably need the extra damage from Tristana, who's ripping through this Dragon. That's going to be secured here. Spirit's going to jump in, but he's really squishy, forced to flash away immediately. Usually they're going so low. Dade getting so much AoE down. Aluka going low as well. It's an Equalizer nowhere to be found as Dade finishes off Aluka as well. Ninja and STYZ the only ones alive. It's a nice Arcano Pulse. Dade probably has to be careful, but STYZ not going to get tagged here. Ninja as well trying to get the damage through. Does pop the ultimate. I mean, the passive here coming through, but going to be able to take away Dade. Candy finally finishes him off. That's going to be multiple kills. STYZ, though, picks up Looper, and everyone's dying.
Just a really messy fight coming out there to go 4 for 4. Really hard to dissect it. Probably need a replay to really take full understanding of what happened there. Important to note that the Dragon was secured by Jarvan, so he did pick up the second Dragon for M3, so at least get the objective snowball going, but when you leave it, 5-0-2 is this Tristana.
Well, I think it's 1-1 actually on the Dragons now because, of course, World Elite managing to pick up one early on. Oh, the flash out! Candy with the sweet outplay, dodging the Phosphorus Bomb, which is a lot of STYZ's damage. And that's Candy with the 6th kill on this Tristana. And that's what was fantastic
You're
about
correct.
that last team fight.
Absolutely, you're correct on both marks there. It was Jarvan picking up the Dragon. We did see his name come up and get the kill credit for that. And hilarious to me that LoveCD coming in Turbo Janna in the bottom lane.
Oh,
Not even needed with that sick outplay from Candy.
Yeah, beautifully played by Candy. And going to be the player to watch here for M3. Really has his team on his back. Has finished off that last Whisper. So triple damage items coming through from Candy already. And this is sort of the trinity that you really want to see for maximum damage as well.
I mean, it's worth pointing out, this is the trinity of AD carry items you'd want at 30 minutes. The game would probably be a decent part-time. 23 minutes for your completed build. That Tristana is just incredibly strong.
Ridiculous spike in damage to come through here. And that Warden's Mail on Spirit not going to be doing anything against this last Whisper from Candy. And as well with that extra sort of BF sword worth of damage coming through from that shield from Janna as well. Really going to be cutting through these towers as we can see that middle lane outer turret going to fall down to the hands of M3 or to the gun of Candy. And this pink ward is going to suffer the same fate. And we can see now Candy level 13, same as Dade, same as the solo laners here. So that draw bead really starting to do some work as far as keeping that range up from Candy. Only a few more points. She's going to be level 18 and that's just going to be huge.
Yeah, she's definitely the crown jewel of this M3 comp, and it's not often that Candy is the person looked at to carry for M3. It's usually those big solo laners. We talked about them so much time. They have so much hype, Dade and Lupa. And for once, Candy is really staking a claim that he should also be considered one of the strong carries of this team. This Tristana is just ungodly fed at this point. I mean, so far ahead of the part-time expected Tristana. As we said, skipped that mid-game lull. There was no mid-game lull. He's been on top ever since the early game and that solo kill on Rumble.
Yeah. Looking fantastic here for Candy. I really like how Lupa wanders around his jungle looking for potential engages with that rage bar up as high as it can. Now come back to lane and you can see immediately turning into that Mega Gnar, so has control over when that transform is going to come into effect. So nicely played here by Lupa on this Gnar. We haven't really seen too much from him. Does have a lot of magic resist on this guy with this double AP comp, almost triple AP comp if you can include STYZ. Is not going to be getting affected by that magic damage 1 iota with this Banshee's Veil and Hex Drinker.
And it's one less spell that can be used to peel him off because of the Banshee Veil, of course. They've got Thresh, who's excellent against Gnar in a team fight. Probably one of the best champions for dealing with Gnar short of Janna. And the Banshee Veil does negate some of his strength in that matter.
Yeah, certainly does. You can see almost a 40 CS advantage here from Candy as far as this AD carry matchup is concerned. Only 6 CS in the lead is Ninja over Dade, who's been posturing for getting some picks here toward the bottom lane. Was spotted out by a ward just recently, but look at the pink wards. There's 5 on the map from M3 at the moment. And they just have so much vision control, and they're really starting to put all of their pressure forward. And WE doesn't have a lot of control over their own jungle at the moment.
They're running that sub-jungler, as we mentioned before, and they really seem to be struggling for it. Dade goes straight in.
Mimic distortion straight into that brush, finds 2 members, and then gets the heck out of there using his original distortion. Nice movement from Dade and spotting out some people and getting some damage down.
Yeah, very, very slippery as that LeBlanc. Can't keep her down.
Certainly can't as M3 rotating around yet again. Candy using that rocket jump just to get across the map even faster.
I mean, the level of wards on the World Elite side is pretty unacceptable. Like they have a couple of very, very defensive wards down, but they're basically saying both your buffs, both our buffs are free for you guys to pick up against a Tristana late game comp. And I think they just need to focus all their efforts on just trying to get the Rumble Wombo initiate that they can get in the mid game, because if they miss out on that, it's not like the late game is really going to be any better for World Elite.
Yeah, and they've got a Luca who now has that Zhonya's Hourglass, can turn into that golden flamethrower, just standing in the middle of everyone without any answer to that flame spitter. But falling behind on the CS, almost 40 behind here as far as our top lane matchup is concerned, and not really making the impact that he wants to. Giant's Belt has been picked up by Looper as well, so getting monstrously tanky as Thrill of the Hunt has been popped. Arcano Pulse is going to throw some damage through, but look at the wall of pink wards here from M3. Spirit is going to come in. Flag and Drag is going to get him out, but look at that damage from Dade. Teleport coming down from Looper. They want to start something up. His rage is getting very, very high as a nice Howling Gale comes through. It's a decent equalizer, but Dade is going to take down Ninja straight away. Spirit is very low. Looper is monstrous in here. Candy now getting the resets. That's 2 already. Yujay, you are dead. Another rocket jump to come through, and Aluka, the last man standing, and M3 only losing 1.
We wondered out loud what would happen if you gave up all your resources. You sacrificed your buffs, you sacrificed vision to a Tristana comp, and we got the answer to it right there. Even though that was a picture-perfect equalizer coming out from Aluka, there was no other damage on his team to capitalize on the low health bars. They all look very healthy right now. They're going to take Baron, and I can't see a way back into this game for World Elite.
Yeah, and look at how much damage Candy's doing as well. I mean, this Baron falling down so fast for 25 minutes into this game. And Aluka now trying to clear out some vision, but they know exactly what just happened. They know that they just lost this Baron, and Dragon's probably going to be the next thing. It's being pinged out here by World Elite. They really want to come and pick this one up as a consolation prize. But I believe M3 are probably going to be able to make it back in time. And
we get the replay coming out here. So Spirit goes in very early, gets poked down, but is able to get back from this fight. But importantly, Looper does come in with quite a lot of rage. The rage bar is very big here, but watch the equalizer comes out. It's perfect. It stops a choke completely. You'd think it's going to be a one-team, but Looper gets a massive ultimate in the backline, zoning 3 members right there. And once Candy starts going, gets the first kill, it's going to keep resetting and getting the win.
Yeah, just ridiculous. And you can see World Elite has been zoned away from the Dragon as well, so it's going to be the second Dragon picked up for M3. Of course, 2 Dragons to 1 now as far as that count is concerned. Candy now pushing with the help of these gigantic Baroned up creeps. Now has the Alacrity enchantment on his Berserker's Greaves, is legendary, and has an extra BF sword. So almost going to be 4-item Tristana at 29 minutes into this game. And that is just ridiculous.
And STYZ is answering this item build with an item that we don't see very often, as we see Dade taking a lot of damage over here. He's gone for the Infinity Edge after Trinity Force, a very expensive build going on. But the fact that he's going to be so late to his 3rd AD item compared to a 4 AD item Tristana, it's delaying power spikes even further for this Corki.
Yeah, they're just incomparable at the moment. STYZ having nowhere near the teamfight presence that Candy's having on this Tristana. Has completed that Bloodthirster. Has a pink ward in the inventory as well. So Candy having probably one of the best games of his career right now.
Absolutely, and justifying the pick of Candy over the likes of SMLZ, who looked, on paper at least, more impressive and more likely a starting AD carry for this M3 lineup. There was a lot of surprise to see Candy as a starting AD carry on this lineup. and he's starting to justify the pick right here.
Yeah, really starting to come into his own, and we'll see whether this is just sort of a freak of nature this time or whether Candy can continue to be this level of carry for his team, and so far looking very, very good on this Tristana. And STYZ going to get his back stopped here in the bottom lane. Going to be forced to Valkyrie away from Dade as well, who is going to follow up. Those creeps not going to really allow him to be too sneaky.
And Candy's effectively taking on the role of roaming assassin at this point with so much damage, so much burst, and so much consistent damage coming out right here. Dade's going to bring the wave up with, of course, the Baron buff running. And I don't see how World Elite can do anything but go for an engage. They're fated to lose.
Exactly, and all of the extra damage from that that shield coming through from Love City, and Candy with so much shielding as well. Of course, that Bloodthirster now as well as the Janna is just absolutely ridiculous, as Dade gets caught by a death sentence here and an Arcano Pulse, but is able just to get out of that one. Of course, still is LeBlanc, thankfully, but chunked just a little bit.
The fact that they couldn't go in on a chunked Dade just because they were so scared of Candy coming in the back of the fight tells you the mindset World Elite are playing with right now.
Yeah, and I think Candy also, for the first time ever, has more burst than a LeBlanc on an AD Tristana almost.
What to say about that?
Yeah, it's just a very, very scary notion. Hopefully he goes for a 5th damage item. He definitely won't, but it would be hilarious to see this Tristana just pumping out so much damage towards the later stage of this game. Of course, 32 minutes in, 4-item Tristana, that is not something you ever want to say in a game that you're hoping to be even, and at the moment, World Elite definitely on the back foot as Luca tries to clear out this top wave. But so far, World Elite also aren't making any moves to really get themselves back into this game. They've got defensive warding, lots of defensive warding that they've managed to just set up, but not really trying to make any plays to get them back in this one. As STYZ, you are taking so much damage. Last couple of crits, and that is an easy 1v1 for Candy.
They're probably going to need to expand that defensive warding whenever Candy's in the area, because he's functioning as an assassin, like we said. And it's one of those situations where, let's say the roles were reversed. You could see M3 sitting back, giving up the minimum and trying to get their Tristana farm. That's just what you do. But in this case, where you're the Tristana team and you're the ones who are starving the enemy out of resources from a mid-game AD carry and a mid-game top laner, it's not ideal.
Oh, Dade actually getting caught there. Nice Mikhails to get him out of that one, and he's gone aggressive. Ninja gets eliminated, and they're going to transition this one into an easy inhibitor turret. Look at how quickly it goes down with this Tristana with so much damage. I don't even know whether they're going to stop pushing, as we have a Meganar here with a Warmog's armor. And so much damage potential. There's a Nara onto Yushe in the Nexus, of all places. Candy's going to be able to lock down that Nexus turret. The Wallop going to come through, not going to get any stuns, but look, half the health of STYZ in one critical strike. Spirit now is going to be the next target. Dade comes in with a lot of extra damage. There's going to be an unimpressive equalizer, not really doing all that much. Ruo does take a bit of damage from that one, but not really much to be written home about, and they're going to go to town on this next inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. The inhibitor probably going to be safe for now as World Elite try to muster themselves together, but wow, M3, what a power play.
And they could have tried to ride their luck and finish the game there, but smartly backing off. There's no reason to take any huge risks. I mean, they're probably not too concerned about even giving up a couple of kills here just because of the amount of power on these late game scaling champions they have. World Elite, all they can really do is take stock, keep pushing out waves, and if I was them, I'd be using this time to communicate between members and really work out a plan for next game, because it's looking very unlikely they'll be able to come back in this one.
Yeah, and that was just a full Banshee's Veil being picked up by Candy, so every single item completed. Hasn't switched out the trinket yet, and that's about all you can do as far as entering that shop is concerned. This is a completed Tristana, and that is almost the last nail in this World Elite coffin, because I don't think they're going to be able to do very much against this Trist.
Well, 70 CS advantage, 905, so about triple legendary as this Tristana. She's feeling pretty good about herself.
Definitely. The KDA looking pretty nice at this stage, you could say, as Dade takes his blue buff, going to distort over this wall and clear out this top wave, being a little bit of a 1-3-1 split push situation as they wait for the ever-important Baron to come back up and their final push to be attempted in this game. World Elite have grouped up together. They want to get something. Thrill of the Hunt does come through. It's a nice Howling Gale to come down. Love City, he's going to go down straight up. The teleport to come through from Looper. But I think World Elite going to take their pick and run off with it.
Yeah, they get a pick, but importantly, there's no real objective they can hope to pick off with just picking up this Janna kill here. In fact, they might even lose Dragon, so losing an objective after getting a pick, that lets you know how far behind they are.
Certainly does. Dade actually going aggressive onto Spirit here as well, trying to chunk out the jungler. Bowler is going to not land, as the Dragon is going to fall down in a matter of seconds here. Of course, our cameraman unable to pick that one up because I think it was just a single crit from Candy that killed that one.
Yeah, the third Dragon, of course, gives them access to that extra 5% move speed. Even easier resets coming out for Candy in the next fight.
Yep, can wander more effectively towards his enemies. Dade going to keep clearing these waves. He's going to get the last inner turret open for killing. Candy, Looper, and Ruo just going to come through, clear out this one ward, and hop onto this Baron. You'd have to think as Sigil being mimicked there as well, as Dade gets a lot of extra burst.
Candy able to do a lot of damage to this Baron over the wall. We see the pings coming down to go aggressively in the mid lane here. They realize they don't really have an option when it comes to contesting Baron. They don't even have Throw of the Hunt available to get advanced warning. Free Baron.
Free Baron for M3. Everyone on World Elite has grouped up, but they weren't able to do anything there. I mean, they were trying to push down that mid lane. That's super creeps. And it seems to me that M3, if they can get this Baron buff to activate on the super creeps heading into the single Nexus turret still available from World Elite, you have to admit this is looking like could be the end of this game. But going a little bit tutorial style, going to clear out the last inner turret of the game. And M3 just going to file in towards this top side and get the siege happening.
Absolutely. Here we see Lupa. He's sauntering around the side. Has no rage up on Gnar, so of course won't have access to that Mega Gnar unless they set up the fight in a little bit of time here. That's the one thing he's want to do before they get the fight engaged.
And M3 now rotating through. Thrill of the Hunt has been popped here by the
They don't seem too concerned about it.
No, not too worried here at all. Ruo, really tanky guy. Lupa, even tankier. Almost has that Randuin's Omen, which I could imagine may not actually be seen here because it looks like the end of the game could be inside as Ruo gets caught by a Death Sentence. It's a good sign for World Elite. The Equalizer to come through as well, but just going to do some zoning work as Ruo goes down very, very low. Right at the Arcane, not going to land at all. Some fancy footwork there as the second last turret on the map for World Elite's going to fall. That's the last inhibitor, and you have to say, most likely the end of this game as the Baroned up creeps are going to head through to this base, and World Elite looking to be taken down. Looper now as well. It's going to be the Golden Flamethrower to be come through, and actually Ninja does pick up a kill onto Dade as well. M3 might actually be forced to come out of this one as Looper bounces away. Inhibitor going to respawn here as well as Empowered Bowler does come through onto Looper. Not quite the end of the game just yet as M3 try and get the last option open to them right here, but I actually thought that could have potentially been the end when no, World Elite managed to hang on yet again.
Yeah, we keep trying to deliver the eulogy for World Elite here, but they're hanging on. You know, the life support's been on for what, a good 10, 15 minutes at this point, but they're still hanging on. They're doing their best to stay competitive in this game. And
just
again,
let us Googleize you.
I just hope that they're using this time to really communicate about the next game, what they need to do differently. I mean, M3 have actually shown some really interesting things here, especially Ruo, for once deviating from that solo lane focus and really focusing on snowballing Candy, because although he got that first kill himself with the solo kill on Rumble, it was those extra 2 kills, that very early 3-0 from Ruo's successful gank and turret dive bot that shaped this game. They've never looked like losing ever since Tristana got massive in the early game.
Certainly not. It seems to be the Candy snowball really being the insurance here for M3. And although it's taken them a little bit of time to get this game finished off, they are certainly looking in the driver's seat as Looper's charging up that rage. He's going to have that Mega Gnar form, and there's the Cataclysm to come through. Spirit's trying to dive in the backside, but he was there for a sec. Now he's gone. Dade comes through with a Mimic Distortion for a lot of AoE damage. The wallop onto a Looper as well. Does have that Zonya's Hourglass, and Yushe now getting just auto-attack to death by Candy. 2 auto-attacks, and the Nexus falls down. M3 with a dominating victory in this first match against World Elite.
And it was that Tristana. I mean, Crystals from Snake has had so much potential on that player, on that champion, and it's been shown off here. I mean, it's STYZ actually losing in a carry battle to M3's Candy is a surprise on paper, but Candy played fantastically well that game.
Yeah, and do you think that it might be the fact that STYZ hasn't necessarily had as much time to spend with Yushe here in the new position of support?
I mean, it's certainly worth considering. Obviously, they would have swapped up this roster with an intent here. I mean, Conan has been for a long time now that support of World Elite.
Yeah.
They've done something different. It didn't work out for them. I imagine they'll still keep the same lineup going into the next game, but they're going to have to try something different because once that Tristana got going, World Elite looked like they had no answer for the snowball.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. But we are going to be getting into Game 2 very, very shortly, ladies and gentlemen. World Elite, can they bounce back against their former proteges M3? We'll find out in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I am still Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, who's had one of the longest days in casting history. But he's still soldiering on, and we appreciate it greatly. And that first matchup between World Elite and M3. M3 just looking huge, and Candy hard carrying for his team.
And that's the one name you wouldn't expect when you're talking about an M3 carry. If you said Dade, if you said Lupa, we'd be like, sure. If it was Ruo just really snowballing his lanes and maybe getting the kills for himself for once, absolutely it could be him. But for Candy, the much maligned carry for M3, many people thought he would be the substitute player this season.
Yeah.
So for him to come through and have a shining performance in his 5th game out against an AD carry who's had a lot of hype around him, STYZ. He's tried the Sivir this season, it hasn't worked. The Corki pick there was a bit shaky as well. I feel like this game against Candy is STYZ's chance to really stake a claim to support kind of the hype that's around him, because so far he hasn't been able to do that.
Yeah, and I think he needs to pick up something that's that has a little bit more carry potential in maybe one of these, I don't care, I'm going to pick Vayne. One of those type of situations where he can really stake his claim on his sort of prime AD carry position. But we are into the picks and bans, and so far it's been pretty much the same.
Sure, so far we have Lissandra and Rumble banned on the blue side. Rek'Sai's not going to be seeing any play, and Kassadin.
Yeah, so the only change up here being this Rumble banned away from potentially Lupa, and Aluka not wanting to first pick that one, not wanting to grab that one away for himself, and they just don't want to allow that champion onto the Rift. So World Elite wanting to have sort of a different playstyle this game, and do you think that Nas are going to get through yet again? There's only a couple of bans left.
I'd have to expect that to be the last ban coming out from M3, just because of how much work Lupa was able to do on that champion. I'm actually surprised to see World Elite picking up Rumble and then refusing to let it through, showing a lot of priority on that Rumble pick. The Tristana pickup, we're starting to see a little bit more in the LPL. I mean, I thought it was just a Crystal special, but even ban against M3 here.
Yeah, well, Candy was very scary on that champion. Also seemed to know its limits very greatly there, managing to pick up that solo kill in the top lane. So intelligent ban, but a few more sort of sought-after champions that are still available here. Of course, every jungler apart from Rek'Sai is available, and Na's going to be the last one taken off the board. Pretty intelligent decision there. Not wanting to let that into the hands of World Elite just because Na's so strong at the moment.
And you have to think if it's going to follow previous trends, we're going to see an early Janna pick into an early Jarvan pick from M3. That's the flavor we've been following so far, but maybe we'll see a curveball.
Yeah, maybe we'll see something else coming through. Janna has been hovered here by World Elite, so looking to be following the trend. It might be a Thresh in answer from Love CD here. We'll see what he decides to go with in response, but UJ looking at the next option here and showing his next champion that he's going to offer.
Yep, so that will be locked in, you'd have to think.
Yep.
Jarvan's been the standard response to so much lane pressure. With Rek'Sai not available, clearly the prince of the jungle. Obvious reference is obvious right there. Insta-locks it for himself, does Ruo.
He does. So no surprises there. We'll see what Lupa decides to opt for. Of course, there are a few other options. Candy going to be looking at the Corki here. So taking that away from STYZ. Actually, Ninja going to be locking in the Ninjas. Second time that we've seen Ninja picking up that particular champion. I believe he played it in his first game here at the LPL.
It's a very interesting straight lock-in. Just locking in Dade's signature Z right there. It's a very different flavor to what we've been expecting from Ninja, obviously. He's usually playing that long-range wave clear champion. Now moving on to an assassin. And Dade, he has so much experience playing that Z. I'm sure he has some ideas of what to play against it. This would be an interesting lock-in, whether it was for whatever lane, but let's let the...
well, you can dodge the death mark with your Sanguine Pool.
It's a very specific timing on that. It's actually a very difficult thing to pull off, but it would be...
Sort of like, but if... actually,
oh boy.
It's going to be the assassin off here in the mid lane. The Ninja versus Dade. And the Zed versus Yasuo. So we've seen this matchup being played out a couple of times, but we'll see how it does work out. And of course, Maokai being locked in here for Lupa, and STYZ hovering over that Vayne, maybe wanting to go for the Uzi route, looking to hard carry for his team. But so far, this World Elite lineup looking very different and very scary, as UJ has locked in that Aurelia here for Aluka here for the top lane. So, I mean, Aurelia into Maokai, you're going to have a pretty decent time if you're Aurelia, just in general, just because you can normally afford to sort of farm out that wave and get to that late game position. But STYZ will see what he wants to do, and it looks like the Vayne.
The carry flavor is strong from Waterley here.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a completely AD and, of course, true damage when it comes to Aurelia team coming out here. No AP damage whatsoever on the Waterley side. All they need to decide is the support for M3. I mean, one thing I want to come back to, Dade's picking Yasuo into Zed. He's basically counter-picking himself.
This is the Dade special, though. He loves to counterpick himself.
He does love to counterpick himself to mix success, but
Yeah.
he's going to take that exhaust just to have another tool in the all-in there. Zed's one of the strongest picks against Yasuo, so, I mean, the Yasuo is so exciting because, of course, Dade's proficiency with that champion is known worldwide.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a hell of a risky pick.
It certainly is a risky pick. We'll see whether it pays off. Of course, he's Dade known to pick interestingly in the draft phase, but I'm not sure whether he's ever gone this deep as far as the counter picking himself is concerned, and maybe just disrespecting Ninja's Zed a little bit.
That's what it seems like. That's what shouts out to me, is that he's confident enough, even in a counter matchup, to at least go even. They have so much synergy for him on that team. They got Maokai, of course, can hit him up with the Q. Jarvan has a bevy of CC to be able to flag and drag in and set up the ultimate there. They have a lot of setup CC for this Yasuo, and if you can go even or better in lane, it's looking great for M3.
Yeah, it certainly is. And having the ability to get that last breath off whenever you want it to, that's super important when you're in a Yasuo comp, just because you really want him to get that 50% armor penetration at the beginning of a fight so you can just tear people apart with all of his abilities. And of course, that Steel Tempest being on such a low cooldown after you get your first attack speed item in that Static Shiv, it's just really scary to behold. And recently had a couple of buffs.
And the other exciting factor, of course, is that STYZ's finally gone back to his carry route. Enough of the Sivir. Sivir was actually available here, not picked. And the Corki was taken away. Finally, he says, all right, carry pants on. We're going to play Vayne.
Yep, and Candy on the Corki this time. We've seen Corki not necessarily working out to great effect. I believe it was in the hands of IG where the Corki sort of just snowballed out of control in that matchup. But other than that, Corki's been a little bit underwhelming. Of course, that Phosphorus Bomb taking a little bit of a hit with the missile speed, so not quite being able to have the guaranteed burst that you'd otherwise want. Of course, in our last matchup, that 1v1 that Candy managed to score was by flashing out of that Phosphorus Bomb that was quite telegraphed. I
guess kind of my view on the Corki picks today is that teams have been picking Corki, and then they haven't really had set goals for how to play around that Corki. The Corki pick's all about the mid-game grouping into sieging and taking turrets with that Trinity Force Sorcerer Shoes power spike. And that hasn't happened. That's only happened in one game, and that's where Kid went monstrous on that Corki pick. There's still plenty of power in that champion, still lanes very well, still safe. He still has that amazing mid-game. But, if your other lanes lose or for whatever reason you're not able to group with that Corki, it just negates the point of the pick.
Yeah, and I certainly like the Corki pick up with the likes of Annie coming through on your side as well. You sort of have that targeted stun that you can get through with that Q, the Pyroblast, I believe. Something? Not entirely. Incinerate.
Incinerate, correct.
Yeah. So that's easily laid down. Then you can get a Phosphorus Bomb over the top. You can follow up with some rockets and really get some massive burst coming through, and especially when that Tibbers does come down. I mean, Love City going to have a lot of work. But we are going to be onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment. Welcome back, and we are onto the Rift with M3 taking on WE for Game 2. Of course, M3 taking the first one, and now on the red side as Ninja and Dade just meet up here in the mid lane. WE now on our blue side. Wanting to see what they can do, of course. Very defensive starts from both of our teams. Sort of that 5-point defense across the board. We'll see whether anything comes through.
I'm going to enter this game with a lot of excitement just because you look down this team that M3's created here. I mean, they're all about going in. There's going to be some amazing wombo combos coming up between the knock-up combinations of Maokai and Jarvan, and of course the last breath from Dade. The flash Tibbers is going to come in. And there's no difference on the WE side. They're going to be committing hard. I mean, Zed goes in. Vayne's all about doing damage at 550 range or less by cancelling her autos with Tumble.
Yep.
I mean, Aurelia's going to be in the fights. This is basically going to be team fight central, hopefully. I don't see how it can't be with the champions that are picked, but it should be team fight central.
Yeah, and we'll see how Spirit actually does on this Lee Sin as well. First time we've seen him playing Lee Sin in the LPL, has been favoring the Rengars, the Riven, and of course played a bit of Kha'Zix as well. So see whether picking up this sort of more standard jungler is going to work out for him. Of course, everyone plays a fantastic Lee Sin, Spirit being no exception, but we'll see whether he can have the impact on this champion that he wants. And let's see again how Dade goes in this, what we like to say is a counter matchup.
I had the chance to watch Spirit play Lee Sin against, I believe it was CJ Entus in the Masters semi-final earlier last year, and he completely dismantled the enemy jungler on Lee Sin. So he has a lot of potential on Lee Sin.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised that he's not been moving towards that pick, but I guess he's been going for the more carry-style jungler with the Riven picks earlier in the LPL. If he can really get on top of Ro here, I feel like W have a good chance of finally picking up that first win of the season.
Oh, Spirit actually looking to come through for a level 2 gank here as well. Really get STYZ rolling. Has hit that level 2. Has actually flashed forward as well. Love CD is so incredibly low. Candy is going to use that heal, but oh, the last hit, not going to be enough. And a lot expended to pick up that, I guess, just a flash here on Love CD.
Yeah, awkwardly, the Q did hit a minion there for Spirits, who wasn't able to fully commit there, but they're going to push together and deny a lot of farm from Candy. Candy's going to be significantly far behind in this lane.
Yeah, Dade going aggressive under Ninja here as well. Both of these mid laners going very low. Dade just trying his very best to charge up that shield from his passive and give himself a little bit more trading potential. You can see the stack of minions a little bit better here for Dade. He's farming effectively, both Ninja and Dade farming out quite nicely here in this mid lane, considering the fact that they need to harass each other at the same time. Spirit coming around yet again. The wind wall to come down. Dade going to flash after going through with that E. So beautifully played from Dade.
Quality evasive maneuvers, but now he's going to have to play even more defensive in a counter matchup. It's going to be very difficult for Dade, but if there's any man who can weather this storm and get through laning phase on Yasuo versus Zed, it has to be Dade.
It certainly does. And Spirit offering the pressure, but not quite being able to make it work just yet. And Lupa, some nice harass using that Q there as well. So Dade looking okay here. And in fact, Ninja gone back just to try and purchase some more kill potential here with this extra longsword.
Interesting to me that with flash up and with so aggressive positioning in the lane, Ninja was the first to back there and give up kind of the pressure he had on Dade. Forcing Dade to back under turret would have been a massive advantage for them, but he backs away. Dade actually starts the game on a CS advantage, and the mid lane resets.
And Spirit making his way back down to the bottom lane yet again. Love CD does have the stun available. Candy's going to come up and ward this one out. Spirit's going to be spotted here. And the teleport to come in immediately here as well. Love City's going to fall down. First Blood is in fact going to go over to the Vayne, but Lupa immediately answers. Spirit falls down. Suchet is incredibly low as well. Does have the shield. Nice Howling Gale to come through, but Candy flashes for the kill. Aluka with the Equilibrium Strike now, and there's the Arcane Punch to come through onto this one, but Ninja's finally made his way down. Level 4 roams coming through from the mid laner as Lupa comes back in, knows that he's going to die, and there are kills going across the board so far. 2-2 now in kills, but that exchange is going every which way.
An extended 2v2 leads, an extended 3v3, I believe, leads to 2 kills on both sides, but importantly, Dade was able to stay in the mid lane, pick up a lot of CS there, and he was the only person who did not commit to coming to the bottom lane, so he's actually been able to go in with the jungler, get some very advanced wards down here, and just the fact that they use less resources to get the same result is a win for M3.
It is, but you have to say First Blood going to STYZ on this Vayne is very, very important, and it's another nice Howling Gale does come through from Yuge, because Love CD's looking for the stun. The Q does come through, but STYZ is going to be the target for this stun here as well as Silver Bolts. He's going to proc onto Candy. He's going to get out of there, but STYZ, he gets smited, he gets flag and dragged, and Candy gets the kill credit for that one.
It's needless aggression in terms of positioning there by STYZ. It's an overstay. Of course, he noticed that Dade left mid lane. He had no vision whatsoever in his own jungle. Overextended and paid for that with his life.
Yeah, didn't work out too well here. But top lane, everything going to reset. Go back to normal as Dade's just going to steal Tempest the popcorn chickens. And Ninja now doing a lot of damage with multiple longswords.
Worth noting that Dade's playing quite aggressively here because he's 1 creep away from 6. He hits 6 here. He has still Tempest available. He has his Q knock-up available as well, but it falls here. It was very smart positioning from Dade, but he could not bait Ninja into an engage.
Yeah, not quite able to get that one working out. As Ruo is going to go down incredibly low to the Grump. And Spirit going to invade the jungle. There's lots of pings down on top of him, though. M3 know that he's here. Dade, nice work dodging away from these shurikens. I mean, that's what gives Ninja the edge in this fight. As Ruo is going to go down solo, and Yuji roaming up to try and get some attacks down. Going to be spotted out by a ward, but Ninja going to be caught yet again. That's going to be the last breath actually being used here by Dade, just to try and get a little bit of extra damage. You can see has the CS lead as well, as he's going to use some nice Steel Tempest just to get some extra creeps.
He's actually controlling the minion wave very smartly here as Dade. He was keeping the minion wave on his side of the map. Even without flash, is able to farm very safely. He's going to get through this laning phase with a 7 CS advantage, let alone any sort of disadvantage from the matchup. So Dade, he's showing why he's thought of so highly on this Yasuo. He's playing it very smartly in lane.
He most definitely is, and we haven't seen him on it too much recently, but looking really, really good at this stage. As Spirit has been spotted out in the enemy jungle. Actually, I believe managed to steal away a buff. Not entirely sure. We didn't really see what had happened, but being very sneaky. As the Steel Tempest going to come through onto Ninja, and then the E to back straight out of it again.
Kind of waiting for these big ultimate power spikes coming out from both Ruo and Spirit in the jungle here. Both of them stuck at level 5, not level 6 just yet. And Dade finally, his flash is coming back off cooldown, so of course, finally, he pushes that mid lane out.
Ooh, Sonic Wave just missing Dade there as well. That would have spelt the engage. We do have the death mark available from Ninja as well, so his engage potential very, very high, as Aluka has this lane at exactly where he wants it. And Lupa unable to push up too far in fear of Spirit's Lee Sin. It's a nice knock up there onto Ninja as well, so Dade playing very, very well.
I have to wonder how many of the mid laners in the LPL Dade will be confident enough to pick Yasuo into Zed of, or even just a counter pick of that level, you know, counter picking oneself to that level. It's something that Dade has been doing in the off-season cups. He has been happy to take bad lane matchups, but is it just a case of him, you know, considering Ninja more of a passive player and thinking that he can't take advantage of the more aggressive Zed in this matchup? Or is it just a case of his happiness in this matchup? We don't know for sure.
And just for our viewers at home, why do you consider the Yasuo to be countered by this Zed?
I mean, usually in a 1v1 melee matchup, you might fancy a Yasuo. You know, the wind wall can be super effective against a lot of auto-attacking champions, but against Zed, he has so much targeted damage that can't really be negated by wind wall that there's a huge amount of assassination potential. And of course, he has ranged harass with his shurikens. He's able to whittle down Yasuo's health whenever he tries to go for minion hits, and then all in him with the ignite here. So there is a lot of kill pressure on Zed's side if he plays aggressively, and especially if his jungle's there to help.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Ninja can assert that dominance. Has decided to go for the Bilgewater Cutlass here as his first sort of semi-major buy. Yeah, but we're just going to pop onto your screen just for one moment as we adjust some things in the client. But yeah, so far, I mean, Dade looking very, very good on this Yasuo. Things going well for M3. They had that scuffle in the bottom lane. STYZ did manage to get first blood in this vein, and that is very, very important. Mm-hmm. But so far, things looking pretty good for M3.
And after that big advantage to start things off, went too aggressive, overextended in lane, did STYZ, and paid for it with his life. So once again, Candy's actually in a very good spot to carry. He has 2-0 very early. He's on that Corki, which was a favorable lane matchup against the Vayne. Going to hit Trinity Force at a good clip.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see if this will be another example of using Corki's power spike effectively, or whether we'll be seeing a more of this lane-pushing Corki that doesn't want to group and siege down turrets after he picks up those items.
Yeah, we'll see what does come through as Ruo is making his way here to the bottom lane. He's not going to be spotted out, but isn't going to go too aggressive because, of course, WE playing very far back. There's a nice creep advantage here as well coming through from Candy.
And it's to be expected, especially if WE being forced back, just because you're going to eat a lot of harass under turret from the Corki missiles, the phosphorus bomb.
There's the flash tip is coming through. Ninja's getting taken down straight away. That's going to be the Cataclysm as well. And counter matchup or not, 3 people's always going to be better than 1.
Absolutely. Love CD was able to roam so easily to the mid lane there. Candy has so much dominance in this bottom lane, able to push in, force Vayne under turret, harass with Phosphorus Bomb. They weren't even able to communicate.
Oh my goodness. And as well, Dade's going to go back to base and pick up a static Shiv at 11 minutes into this game. So a huge spike in power.
Turning a Brawler's Glove into a static Shiv is a lovely place to be in if you're daddy.
It is.
Dade.
Who's your daddy?
It's getting late.
With a name like Papa Smithy, I think making daddy jokes is definitely in your wheelhouse. I think you're going to be okay. Lupa now just going to be looking for wards and stuff like that because Aluka freezing out this wave yet again. I think the wave possibly going to reset at this stage as both of our top laners relatively close in CS. The double Doran's pick up here from Lupa means that might be going for a little bit more of an aggressive decision as Ninja going to be taking the blue buff and then hopping over to his shadow. But in response, M3 looking at this dragon.
Yep, it's another free objective for them to pick up here. They could, of course, use the Wind Wall to negate a bit of damage, but it's not important. They're going to easily power this down. And you have to say Spirit hasn't really been able to put out the jungle pressure you might expect from his Lee Sin here. And, you know, Dade's counter pick, it's paid off. He's looking very comfortable in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good. The other thing about Yasuo that's quite nice in this situation is the fact that in order for Spirit to get in, he has to use a projectile. So if you just use that wind wall on the Sonic Wave, it really does take away a lot of that engage potential, which is working out quite nicely here, you could imagine.
Do see Spirit invading quite aggressively here. Rose on very low health on the other side of the jungle, so this will be a good adaptation and a free objective coming out, but pressure on the lanes is what he needs to do, I think. It's what one thing he's been unable to do so far this game.
Yeah, and Ruo able to pick up 3 assists for himself. He's been very active across this map, and losing a red buff isn't going to bother him too much because, of course, he's Jarvan, so has a lot of innate CC anyway. Not going to be relying on that one as much as, say, Master Yi or something like that.
You have to think this bottom lane matchup might change drastically once Blade the Ruin King comes in for SDYZ. The flavor of those Vayne lanes changes so dramatically.
Oh, yeah.
Once the Blade the Ruin King comes in, but the issue here is that if you try and aggress onto a Corki Annie lane as Vayne, you're just going to get exploded during the Annie Tibbers.
Yeah,
so
incinerated.
Incinerated, sure.
Potential. As the E's going to come through. Dade likes his chances here against Ninja. Going to miss the Hurricane from the Steel Tempest, but man, Ninja feeling the pressure here from Dade.
And Dade's exerting all this pressure with the exhaust pickup. He doesn't even have the Ignite to secure kills, but he's basically harassing Ninja out of lane with the defensive summoner spell choice.
Yeah, and he probably knows as well that when that Deathmark comes in, I mean, he can use that exhaust and just take away the burst potential here of Ninja and really stop that ultimate from working to full effect. So able to turn around what he wants. Dade heading down to this bottom lane with Ruo in tow, 4 men strong. Going to be taking on SDYZ as he almost falls down inherently. Ruo, there's the slam dunk, and that's going to pick him up that kill. Dade windwalling the tornado there as well as Uj tries to get some CC through, but look at Love City. He's so fast. Lupa's teleported in as well. There's a twisted advance onto Ninja. The last breath to come through as well. Love City is going down incredibly low, and he's going to fall down actually to the power of Ninja, who's still alive somehow. Spirit's going to die. Ninja's going to pick up Dade as well in the heat of it all. Arcane Smash is going to pick up the kill onto him, but a very nice trade to come down.
3-for-2 trade, but importantly, Candy's still alive. They can try and push down this mid tower here. They're at least going to get a lot of damage onto that tower. No, they will secure it. 3-for-2 in a structure, looking great for M3.
Yeah, it was looking far worse for WE though. Thankfully, Ninja with some very fancy moves, managing to pick up a couple of kills that he really had no right in getting. So that is definitely the saving grace here for World Elite, but you have to admit, things looking pretty good for M3, like you said.
Kind of have to question Aluka in the top lane here. Had teleport available, did not use it. Okay, he's been able to get a power spike here. I'm hoping that he's going to notice that he has the double sheen action going on. He does.
He did. Don't worry, guys. That was a visual bug. Very cute.
Working towards the Trinity Force, but still clearly about 1250 gold away from completing that, or 1175 gold, I believe, away from completing that. And Dade, he's gone for the Ninja Tabby here. I think that's an excellent choice. It just means that in those trades, he's going to be taking that much less damage in the mid lane, and with exhaust as well.
Oh, nice use of that. He does manage to get that tornado available, and Aluka with a little bit of a sheepish teleport.
Makes it look easy, doesn't he?
certainly does. The Windwalker himself. And it's just a pleasure to see. Oh, as we have the flag and drag, there's going to be the last breath coming through. Spirit gets eliminated. Ninja now caught in that Cataclysm, but not for long because he's twisted advance, and Looper going to come through and save Ruo and help him pick up a kill as well. So things looking really nice. And M3 starting to get going. 2-1 and 3 now, but 3-0 and 5 for Ruo on this Jarvan. He is everywhere this game.
We were talking about that knock-up synergy finally coming through in very spectacular fashion right there. Aluka is able to counter-push and get this top turret, so that's a small win for WE here. But otherwise, this game is looking almost panic stations at 16 minutes if you're a WE fan.
It really is, and it looks to be all sort of stacked up on STYZ here, who now has this Blade of the Ruin King finished. Does, of course, have a couple of Doran's Blades as well. So looking to try and get some dominance on this lane now, but with Love City hanging on to that stun, he really just can't go in range.
And every trade he's taking has been a disadvantageous one. He gets a very nice trade in there, but of course is being zoned by this Annie who has all summoners available, stun available, Tibbers available, cannot aggress onto this Corki.
Yeah, and Corki as well does have a Vampiric Scepter as well, just in answer to the extra lifesteal that's available for STYZ. Is Dade just going to come in and pressure Ninja out of this one. Just has so much damage. And now with the Bilgewater Cutlass as well, he's not going to be moved from this lane. Oh, twisted advance for ages onto Ninja here from Looper. He likes his chances. The Righteous Glory actually going off to get himself the slow. And look at that, the Arcane Smash. Another twisted advance to come through. Dade's coming around. Ninja not quite as slippery as he'd otherwise like, and Dade picking up the kill. That dive was ridiculous. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Love City picks up Spirit. Actually, not in the bottom lane. What is going on this game? M3 are just killing everyone everywhere.
STYZ is the only person alive here. I don't think he has the smooth moves to get rid of himself here. He's going to fall down as well. And the snowball, it's happened.
Yeah, it certainly has. The flash needing to be used to get out after that stun. Tib is going to tank up this turret a bit so that Ruo can escape. And WE just look like they're flailing at this stage.
So hard to cast when all over the map in different unrelated engages.
Oh, yeah.
M3 have been taking down Advantage. He's going to take it down another dragon here. And we thought this might be WE's big re-entrance, STYZ's big chance to show that he has that carry nature to him. But they're struggling, and it's only really Aluka in the top lane here who's can go without criticism.
Yeah, and Aluka not necessarily the one that we've been looking for to carry for World Elite, but at the moment it seems to be on his back whether or not World Elite can get back into this one because, you know, as we mentioned, I mean, there's a lot of carry potential coming through. Dade's looking huge right now on this Yasuo. The only sort of saving grace you could imagine is sort of the late game prowess of a lot of the members of the World Elite squad. I mean, Ninja's going to be massive in the split push. Aluka, I mean, they could do a 1-3-1 with the Aurelia and the Zed, but not a lot of wave clear left over there, so things looking dangerous.
I think it's very risky to talk about late game when at 19 minutes into the game we're talking a solid 6k advantage for M3. They're well on top here.
Yeah.
They're well in the ascendancy. It's going to take maybe some smooth moves around Baron, as we saw from EDG, to almost get back into the game against Snake. Or just something different and out of the box, because M3 in every lane, barring top, are showing massive advantages.
Yeah, and Dade is farming up a storm here as well in this Yasuo. Going not for sort of the direct Infinity Edge to really make sure of that double. Oh, Spirit's going to come through, kicks Love City out. He's going to get taken away straight away, but Candy going in so aggressive. There's a twisted advance on STYZ. He gets just destroyed. So much burst coming through from Candy. It's going to be Ninja coming through with the Deathmark here onto Candy as well. Doesn't quite manage to land too much, and the Deathmark's going to go off. Doesn't get the kill. Yushai's going to fall down. Ninja's going to die as well. Candy is a monster and killed Ninja before he could do anything.
That was just an unbelievable outplay coming from Candy there. Miscalculated his damage, did Ninja. The fourth kill to line up. I believe that was a quadra kill delayed coming out from Candy right there. Oh boy.
Absolutely gigantic, and we've now got a repeat situation with Candy with a massive amount of kills. 7-0-5 now on this Corki. They're going to head through to the inner turret as well here in the bottom lane. And World Elite, I think that they may have just left their computers at this stage. I mean, there's just doesn't look like a lot that they can do as we see this fight again.
So we go into the replay here. It was a very nice initiation on Love City. They get the early kill, but look how aggressive Candy moves right there. Looper comes in. They blow through STYZ like he's nothing here with the massive power spike coming out from Candy. And this is a critical moment. Flashing away from the guaranteed Z damage and then surviving on about 100 health. So he gets the first kill. Ninja flashes in, trying to get the auto, of course, would have applied the passive. It's no good, and we come back to live, and Dade's got another one.
Yep, STYZ falling down as Dade picks up that kill with the help of Looper, and you could imagine that was a last breath and Arcane Smash combination. It's just, Dade has so much synergy with so many other members of his team. I mean, both Looper and Ruo can set things up for him, so as soon as they're roaming the map, Dade just becomes so much more of a problem.
And we look at the item pickups here. We see the Frozen Heart pickup coming out from Looper. That's pretty much the death knell of a lot of the power of this World Elite team. We've got basically 4 auto-attacking members of the team, and if not pure auto-attackers, 80 casters. So between the armor and that passive right there, looking like a very, very difficult situation for WE to be relevant in a team fight against this really, really powerful M3.
Yeah, it's looking terrifying. Candy actually foregoing his decision to go to a potential Bloodthirster or maybe Blade of the Ruined King and going to go straight towards this Infinity Edge as well, really snowballing through to those gigantic items in Trinity Force. And, as Aluka might be caught here as the Righteous Glory does get popped. There's the slow coming down as well, and Dade is just going to hop, skip, and a jump throughout this one. Ruo is going to take down Ninja in the meantime, but in the bottom lane, Dade does manage to finish off Aluka. In the top side of the map, there is a massive fight going on. There's double engages going across this one as Spirit's trying his very best to escape. Another Steel Tempest. The second one not going to land. Third one is going to hit. The Hurricane could have come through. We'll never know as Spirit does make his way to safety. Ruo going to add his pressure here to the mid lane, and across this map, M3 are coming out ahead.
In every lane, M3 is putting the pressure down, getting solo kills, picking up objectives, and it's just a steady flow of advantages coming to M3, and they're graciously accepting them with open arms.
They certainly are, as the inner turret in the top lane, the last one standing, going to be aggressed on here as Dade makes his way around. World Elite are ready, and Dade not going to have that wind wall available for that Sonic Wave, but they're not going to want to engage as Candy on his own, just doing so much work. STYZ losing half of his health. And Candy now going to be able to take this blue buff for himself as the next engage is possibly going to come through. There's the flash actually engage onto Candy. Doesn't have any mana. Not sure whether that was enough damage as the death mark pops and nothing really happens. Dade gets exhausted. There's the last breath on STYZ, but he's going to fall down to Aluka. Low health bars here on the side of M3, and there's the teleport coming through from Aluka, attempting to anyway, as Looper just obliterates both STYZ and does a lot of damage to Aluka as well.
And Candy was waiting for mana to regen right there, but Ruo's going in.
There's the Flash Cataclysm to come through. The Flag and Drag, not quite enough mana on the side of Ruo to follow through with that one, but has managed to get a lot more damage, and just looks like M3 have so much control.
Yeah, Candy probably could have come through and cut off Spirit, but he was more interested in getting damage on that inhibitor turret of World Elite right here. It's just full control coming out. There's no wards even on the map at this point from either team. It's pretty much turned into deathmatch for the last 10 minutes, and it's not been a fun time for World Elite, let me tell you that.
Yeah, this has been sort of the China that we were expecting. See hero, kill hero, like the M5 of old, you could say. And so now a Warmog's armor being completed by Ruo. Does have his Frozen Heart as well. Of course, getting a bit jealous of Looper, saying that I want my pretty white rock. Please let me have one as well. And he does pick his up also. It's going to be the Quicksilver Sash now picked up from Dade as well. Doesn't want to get CC'd. Wants to be able to walk around these fights on the wind as he would. And Spirit going to be picking up his red buff. Possibly donating that one over to STYZ, who's going to come in, but M3 have their eyes on the dragon, and you have to say, World Elite not going to do anything about this.
Yep, the third dragon's picked up. It's actually the patented kind of defensive choice when it comes to items from Dade. He has gone for the Blade of the Ruined King second into the QSS, you know, just going for a bit more security in these team fights, ensuring that he's not exhausted, that he's not taking a lot of damage or CC'd in these fights. And the Righteous Score is activated.
Yeah, there's a Twisted Advance as well. Spirit gets aggressed on. There's a Tibbers to come through as well. Nice flag and drag for multiple knockups, and Spirit's immediately taken out of this one. Ninja gets knocked up, but he's going to just get immediately wrecked, and Looper kills Aluka. STYZ now finds himself without a team. That's 4 dead for nothing, and M3 look to power through to this base. That's actually going to be our first surrender of the LPL. M3 taking victory against World Elite. And I can understand why. The end of that game just was a horrific snowball, and World Elite looked like they've fallen apart.
Absolutely. It didn't look like there was any way for World Elite to get back into that game. We saw EG come back from a massive disadvantage, but they had slightly more of a chance right there. They had more chance. They had some aggressive wards down. There was no ward coverage. There were no lanes doing well.
No.
Aluka did very respectably in the top lane, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, Aluka did the best on his team, but that meant going even. So things just not really working out for World Elite. We'll see whether they can sort of think about what has happened overnight and come through their next matchup as best as they can. But, ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of day one of the LPL. Of course, more to come tomorrow. Big thanks from myself, of course, Julian Pastry Time Carr, who was on the desk before, and the lovely Christopher Papa Smithy Smith, who is slave today. And our production team are always working as hard as they possibly can. But make sure you tune in tomorrow, for our next LPL games and, of course, the finals of our OCS coverage. But that's all from us. We'll see you tomorrow.